Hello everyone, how are you? Welcome to a new video. Before we begin today's chapter, I invite you to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, it would help me a lot if you left a comment with your opinion, as that motivates me to keep bringing you more stories. Now then, get comfortable and I'll leave you with the fanfic.
Team 7, after the battle on the bridge, decide to return back to Konoha, and Naruto also decides it's time for a change in his attitude. During this mission, he learned that the life of a shinobi is a dangerous one, so he decided to let down his mask of stupidity. Also, after their battle on the bridge, Naruto, after his large use of the Kyuubi's chakra during his battle against Haku, developed a mental connection with Kyuubi, allowing them to communicate with each other. Kyuubi, remember the first time we met after our battle with Haku? Naruto asked Kyuubi. Of course, Kit. Although it wasn't the best introduction, haha. I can still see the priceless look on your face. Haha, why, you looked like you were about to piss your pants. Aha ha ha. Hey, it's not that funny, Naruto fired back with a mental shout. Flashback. Naruto was resting in Tezuna's residence after their battle on the bridge with Haku and Zabuza. He was sleeping like a log and looked like nothing could wake him up. We might as well let him rest, Kakashi said in a lazy tone. Yeah, the dobe really put up a fight yesterday against that fake Hunter Nin, the Uchiha survivor commented. Yeah, but I'm sure you would have beat up that masked freak if you weren't knocked unconscious. Isn't that right, Sasuke-kun? Added Sakura, the useless pink-haired teammate. Sasuke didn't answer, but scowled when Sakura mentioned the part where he got knocked out. And with that, they left the room. Back with Naruto. Physically, the sleeping blonde Jinchuriki looked fine in his sleeping state, but what was going on his mind was another story. In Naruto's mindscape, Naruto was walking through what looked like a sewer complex. Where am I? Naruto thought to himself as he wandered aimlessly around the sewer. Water splashing with each step he took until Naruto heard something that sounded like snoring, really loud snoring. Now that's weird, Naruto said to himself. He then started following the sound until he came to a large room, and in that room was a really big cage. Holy shit! Naruto yelled like a little girl, his eyes widening to the size of dinner plates. His girlish shriek grew louder when the cage spoke. Shut up, Gaki, I'm trying to sleep, the cage said. Then Naruto saw something shift inside the cage, and it was big. Naruto then crept closer to the cage and peeked in between the bars and saw a hint of red fur. He immediately backed away a few paces from the cage. Hey, is someone air or something in there? Naruto asked the cage. The thing in the cage stirred sharp claws, went through the bars and rather close to Naruto's face. Naruto then fell on the ground holding his head and resumed his girly shriek of terror. The large thing, which turned out to be a fox, /N. If you don't know who the fox is, then you are the biggest idiot on the face of the universe, started rolling around the cage, clutching its sides while laughing. Ha 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 ha. Oh Kami, Kit, you should see your face. Ha 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 ha. Naruto continued his scream while the fox began to calm down from its fit of laughter. Okay Kit, you stop screaming like a little girl now. Naruto continued screaming like a little girl. Kit, please, you're embarrassing yourself. Naruto continued. The fox, knowing this would go on for a while, stopped trying to soothe the boy and began tapping its claw in annoyance against the floor while Naruto continued screaming. God, this kid has a large lung capacity. He's been going on screaming for 10 minutes now, the fox thought while still watching the young boy scream. Finally, Naruto began to run low on oxygen and started to stop screaming, which ended with Naruto gasping for breath. Yes, arigato Kami-sama. Finally, you've stopped. Ahem, now then, Naruto Gaki, besides the fact you now hold the world record for the longest scream in history, you are probably wondering where you are and who I am, correct? The large fox asked Naruto. Naruto nodded dumbly. Okay then, Kit, I am the great Kyuubi no Kitsune and we are in your mindscape. Oh, so we're in my mind and you're Kyuubi. So since it's my mind, I can change the scenery of this place, right? Because this sewer thing just isn't cutting it, Naruto told Kyuubi. Well, it is your mind, so I guess you can, answered the fox. Naruto nodded, and then sewer disappeared in a flash of light, and in its place was a beautiful forest clearing complete with trees that towered over the area. A large waterfall that led to a pond and in the clearing was Naruto and Kyuubi. Kyuubi was out of his cage, but wore a collar with a dog/fox tag with kanji for seal on it. Much better if I do say so myself, Naruto said, looking at his handiwork. That I must say, Kit, you've really outdone yourself changing the scenery. I can now stretch my legs. Because of this, I will offer to train you when you're by yourself. Just meditate and you'll instantly come into this clearing you made. But right now I'm hungry, so Jana. The fox added to his compliment with a hungry look on his face as it spied a rabbit in the far corner of the forest and then sped off. You're welcome, Naruto called to the fox as it chased the rabbit into the forest depths. Well, guess it's time to go, Naruto said to himself. Exit Naruto's mindscape. Naruto then woke up with a start. Naruto then shook his head side to side rapidly due to the massive head rush he get from getting up so quickly. Whoa, big head rush, he whispered to himself. Sigh, at least now I know Mizuki was telling a bit of the truth. The fox was sealed in me in order to protect the village. But why me? Naruto then ended his mental reverie when Sakura walked into his room and gasped when she saw him awake. Sasuke-kun? Kakashi-sensei, Naruto's awake, she called to her teammate and sensei. Naruto scratched the inside of his ear when Sakura yelled. Dear Kami-sama, I never knew the pink-haired banshee had such a loud voice. I nearly went deaf just from that sentence, she said, or rather yelled. Naruto had mentally told himself. The Uchiha survivor and the copycat ninja were upstairs already and peeked into the room to see the blonde just staring outside the window of his room with a thoughtful expression on his face, making him look older than he already was, as his eyes looked like they held enormous wisdom and saw and experienced things no one else should see/experience. Hey Naruto, Kakashi called out to Naruto. Good to see you're all better. Naruto turned his head at the sound of his name and grinned at his sensei's words. Thanks for the kind words, sensei. It really means a lot to me to hear that you actually care, Naruto told Kakashi. Anytime, Naruto. And by the way, when we reach Konoha, we're going to start some serious training. Kakashi replied to Naruto's compliment. Flashback end, /n. Sorry if the flashback was too long. Those were good times, Naruto told Kyuubi. Yup, good times, so what do you think that perverted sensei of yours will teach when you'll reach Konoha? Asked Kyuubi. You know, I never really thought about it, I'll ask him. Naruto then cut off his mental connection with Kyuubi and then ran to the front of the group to talk with Kakashi, who was reading his Ika Paradise novel, giving a perverted giggle every 5 seconds. Hey sensei, Naruto called to the Cyclops. Oh hey Naruto, what do you want? Asked the Cyclops. Well sensei, I was just wondering what are you going to teach us when we reach Konoha and when will it commence? Answering Kakashi's question with his. Sasuke and Sakura both listened intently to what Kakashi was about to say because Sasuke wanted to get stronger to beat Itachi, and Sakura wanted to get stronger to impress Sasuke, and both widened their eyes when Naruto had actually used a smart word in his question. Well guys, the training will start tomorrow because we have arrived, Kakashi pointed out, his finger pointing directly ahead of them. All 3 genin turned their heads and saw the gates of Konoha in the distance. And what your training is? Well, that's a surprise, Kakashi said with a smile which was shown as his eye turned into an upside-down U. All the genin groaned when their Cyclopean teacher told them that. Oh, come on guys, just rest up and you'll find out tomorrow, which is actually not that far away, Kakashi said, trying to cheer up his students. Oh, and sensei, I'm going to start changing my attitude because during this mission I have realized that the life of a shinobi is not one to joke about, so I'm going to be more mellowed out. Then Naruto lowered his voice so Sasuke and Sakura couldn't hear. I want you to come with me so I can get some new clothes because I'm afraid I'll get kicked out like when I was younger. Kakashi nodded in understanding because when Naruto was around the age of 5, Kakashi was his Umbu guardian at the time and had to beat up a villager who was about to beat up Naruto after kicking him out of the store. Of course, Naruto, and besides I also think it's time you should let down that mask, and that orange jumpsuit is just shouting out, "Come and kill me," Kakashi said. Arigato sensei, and how did you know I was masking my true feelings? Naruto asked his sensei. Well, when you're an ex-umbu you tend to pick up a few things, Kakashi replied. Oh okay, Naruto acknowledged the answer. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura were wide-eyed when they heard that Naruto was actually masking his emotions, which meant that his happiness and goofy attitude was all fake and that their teacher was an ex-umbu. Then his crush on me could be fake. Wait, why am I sad about this? Can just give me more time to focus on Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired banshee thought. So the dobe was an unpredictable puzzle, but now I can crack him knowing his feelings are all a mask, and this might be a good thing because he might have been masking his strength as well. I'm gonna have to spar with him tomorrow to gauge his abilities, thought the Uchiha survivor with a smirk on his face. Okay then, sensei, let's go home, yelled the blonde maelstrom and then sped off to Konoha's gates. Kakashi and his teammates were trailing behind, trying to keep up with Naruto yelling for him to wait. When they reached into Konoha, Naruto sped off to his apartment saying bye to his teammates and sensei while thinking about tomorrow's training session. Kakashi had shunshined home while Sasuke and Sakura then walked calmly back to their homes, awaiting the special training with an eager attitude. Chapter 2. The special training begins. Training Ground 7. Naruto had just arrived at the bridge at his team's training grounds to see Sasuke sitting on the bridge's handrails with a bored expression on his face while trying to act cool, and Sakura was staring at Sasuke with puppy dog eyes. Hey Sasuke team, Sakura-chan, Naruto called to his teammates. I see that Kakashi-sensei still isn't here yet. Hey Dobe, I see you weren't kidding about that change in your attitude and sense of fashion, Sasuke answered to Naruto's call. Yeah, Naruto, you look kinda cool and good-looking if I do say so myself, Sakura chimed in. Naruto chuckled. Thanks guys. Kakashi-sensei helped me pick them out yesterday, and thanks for the compliments, especially yours, Sakura. To think you'd actually call me good-looking for once, Naruto said. Poof. A poof of smoke then appeared out of nowhere. No shit, Tongue sticking out. Yo, a familiar voice called out to the genin. The smoke cleared to reveal the Cyclopean Sharingan user Hatake Kakashi. You're late, yelled Sakura. Sakura then looked at Naruto with a confused expression. Naruto always used to join her in complaining about their sensei's tardiness, but now he just stood there and glared at Cyclops. Yes, well, I got lost on the road of life, lied the jonin. Liar, Sakura chimed in, rather loudly I might add, and once again Naruto did not join her in the art of belittling their teacher. Yeah, now then it's time to begin that special training I promised you, Kakashi said, ignoring Sakura and going straight to the point. Kakashi saw his students instantly become serious when he mentioned training. He then reached into his weapons pouch and took out 3 pieces of paper. Sensei, what are those pieces of paper for and how will they help our training? Asked Sakura. Naruto and Sasuke were wondering the same thing. Kakashi chuckled at the question. Well, Sakura, these are no ordinary pieces of paper. These are… Kakashi took a dramatic pause. Special chakra papers. You pump a small amount of chakra into the paper, and depending on what will to the paper when you pump chakra into it will determine your chakra's elemental nature, Kakashi said. The 3 genin then reached out and took 1 piece of paper each, but before they began, Naruto interrupted. Kakashi-sensei, how do you know what your chakra nature is? Asked Naruto. Oh right, I forgot to mention that. Thanks, Naruto. Naruto beamed at being acknowledged. Right, so as you know, the 5 chakra elements are fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, Kakashi said as though it was the most obvious thing in the world, even though it is. The genin nodded. So when you focus chakra into the paper will change in different ways depending on your chakra natures. Some people even have multiple chakra natures, 3 at the most for normal people, but people usually have 1. Kakashi said. So if the paper cuts in half, your nature is wind. If it burns, it's fire. If it gets soaked, it's water. If it crumples up, it's lightning. And if it turns to dust, your nature is earth. The genin nodded at the information given to them. I have only lightning chakra and nothing else because some ninja have been said to gain a 2nd or 3rd chakra nature by the time they are jonin. Any more questions? Kakashi asked his 3 students. The genin shook their heads. Good, so get on with it. I want to see what happens, Kakashi whined like a 3-year-old. The genin laughed at his antics except Sasuke, who smirked. The genin then began the process of finding their chakra natures, going one after the other. Sakura went first. She closed her eyes and focused her chakra into the special paper. Then the paper turned to dust in her palm. Kakashi chuckled at the sight. After all, Naruto did say Sakura's punches felt he was hit with a boulder. Well, Sakura, looks like you have an earth-type chakra nature, although I expected you to have a water nature, Kakashi said with a smile. Sakura grinned widely. Now it was Sasuke's turn. He closed his focus as he pumped a small amount of chakra into the paper. The paper then began to crumple up, but then after it crumpled it instantly caught on fire. Sasuke, afraid he would get burned, dropped the paper in a frantic fashion with a scared expression on his face. Sakura cheered for Sasuke because he had 2 chakra natures and started to compliment him, while Naruto scowled at Sasuke's luck at having 2 chakra natures. Naruto then began laughing at Sasuke as he looked at his to check if he had any burns on his hand. "Well, Sasuke, I always knew you would have a fire nature because you're an Uchiha, and as you know, all Uchiha have it. But the lightning element was very unexpected. Even I was surprised." Sasuke smirked at having 2 chakra natures, thinking he is now the strongest of the team, and then started to act all cool, but kept his eyes focused on Naruto as he was the only one left. Sakura and Kakashi also stared at Naruto, curious to what his chakra nature is. Naruto looked around to find everyone staring at him, and then realized it was his turn. Naruto then stared at the paper in his hand and then closed his eyes as he began to focus chakra into the paper. Then the most unexpected thing happened. The paper was cut in thirds, then 1/3 was burned, a second third was soaked while the other third was turned to dust. Everyone's eyes widened at what was shown before them. "Well, Naruto, it seems you have 4 chakra natures. Fire, earth, water, and the rarest element found in people, wind," Kakashi said with a surprised tone, but then smiled later as now he could teach Naruto in order to complete a certain technique, /N. "Can you guess what it is?" "Yada. I have more chakra elements than Sasuke team." Naruto yelled in a louder than normal voice and began jumping around. Sasuke began scowling and glaring at Naruto. "How could the dobe have so much chakra natures? I should be the one with all those powers. I'm an Uchiha, for God's sake." Sakura then ran up to Naruto and began congratulating him on his achievement. "Okay, guys and girl, settle down," called Kakashi. Said guys and girl immediately silenced themselves and watched Kakashi, wanting to know what they will do now. "Now that you guys know your chakra natures, and well, nature for Sakura." Sakura scowled at Kakashi's comment, but chose to spare her rant of doom. "I will now teach you jutsus that will match your chakra natures and build your jutsu repertoire, and even though you all have mastered the tree walking exercise, I want you to continue it in order to build up your chakra reserves and control, especially you Naruto because of your condition," Kakashi said. Naruto nodded, knowing he was talking about Kyuubi. "And I'll be teaching you the water walking exercise and do some spars. However, we'll do some of that stuff another time." Kakashi then tossed a few scrolls from his weapons pouch to each of the genin, which they caught. "These scrolls contain jutsu, and Sasuke and Sakura, one of your scrolls contain a taijutsu style for each of you learn. Sasuke, yours is the Golden Dragon's Fist, and Sakura, yours is the Wrath of the Banshee. Naruto, I'm still trying to find a style to suit you, okay? This is for each of you to learn on your own time, but for now I want you all to do the tree walking exercise until the end of the training session, and if you run out of chakra, just take a 10-minute break. That should be enough time for you to recover your chakra to almost full or completely full," Kakashi said. The genin then rested their scrolls by a tree near the trees where they were to do the tree walking. They began to do their training and continued to do so, taking their 10-minute breaks in between. When the time came to stop, they began to get ready to go home covered in dirt and sweat, but not before picking up their special scrolls. "Don't want to forget those," they all thought, and then left for their homes. Naruto, on the other hand, headed straight for his favorite restaurant, Ichiraku Ramen. "Hey Gigi, Ichiraku, 1 extra large chicken ramen, please," Naruto called to the ramen chef. "Sure thing, Naruto," the chef answered, and then began to whip up Naruto's order. Naruto then began to talk to Kyuubi about their training while they waited on the order. "Hey Kyuubi, did you hear? I have 4 chakra elements: earth, water, wind, and fire," Naruto told Kyuubi in a mental shout. "I know, I can hear and see what goes on through your eyes. Good job, Kit. I was surprised myself when you got earth and fire. The fire element is most likely from me, since we demon foxes have fire as our most common chakra element. But the wind really surprised because that element is the rarest element to appear in a person's chakra except in Sunagakure." Naruto smiled a foxy smile from the praise the fox gave him and then began eating, or should I say inhaling, his ramen when it came. "So what are we going to be doing, Kyuubi-sensei?" saying the last part with a mocking tone. Kyuubi ignored the mocking tone and began to tell Naruto what they were going to be doing during their training. Well, Kit, tonight I'll be teaching you the Kitsuniken and your mother's fighting style, the Uzuken. Naruto then left the stand after his 20th bowl and headed home with his new training scrolls in hand. Wait a minute. Kyuubi, you knew my mother? Naruto asked the nine-tailed Bijou, hoping to gain some information on his family. Actually, Naruto, I never knew your mother personally, but I spent enough time in their small village of Whirlpool Country to learn their family fighting style. However, I know her name was Uzumaki Kushina. If you want to know more, you could ask your Hokage. Kyuubi-sensei, that really means a lot, even if it's just her name, thanked Naruto. No problem, Kit, and by the way, when did you start to call me Kyuubi-sensei? Kyuubi asked his host. I just thought I should call you that since you will be teaching me, Naruto answered. Then Naruto, after arriving at his apartment room, had a shower, dressed himself in his pajamas, and then went to rest his tired body. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mindscape, he was training himself and his Kagebunshin with Kyuubi, learning katas for both styles, since he learned that you can know what a clone knows whenever it's dispelled. This training went on for several hours, with Naruto feeling like shit at the end. I told to be prepared for feeling like shit at the end of each session, but knew you told me that you could handle it, you would feel fine. Shut up, Kyuubi, I'm going to rest my mind now, Naruto told Kyuubi in an annoyed tone, and then left his mindscape to go to Dreamland. Chapter 3. The special training continues and the Chunin exams. Today Naruto was walking to his team's meeting place, but rather slowly because all night he had trained in his mindscape learning the Kitsuniken and Uzuken until he the katas for them like the back of his hand, and now he had mastered both styles thanks to his use of the Kagebunshin. Kami, Kyuubi sure can be a slave driver. I'm grateful to him for training me, but dear Kami, I feel like shit, Naruto thought. Naruto looked at the sky, watching the clouds pass by. Naruto seemed to feel more relaxed as he looked at the puffy white forms of condensate water. Now I know why Shikamaru likes watching clouds so much, he said with a smile, and then arrived at the training grounds. Ohayo, Sasuke team. Harunoame/Hor, Naruto growled. His eyes flashed red. Sakura glared at the blonde and was about to rant about why he shouldn't call her one when poof. Hooray for poofs. Hey there. Anyways, I was late today because I signed you all up for the Chunin exams, Kakashi said. Sakura was about to yell liar, until she had registered what Kakashi just told them. Shinaro. Now I can show Sasuke-kun how strong I am, Sakura whispered to her inner self. Kakashi then handed the registration cards. Now then, intense training starting now to prepare you for your exams. They start next week Friday, so get ready to go home feeling like shit, Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto looked up at the sky. Why, Kami-sama? Two of them are slave drivers. Why Kami, why? Naruto thought as he cried. Okay, Naruto and Sasuke, you guys seem to have a knack for offense, so I'll teach you the most powerful jutsus I know in my arsenal. Naruto, watch, this is Futon. Furyuenden no Jutsu, Keton. Karyuhiki no Jutsu / Fire Style Fire Wall Jutsu, Suetun. Suryuden no Jutsu, and Doton. Do Sokanawerta no Jutsu / Earth Style, Earth Shatter Jutsu. I will now demonstrate them to you, Kakashi said. Futon. Furyuenden no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and then a huge dragon of wind blew out of his mouth, slicing anything near to shreds before it gave a roar and came into contact with a tree, shredding it to toothpicks and disappearing in a swirl of wind with a final roar. Sugoi, Naruto said. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Those jutsus should be mine. I need more power if I want to defeat him, Sasuke thought. Kakashi then demonstrated the rest of the jutsus and Naruto ran off to practice them. Okay, Sasuke, I don't know much lightning jutsus and I know you can learn some more fire jutsus at home, so I'll teach what I know, Kakashi said, and then formed some hand signs. Katon. Karyuenden no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and then the fire dragon rocketed forward and exploded into flames as it blew up a rock. Sasuke smiled, this would prove useful. Raitun. Raikurai no Jutsu, Kakashi yelled, and then a powerful thunderbolt blasted from his fingertips. Sasuke's smile grew wider and wider as Kakashi showed him jutsu after jutsu. He will finally have enough power to kill Itachi. Sakura, let's go. Sasuke learned those jutsus I showed you, Kakashi commanded. The Uchiha nodded and then went off to train. With Naruto. Naruto was sitting in a clearing in the forest near the training ground. He had quickly mastered the wind dragon technique, which found to be surprisingly easy, then proceeded to begin practicing the fire wall. Naruto formed hand signs and then spun. Katan. Karyuhiki no Jutsu, he shouted, and then a spinning wall of fire surrounded Naruto before it dissipated in a matter of 10 seconds. Finally, I got it down, and only after my 10th try, Naruto said proudly. He then proceeded to learn the Do Sokana Werita. He then formed the hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Doton. Do Sokan Werita no Jutsu, Naruto yelled. Then he waited a while to see if anything happened. Naruto growled in anger as he observed that no damage had occurred and then went to leave, but then he felt a rumbling underneath his feet. He turned back and saw the entire earth in front of him crack open and formed a huge chasm. Naruto's mouth was agape and then looked down the chasm. It was at least 30 feet deep and 5 feet wide. Sugoi! He shouted and then did a little victory dance. Then Naruto stopped dancing and heard a rustling in the bush behind him. Naruto took out his kunai to get ready for battle. The bushes spread and revealed glowing red eyes, and then what stepped out was so hideous, so ugly, so terrifyingly disgusting that Naruto had to resist the urge to empty his stomach. It was a Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto gave a sigh of relief. Oh Sasuke, it's just you. I thought it was something else, Naruto said. Sasuke's 4 Tomoed Sharingan, 2 in each eye, began to spin. Naruto took a step back as he looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, you all right, and why is Sharingan spinning like that? Naruto asked nervously. Sasuke surveyed the damage. Did you do this? Sasuke asked the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at Sasuke oddly. Yeah, why? Naruto replied. Sasuke then looked up at Naruto with an evil smile. I want to fight you, Sasuke said. Naruto stepped back again. I'm sorry, what did you say? The great Uchiha thinks he can't beat a dobe and had to test his abilities against him? Naruto said in a mocking tone. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Of course not, Demo, you said you were masking everything, feelings, attitude, so you might have been masking your skills, so I want to see your true power, Sasuke said. Naruto smirked and then his eyes flashed red for a split second. All right then, Uchiha team. Demo, let's do this in front of Sakura and Kakashi-sensei. I want to show them your face when I end up kicking your ass, Naruto said confidently. You sound confident, well fine, let's go, Sasuke said. Then the Uzumaki and Uchiha walked back to training field. A few minutes later they arrived at the training field, and then their eyes widened when they saw the field was covered in craters. Then they heard a yell, followed by a chakra spike and then a loud boom. The 2 genin quickly ran to the source of those occurrences. There they stood and saw Sakura holding up a sword of earth. She then threw the sword of stone, and it sliced through a couple of trees, and a boom followed after as it crashed to the ground. She then turned around. Hey Sasuke-kun, what do you think of my Doton Jutsu? It's called Sakura thought. What's it called again? She asked Kakashi. Kakashi sighed at how idiotic this pink-haired bitch was. For the last time, Sakura, the jutsu is called Doton. Ken no Do / Earth style. Sword of Earth, Kakashi said. Sakura nodded and then turned back to Sasuke. Well, what did you think? She asked her crush. Sasuke looked at the destruction and then nodded in acceptance and then muttered his favorite word, that is, if it is a word. HN, he muttered. Sakura squealed in excitement before she jumped around shouting how Sasuke loved her and all that shit. The 3 boys shook their heads in disappointment. Then Naruto's head shot up. Oh right, Kakashi-sensei. Can you watch the fight between me and Sasuke? I want to show you how I kick his ass, Naruto said. Kakashi nodded and then sat against a tree. Yeah right, Naruto Baka. You could never defeat Sasuke. He's an Uchiha. He's the strongest ever, Sakura yelled. Naruto growled at the pink-haired banshee. Sakura, look. Do everyone here a favor and shut your motherfucking mouth. Honestly, you are so annoying sometime. No, not sometimes. All the time now, go away so I can beat this team, Naruto shouted in anger. Kakashi and the others were surprised at Naruto's outburst. They had never seen him become so angry. So much hate was shown in those cerulean blue orbs of his when he looked at Sakura. That hate only increased when he looked at Sasuke. "Let's fight now, team," Naruto growled. Sasuke glared and then got into the Uchiha fighting stance. Naruto got into the stance of the Uzumaki, which consisted of his left arm starched out in front of him, his hand outstretched and his right arm placed at his waist, his legs shoulder-width apart. "Come, little Uchiha," Naruto taunted. Sasuke then rushed Naruto and jumped to deliver an axe kick, but Naruto held up his arms and blocked it and then grabbed Sasuke's leg and then swung him into the ground. Sasuke got up and then fired a punch aimed for Naruto's gut, but Naruto back-flipped to avoid it. Sasuke then formed hand signs. "Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu," Sasuke yelled, and then a huge fireball sped towards the blonde. But Naruto jumped near the river and formed hand signs. "Uzumaki secret jutsu. Yuzu no Tate," Naruto shouted. Then water rose up out of the river and swirled into a whirlpool before going in front of Naruto and protecting him from Sasuke's fireball. Sasuke couldn't believe his eyes. The dobe, he was losing to the dobe. Surprised as Sasuke, "Well, that's not all," Naruto said and formed hand signs. "Suetun. Suryuden no Jutsu," Naruto said. The whirlpool then morphed into a dragon's head, and then the dragon sped towards Sasuke. Naruto grinned like a maniac before he laughed. The water dragon gave a roar. Sasuke formed some hand signs and then held his hand out in front of him. "Raitun. Raryuhiki no Jutsu / wall of lightning," Sasuke yelled, and then electricity poured out his body and expanded, forming a wall in front of him. The dragon crashed into the lightning wall and then disappeared in a splash. Naruto then ran forward. Sasuke also ran forward and they engaged in a heavy taijutsu battle. Kakashi was on the sidelines, admiring the amount of skill Naruto and Sasuke had with their new jutsus, while Sakura was cheering on Sasuke. Naruto then aimed a kick at Sasuke's stomach, but Sasuke caught the kick and then twisted Naruto's ankle, intending to break it, but Naruto spun with the twist and freed his leg. Naruto then got back up and threw a few punches which Sasuke blocked. However, Naruto had then sent a fast kick to Sasuke's stomach, knocking the wind out of him, and then followed up by punching Sasuke in the chin, then ducked and formed a cage bunshin which kicked Sasuke in the chin, sending him upwards. Naruto followed up and added a kick of his own before grabbing Sasuke's ankles, formed a few flips and slammed Sasuke in the dirt. Naruto then rolled back onto his feet and threw a few shuriken. Sasuke slowly got up and then formed some hand signs and then spun. "Katan. Karyuhiki no Jutsu," he said, and then a whirl of fire melted the projectiles. Naruto sneered at Sasuke, who grinned in satisfaction. Naruto then decided he needed to end this now and then channel chakra and form some hand signs. "Secret Uzumaki jutsu. Some no sway," Naruto said, and then water surrounded his hands and formed claws. Naruto showed his foxy grin to Sasuke. "I win," Naruto said, and then disappeared in a blur of speed. Everyone's eyes widened at the pace Naruto moved at. Only Kakashi could track him. Naruto then appeared in front of the Uchiha with his claws of water held in front of the Uchiha's face. "You are dead and I am the victor. I claim victory of this battle between myself and the Uchiha team," Naruto yelled and then looked at the time. It was time to go home. Sakura then looked at Sasuke and saw the bruises and cuts he had gotten from Naruto. She glared at the blonde who was celebrating his victory. "I'll never forgive you for this, Naruto baka," Sakura said. Naruto turned and put on a mock-sad face. "Oh, how will I ever live with myself?" he said sarcastically before he turned back to leave. Kakashi then got up to go and check on Sasuke before gonna have a talk with our blonde Jinchuriki. Konoha streets. Naruto was walking down the street feeling rather good about himself as he ignored the villagers' glares which he received at a daily basis. He had learned some jutsu, mastered them, and then to wrap it all up, he had beaten the Sasuke's ass in front of Sakura and Kakashi-sensei. Yup, this was a good day, and also he got to go to the Chunin exams. Then he turned when he heard some footsteps behind him. "Oh, hey Kakashi-sensei. Sorry about beating up Sasuke so badly. It's just that I needed to put him in his place and to make a point," Naruto said. Kakashi waved his hand. No, it's all right. In fact, what you say is totally true. But next time, don't be so rough, Kakashi said. What was that point you were trying to make anyway? That even a dobe can become strong, Naruto stated. Kakashi smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair. I'm proud of you, Naruto. I'm glad to call you my student. In fact, I think you're the only one who has enough potential to become Chunin. But in order to get through the first and second rounds, you need that aspect of teamwork with Sasuke and Sakura, so just try to get along with them for the time being, just until the third part of the exams. Okay, Naruto, Kakashi said. Hi. I'll try, sensei, Naruto said, and then Kakashi left in a poof of smoke. Well, Kyuubi-sensei, time to train, he thought to the fox. I've already made the schedule, Kit, Kyuubi replied with a vulpine grin. Naruto's apartment in his mindscape. Naruto was in his mindscape when he arrived home and was training with Kyuubi. So, sensei, what did you say you were going to teach me? Naruto questioned. I will be teaching you the ability to transform into an animal, namely a fox, Kyuubi said with a wide grin. How will turning into a fox help me? He questioned slowly as the words processed in his mind. Ooh, nice, I love it. Teach me, Naruto said in excitement. Kyuubi chuckled. Okay, so in order to turn into a fox, you must visualize the look of a fox, its scent, every single physical aspect of it if you want to become one of us, Kyuubi explained. Now just close your eyes, and in order to turn into a fox you must say the magic words, Imabigstapidfathead. Kyuubi said with a snicker. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Imabigstapidfathead, Naruto said, and then opened his eyes and looked at himself and saw the Kyuubi laughing and rolling on the floor. Kyuubi, I thought you said saying those words would help me, Naruto said angrily. Naruto, say those words slowly and you'll hear what they say and then you'll understand why I'm laughing, Kyuubi said, and then returned to busting his gut and feeling his spleen die so many times from the amount of laughter. Naruto thought as he processed the words slowly through his brain. Imabigstapidfathead. I'm a big, stupid, fat head, Naruto said to himself before his eyes widened in realization. Naruto glared at the fox. Now I know why people hate you baka kitsunes, Naruto growled. Ah, come on, Kit, don't be like that. Okay, to really turn into a fox you must do the first part of everything I said, and then you will morph into one of kin, Kyuubi said. Naruto nodded and then closed his eyes and focused on being a fox. Then the most extraordinary thing happened. Naruto's whiskers became darker and then grew off his face and became actual whiskers. His ears elongated and became pointed like Kyuubi's, golden blonde fur covered his body. His toes and fingers came together and changed into paws, and then finally, a single golden tail sprouted out of his skin, but the most painful part finally came. Naruto fell to the ground howling in pain, that's right, howling, as his bones and muscles rearranged themselves to form the bones and muscles of a kitsune's. Naruto then fell from 2 legs to all 4s, and then Naruto opened his eyes. They were still cerulean blue, but the pupil was slitted, and then Naruto let out a howl. Naruto then looked at himself. Ha 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 ha. I did it. It hurt like hell, but I did it, I'm a kitsune. Then Naruto froze. How do I change back? Kyuubi-sensei? Okay, Kit, now that you've mastered the kitsune transformation, you must now do the Hanyu transformation. For when you accomplish this exercise you are no longer human or demon, but half demon, a Hanyu. Kyuubi said. Naruto was silent before he started freaking out. Ever watch Johnny Test? Well, you know when Dookie freaks out, yeah, Naruto's doing that. What do you mean I'm not human? People will surely notice the tails and ears poking out, Naruto screamed. Kyuubi waved his paw. Relax, just focus on changing into your human form and the transformation will do the rest. Naruto forced himself to calm down and then focused, and his bones popped and cracked as he transformed again. This time he looked like his human self, except he now the hair by where his ears were had grown to cover it up, and the 2 fluffy ears stuck up out of his blonde locks, and the tail still swished behind him. Okay, now what? Naruto asked. How do I get rid of the fluffy thingies here and here? He asked, gesturing to his head and rear. You can't, but I can cast a genjutsu around you that will hide them, Kyuubi said. Oh well, guess I'll just have to get used to the tail and ears not being on the side of head, Naruto said. Guess I'd better get going then, later sensei, he said, and was about to leave. Oh no, you don't, you will stay here until midnight, It's only 2:30 right now and you will stay here and train in your transformations because at the speed you do it at anybody would have killed you by then, Kyuubi commanded. Naruto nodded. Yes, Kyuubi-sensei, Naruto said. And then for the rest of the day within the confines of Naruto's mindscape, his screams continued until midnight. Time skip, next Friday. Over the week, Naruto had tried and eventually succeeded in trying to make things work out between Sasuke, Sakura, and him. He told them that they would work together for the first 2 parts of the exam and then during the final part they wouldn't help each other and then the killing blow. Once they became Chunin, they didn't have to associate with him anymore unless on missions. That got them to agree to help each other for the exams. Team 7 then walked to the academy building where the first exam of the Chunin exams was supposed to take place. Then as Naruto and the others were walking, Naruto rounded a corner and accidentally ran into a boy, about 1 year older than himself, and a girl was about 15 was standing behind him. Naruto dusted himself off and looked at the two. The boy was wearing a cat-like black bodysuit, wore some sort of kabuki paint, and to top it off some sort of large thing on his back wrapped in bandages. As for the girl, she was blonde, her hair tied in 4 individual ponytails, wore a purple top and skirt, and you could see she was wearing a fishnet suit underneath and saw their Hitayatesh, both from the hidden sand village. Gomen nasai. I wasn't watching where I was going, Naruto apologized. The boy, however, didn't take the apology and sneered at Naruto. I don't care. I hate when people bump into me, he said and then looked at the girl. Temari, don't interfere, he added. The girl, defined as Temari, shook her head. Kankuro, can you anywhere without picking a fight? She asked with an annoyed tone. Kankuro smiled and shrugged and then cocked his fist back to hit Naruto. Naruto blocked the punch and then struck a pressure point on Kankuro's arm, disabling it. Kankuro was furious and then tried to reach the bundle on his back, but then a chilling voice was heard. Kankuro, stop this nonsense immediately, the scary voice said. All heads turned to see a red-headed boy standing upside down on a tree. He wore a brown and black outfit and had a most heavy gourd on his back and had a tattoo with the kanji for love above his right eye. Gaara, Gomen, this Gaki here started it. Kankuro started but was halted mid-sentence. Shut up, or I'll kill you, Gaara said, each word dripping with killing intent. Gaara then disappeared in a whirl of wind. When the wind was whirling, Gaara spied Naruto. He managed to paralyze Kankuro's arm and render him useless. He has skill, Gaara thought, and then reappeared between Kankuro and Temari. I'm sorry for the intrusion. I am Sabaku no Gaara. You, the blonde, what is yours? Uzumaki Naruto replied. Sasuke then stepped forward. I'm Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke said as though his name meant the entire world. Gaara then turned away from Team 7, ignoring Sasuke. I will see you at the Chunin exams. Uzumaki Naruto, I will enjoy our fight, Gaara said. Naruto nodded and then watched the Suna team walk off. Team 7 then went to go to the Ninja Academy, the place where all their training began, where the first exam was to take place. Team 7 entered the complex and then ascended to the 3rd floor. When they arrived at the 2nd floor, they saw a large amount of people standing there demanding to be let into a room that had been said to be where the Chunin exams were. Team 7 looked at each other with confused looks, but they had only gone up 2 floors. Then realization hit Naruto. Listen guys, he whispered. This is a decoy. This is really the 2nd floor. So I say we leave this room and go up ahead, so as to lower our competition. Sasuke and Sakura were surprised at the blonde's sensory abilities and then nodded dumbly. 3rd floor. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked up to the 3rd floor, and then when they reached the door, Kakashi was waiting for them. Ah, good you all showed up, Kakashi said. What might have happened if we didn't, sensei? Sakura asked. You all would never be able to go in if it was only 2 of you, for in order to go to the Chunin exams, there must be 3-man teams, so go in and kick some ass, Kakashi said, giving a thumbs up. The Genin nodded and then went to walk, but then Naruto was held back by Kakashi. Naruto, give them a good introduction, would you? Kakashi asked. Naruto grinned and nodded. The team then entered the room and their eyes widened. The entire room was filled with a mass of glaring genin, all the glares fired towards at them. Sasuke-kun, a shrilly voice cried. Sasuke was then glomped by Yamanaka Ino. I've been waiting for you in excitement, she said in a seductive voice. Sakura instantly got mad. Ino pig, get your hooves off of Sasuke-kun, the pink-haired banshee yelled to the blonde-haired banshee. The two banshees then yelled at each other until two more people joined the party. Hey guys, can you turn it down? It's very troublesome, Shikamaru said as Chuji walked beside him eating his chips. Hey Shikamaru. Chuji, Naruto greeted, giving them high fives. Shikamaru and Chuji and smiled as they chatted with their friend. Naruto, nice clothes. Looks like you finally decided to be smart now, Shikamaru said with a chuckle. Naruto was wearing a black jacket with the Uzumaki symbol on it and remained open to show the world his dark blue t-shirt underneath, which had a picture of the yin and yang symbol with dragon on yin and a fox on yang, along with some long forest green cargo pants and blue ninja sandals. So guys, how's training with Asuma? Kakashi-sensei and my team have been training like crazy. When Kakashi signed us up, Naruto said. Shikamaru chuckled. Yeah, we've training like crazy also. But Ino's been too much of a bitch, so it was really troublesome, Shikamaru said. Naruto and Chuji laughed at the insult towards Ino. Ino, however, heard that, started to shout at the lazy boy genius. Naruto found it was too silent and then pointed his finger at all the genin present. Oi, Mina! I am Uzumaki Naruto and I will defeat you! Naruto yelled. The whole room glared and directed killer intent at Naruto. Naruto ignored them all and then fired back with a large amount of his own by firing up the Kyuubi's chakra. People then reduced theirs and backed and knew one thing. Don't mess with Uzumaki Naruto. Hey Sasuke. We are so going to kick your ass, Kiba said as he and his team walked in. Kiba then walked forward and gave Naruto a high five. Kiba, buddy, how's it going? Naruto asked. Really good. But from what I can see, you've gotten stronger and developed fashion sense. But Sasuke looks like a stupid asshole, and Sakura. No comment on her, Kiba said. Sasuke gritted his teeth at the insult and attempted to punch Kiba, but Naruto blocked it. Sasuke saved the violence for the exam. Not now, Naruto said. Then there was a long moment of silence, so Kabuto had no reason to go over and get information on the rookies. Then a large poof of smoke appeared, and then a tall man wearing a bandana with a Konoha symbol on it and a long black trench coat with about 10 Chunin stood behind him. Okay, you gakis. Time to shut your yaps and sit down. I am Marino Ibiki and I am proctor of first written exam, Ibiki ordered. Naruto cracked his fingers. Oh, this was going to be fun. Chapter 4. Chunin Exams Part 1. Alright, you gakis, take a seat so we can proceed with this written exam, Ibiki said. Naruto went and grabbed a seat between Shikamaru and Chuji. Good luck, guys, Naruto said to his two friends. Shikamaru and Chuji nodded and then looked at Ibiki as he explained the rules of the exam. Okay guys, the rules are that when the test is over, if you get one of the 10 questions wrong, you lose 1 point, so you get 9 out of 10 and so on. Also, if you are caught cheating 3 times in a row, you and your team are completely disqualified from the exam. Also, the 10th question at the end will be revealed 45 minutes before the exam is finished. Okay, and as soon as you receive your test papers, you can begin, Ibiki said. The mass of Chunin then quickly handed out test papers and then took seats around the classroom, their clipboards at the ready, in order to write down the team that was caught cheating. Naruto then looked at the questions and immediately paled. Okay, first question, there is a line representing the distance a person can throw a shuriken. The radius of the semicircle shown is the line of enemy ninja. Show the calculations of how the ninja can hit all of his enemies using that one shuriken, Naruto thought, reading the question. This question seemed near impossible. Naruto clutched his head as he watched Sakura just blaze past those questions, but only a normal person would have to cheat. Naruto showed his foxy grin. He then tapped his pencil on the desk. To most people it would only be a person tapping their pencil, but to experienced ninja it was actually Morse code. Hey Shikamaru, we have to cheat, he tapped. Shikamaru nodded and tapped his pencil. Yeah, I realized, but we have no one to cheat off of, Shikamaru tapped back. Naruto thought and then smiled. Don't worry, I have a plan. I can get the answers using a little technique I've been working on, Naruto said. Shikamaru sighed. Troublesome, But alright, say does Chuji know Morse code too? He asked. Naruto thought for a while. I think so, let me check. Naruto tapped. Naruto then kicked Chuji's leg. Chuji turned to Naruto and found him tapping his pencil. Chuji looked at the pencil for a few seconds before his eyes widened and he grinned. Chuji then picked up his pencil and began to return the Morse message. Naruto's eyes brightened. Oh yeah, he does. Shikamaru. Naruto tapped to the lazy genius. Shikamaru smiled. Naruto then tapped out the plan to Chuji. Chuji nodded and then Naruto set to work. Naruto used his genjutsu hidden fox ears to listen to the sound vibrations of Sasuke's pencil, since he had obviously hit the jackpot with the person he was copying from with his Sharingan. Naruto then quickly wrote down the answers and when he had finished, he quickly tapped them out to Chuji and Shikamaru. While Naruto was tapping the answers to Chuji and Shikamaru, people from Konoha and the other villages were being caught cheating and the numbers dropped like flies, dwindling from over 100 to at least 55 teams left. After that, the three friends took a nap on the desk. Kankuro went to go to the bathroom with an escort Chunin. While in the bathroom, Kankuro laughed. Those Konoha Nins didn't even notice there was an extra Chunin in the ranks. Okay, Karasu, tell me the answers starting with number 1. Kankuro said, and then the Chunin's face started to crack off, revealing a wooden surface underneath. Time skip. 45 minutes left. Okay, Gaki's pencils down. Time for the 10th question. Now then, before I ask the 10th question, does anyone want to drop out? If so, do it now, Ibiki said. Then immediately at least 11 teams dropped out, leaving 44 teams. Okay. As for those of you that stayed here, Ibiki took a dramatic pause. You pass, he said with a smile. Everyone in the room gasped. What do you mean we passed? What was the 10th question? Tamari asked, not understanding the events that had just occurred. You see, the 10th question was whether or not you would have the guts to stay. The point of this test was to be able to gather information, thus you were required to cheat, Ibiki explained. Sometimes information of the enemy is vital to a village and… Ibiki then removed his bandana and the whole class was shocked. There on his scalp were numerous burns, slashes and holes from where screws were punctured into his head. It can even cost you your life, he finished. Cool, I bet his hands are worse, Dosu, and Odo Nin thought. Then something blasted through the nearby window and then the black thing unfolded to reveal it was a tarp that read, Proctor of Second Exam, the awesome and knockout sexy Mitarashi Anko, and there in front of the tarp was a purple-haired woman, wearing umbu leg armor, a orange skirt over a fishnet outfit, and to top it off a large full-body trench coat, who would obviously be Anko. Anko surveyed the classroom and smiled. Everyone was freaked out by her entrance, except for a young Uzumaki Naruto who was checking her out. Anko grinned at Naruto, who just nodded in acknowledgement. Ibiki, you've gone soft. There are 44 teams left in here, Anko said. Not my fault if they want to die, Ibiki said. Well, I'll be sure to reduce their numbers by more than half, she said with an evil grin. Everybody shuddered in fear at what she had just said. Okay, boys and girls. Follow me to where you're going to have your second exam, Anko said. The entire class got up and reluctantly followed. The class then walked through the village and then entered an area with a sign that said restricted section. Naruto grinned in anticipation. Oh, he was going to have some fun today. Then Anko stopped in front of a large fence. Behind the fence was a large amount of dense foliage, where the sounds roars, hisses, branches snapping, and other sounds could be heard. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Training Grounds, number 44, also known as the Forest of Death, she said. Naruto smirked. Sounds fun, he said. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy nut job, which he might have been. It does, doesn't it, at least for now. Just wait until you meet all the bloodthirsty predators in there. That's when the real fun starts, Anko said. Like I said, sounds fun, Naruto said. People began to back away from the blonde boy and purple-haired woman. I like Ugaki, but anyways, back to the exam. Okay, the rules are simple. Since there are 44 of you, 22 of you will each get Earth Scrolls, the half Heaven Scrolls. The object of this is to go and try and get both scrolls by taking out other teams. Then when you have gotten both scrolls, you will head to the tower in the center of the forest where the other half of the exams are to take place, Anko explained. The genin all nodded. Now then, you will first sign this consent form before you get a scroll, Anko said. Why? Sakura asked. Because I don't want to be responsible for when the parents start crying when their gakis die, Anko said with a grin. The genin then took a consent form, and then one by one each team got either a hine or an earth scroll. So we don't know who gets which scroll, Sasuke said. Yeah, but that just means we have more people to fight, Naruto said. Sakura hid behind Sasuke, who was smiling at the thought of fighting people. Okay people, your teams will be assigned to a gate, and then on my mark the gates will open and the exam will begin, Anko said. Team 7 Gate 1. Team 8 Gate 2. Team 10 Gate 3. Oto Team Gate 4. Kabuto's Team Gate 5. Okay, on your marks. Get set. Anko began. The genin's legs tensed, ready to bolt inside the moment the gates opened. Ikuzo! Anko yelled and the gates sprung open and the team sped inside the forest, not prepared for the horrors that wait within. Chapter 5. Naruto gets a pet. Naruto and the team were jumping through the trees, looking out for any enemy nines that had Earth Scroll at having received the Scroll of Heaven. But then Naruto paused. Thanks Naruto's new advanced senses from being a fox, he smelled a new scent in the air, and it was a smelly smell, the smelly smell that could be so smelly. Naruto turned to his teammates. Oh come on Sasuke team, don't fart now. Oh dear Kami, I need air. I need the luscious oxygen. Naruto yelled as he gasped for air. Sasuke turned red. It wasn't me, Sasuke cried. It was Sakura, he said pointing at her. Sakura gasped. Oh my Kami-sama, Sasuke-kun. I'm a lady and ladies don't fart, Sakura said with a blush in her face. Yes Sasuke, you have to use the proper term. Sakura has broken wind, Naruto said, and then he and Sasuke fell on their branches in laughter. Sakura was even more embarrassed, not because she was accused of breaking wind, but because she actually did. After Naruto and Sasuke calmed down from laughing, they had heard a rustling in the bushes below. Naruto and the others watched from their treetop perches, hinged as birds, and watched. But guys, I swear, I heard somebody laughing in this direction, an aim genin said, running out of the bushes. His teammates followed behind him and sighed. Naruto's eyes widened. They were wearing some kind of snorkeling gear and full-body elastic suits. One had both his eyes revealed, another had only one eye, and the last one had both his eyes covered. Oh come on. Look, there's nobody here except for those three weird-looking birds that have been watching us for a while. Now come on, we have to find a heaven scroll. The birds' eyes widened at the word heaven, meaning that they had an earth scroll. Now when the aim genin had their backs turned to leave, Naruto and the others released their henges and dropped down on them like vultures. That earth scroll will be mine, Naruto growled as his eyes turned slitted. The aim genins immediately got into fighting stances. Naruto then rushed the one on the left that had his eyes covered, which was probably the most idiotic this to do when facing Naruto. Naruto quickly kicked the boy in the stomach. The boy groaned in pain as Naruto then elbowed him in the face, followed by a knockout blow by an uppercut to the chin. Sasuke and Sakura had taken down the one with one eye and were now looking at the one with both his eyes. Do you have the scroll? Sasuke asked in a sickeningly sweet voice, his Sharingan staring deep into the boy's eyes. No, the one with one eye does, he said, pointing to his downed teammate. Naruto went and held the scroll high and grinned. Huzzah, to the tower my minions. Away, Naruto said, and then walked forward, but then turned around and scratched his head. Which way is the tower? He asked sheepishly. Sasuke and Sakura sweat dropped. Okay Naruto Baka, first of all we are not your minions. Second, the tower is. Well, let's see, judging by the wind speeds, differentiating the coefficients, and due to Sasuke blocking those winds, the tower can be said to be in the direction that is north. You're going east, Sakura said. Wow Haruno, how'd you figure that out? Naruto asked. Sakura pointed in front of Naruto. There's a sign right there in front of us, she said. Sasuke and Naruto turned to find a giant neon sign saying the tower is north, and a big giant arrow was blinking in the direction of the tower. Naruto's sweat dropped. How did we miss that? Naruto asked Sasuke. Sasuke muttered. Naruto and the others then walked north towards the tower, with Sasuke holding the scrolls. Then Naruto felt a disturbance in the force, and then a huge gust of wind came and blew Naruto away. Sakura and Sasuke had managed to stick to the ground with chakra. Naruto, they cried as they saw him blow away. Then a long-haired genin from Kusagakure, identified from the Hittite, stepped out. Kuku. Well, hello Sasuke-kun, she said with an evil chuckle. Outside the FOD. Anko looked at the dead bodies of the 3 Kusa genins. Their faces were completely melted off with no trace of who did it. But Anko knew. Kuso, Orochimaru team, Anko growled. Okay people, get the umbu. I'm going in. Anko then turned to leave. Then another Chunin jumped in front of Anko. Anko-san, you know that big neon sign that shows the way to the tower? He asked. Anko nodded. Yeah, we forgot to tear it down, and apparently the Uzumaki boys team found it, he said. Anko's sweat dropped. Bakas, anyways I'm busy so you do it, Anko said, and then jumped into the dense foliage. With Naruto. Naruto was knocked out on the ground after being blown head first into a tree. Naruto was lying still on the ground, alive, but not awake. Then a little pair of slitted green eyes watched the blonde from a distance in the bushes. The owner of those eyes hopped out of the bushes to reveal that it was a small little fox kit, with black fur and a white-tipped tail. The kit then sniffed Naruto and then began to lick his face. Naruto stirred before he awoke to find a pink tongue in his eye. Naruto shot up, scaring the kit. Naruto turned and looked at the little kitsune. Hey, he said. The fox yipped back to Naruto before jumping into his lap and licked his face. Again. Naruto chuckled and then stopped the kit. Okay, as much as I like the affection, I need to go find my teammates, so bye, Naruto said and then turned to leave, but then found the black fox kit walking by his side, which turned out to be at his calf in height. The fox looked at Naruto and showed what was supposed to be a smile, revealing sharp teeth. Okay, so you want to come with me? Naruto asked. The kit yipped in response. I'll take that as a yes, Naruto said, and then he picked up the kit and tucked it under his arm and then jumped to the trees. With Sasuke. Sasuke and Sakura were hiding behind a tree from that queer snake freak. But wherever they were, he would just appear. Then Sakura's eyes widened and was about to shout as she saw a humongous snake, but Sasuke covered it. Shoo, Sakura. He might find us if you talked, he warned. But Sakura bit Sasuke's hand. Itachi, what was that for? He asked, nursing his bitten hand. Sakura then grabbed Sasuke's head and forcefully turned it, and then his eyes widened when he saw the snake. Sasuke then quickly turned on his Sharingan, and then flung numerous amounts of shuriken at the reptile, effectively killing it as the animal fell on the large tree branch with a bem. Sasuke was breathing heavily at having so much adrenaline course through his body. But then he heard a crunching sound. He looked and saw the monstrous reptile's head burst open, and there stood the evil Kusanine. Well done, eating so many of my reptilian friends, Sasuke. But it's not enough, the Kusanine said with a laugh. Who are you? Sasuke asked as he stared at the pedophilic monstrosity. Well, I guess since you're going to die soon, I will give you my name. I am Orochimaru, he said, and then peeled off his face. That's right, peeled it off, to reveal the glowing yellow slitted eyes of a snake and pale white skin. But Rick, now I don't feel like killing you, so I'll just give you a little parting gift, Orochimaru said, and then his neck elongated, and fangs grew poised to strike. But then a flurry of shuriken stopped the snake in his tracks. Everyone looked in the direction where the shuriken came from, and there stood a blonde-haired boy with a black fox kit at his heels. Sorry I'm late. I needed to find your scent, but not to worry. Uzumaki Naruto is here, Naruto said with a grin. The black-furred fox yipped by its friend. My. Well, hello Naruto-kun. Seems you and your little friend there want to kill me, Orochimaru said as he felt the killer intent being emitted from Naruto. Naruto then jumped at the snake, but then Orochimaru summoned an old friend, the reptile Sasuke had killed a few moments ago. The snake then batted away Naruto with its tail as if it was slapping away a fly. Naruto then crashed into a tree with a sickening crunch of the bark. Orochimaru cackled before heading towards Sasuke, but as he was doing so, a black and yellow blur appeared and stabbed the snake. There stood Naruto, two kunai jabbed into the snake's nose. Naruto then looked up, Red-slitted eyes looked at Sasuke. "You alright pant you emo freak," Naruto said. Sasuke was staring at Naruto like he had grown a second head. How did the dobe get so strong? And what's with his eyes being red? Sasuke thought. Naruto turned and glared at Orochimaru. Naruto then sped forward with speed that the Hibi-Sannin couldn't even track and was elbowed in the gut. The Hibi-Sannin gasped as the wind was knocked out of him. Naruto then followed up with a punch to the gut again, followed by an uppercut to the chin, then a punch to the solar plexus and a kick to the chin. Orochimaru was sent flying, and then the fox kit that Naruto found appeared and then bit Orochimaru's nose. Orochimaru screamed in pain as the kit sunk its teeth into the cartilage. Orochimaru then grabbed the kit and threw it. Naruto quickly shunshined and caught the kit and then rested it on the ground. "Stay here. I don't want you getting hurt," Naruto said, his red eyes staring into the kit's green ones. The kit nodded, and then Naruto shunshined into the fray once again. Orochimaru quickly recovered from his bleeding nose and then caught using quick ref. X's caught a punch to the face courtesy of Naruto. Naruto growled and then tried to slash the Hibi-Sannin in his eye, but Orochimaru extended his tongue to extraordinary lengths and stopped the clawed hand, and then using the tongue, slammed Naruto into the tree trunk, and then to add the finishing blow he threw Naruto off the tree so he could fall onto the spiky tree branches below that were sure to impale him. "Naruto, no!" Sakura cried and then took out a kunai and pinned him to a tree by his jacket. Sasuke then stared as he saw Naruto being saved by Sakura. "Looks like it's my turn to fight," Sasuke said, and then he looked at Orochimaru, focusing all of his killing intent on him. Orochimaru turned and smiled. Sasuke was glaring at him, the red irises of the Sharingan blazing and his tomo spinning. "Oh ho, so the young Uchiha is angry that I defeated his little teammate. Well, let's see how fare against me," Orochimaru said. Sasuke then rushed Orochimaru, leaving an after image behind at the speed he was moving at, a punch at the ready. Orochimaru rushed Sasuke and their blows met. Sasuke then jumped up and delivered an axe kick, but Orochimaru dodged and aimed to bite Sasuke's neck with his fangs. Sasuke rolled to the side and then found an opening. He punched Orochimaru in the gut and then followed up with a kick to chin and then a rapid uppercut, sending the Hibi-Sannin upwards. Sasuke then jumped up and kicked Orochimaru off the tree branch. Orochimaru then began to fall head first towards the ground. Sasuke then jumped off a tree trunk and caught up with the falling Orochimaru. He then wrapped his legs around the Hibi-Sannin's throat and his arms around his legs. The two then fell at an impressive speed before Orochimaru's head came into contact with a very large tree branch with a crash. Dust and tree bark were scattered everywhere from the impact. The dust cleared as Sakura, with an unconscious Naruto and the Black Fox kit, jumped down. "Yeah, way to go, Sasuke-kun," she shouted. But then her eyes widened as the Orochimaru there turned to mud, a Tsuchibunshin/Earth clone. "Kuku. Good effort, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said from behind the Uchiha prodigy, clapping his hands. Sasuke got angry and threw 2 shuriken at the snake man, but he effortlessly dodged the attacks. Orochimaru then ducked underneath a Fuma shuriken as its razor-sharp edges had intended to cut off his head. But then the Hibi-Sannin noticed Sasuke was smiling. Sasuke then tugged on a thread of ninja wire in his hand. Then all of a sudden, a few meters of wire wrapped around Orochimaru and pinned him to a tree. Nani/what? A San Shuriken no Jutsu/triple Shuriken Jutsu, but when Orochimaru cried, Sasuke then flashed through hand signs and took a deep breath. Katan. Ryuka no Jutsu/fire style. Dragon Fire Jutsu. Sasuke yelled, and then a powerful stream of fire blasted from his mouth and sped towards Orochimaru as it followed the path of the ninja wire. The intense flames crashed into Orochimaru, making the man scream with intense pain, his body becoming black from the burns in some areas. The fire then died down and Orochimaru lay still. Sasuke released the wires and then took a deep breath. That Ryuka no Jutsu took a lot more out of him than he had anticipated. Kuku, Gomen Nasai, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru said as his head sprung back up, those piercing yellow eyes staring right into Sasuke's Sharingan. What the hell are you? Sasuke asked. I'm Orochimaru, former Konoha no Sannin, Orochimaru said, and then his neck extended and his fangs grew, intending to bite Sasuke. But then Sakura formed her earth sword and slammed it into Orochimaru's neck. Orochimaru coughed up some blood as his neck nearly shattered from the blow. "Nice shot, girl, but you're in the way," Orochimaru said as he coughed up some blood. The Hibi Sannin struck a fast blow to Sakura's neck, knocking her to the ground, and then the pink-haired Haruno watched in horror as Orochimaru bit Sasuke in the crook of his neck. Then Orochimaru withdrew his fangs, and then there on Sasuke's neck a cursed seal of heaven was formed. "Kukuku, hear this, girl. That mark is a little present for Sasuke that will allow him to have tremendous power. And remember this, someday Sasuke-kun will come to me." In the lust for power, Orochimaru hissed and then melted into a tree trunk. Sakura then left to find a place where she could help the boys recover, the kit trailing behind. Some random area of the forest. Sakura was with the boys and the kit watching over them. The cute little fox had fallen asleep on top of Naruto's chest, curled up in a ball. Sakura thought that it was so cute, but then remembered to help the blonde and raven-haired boys to get better. She soaked a rag with water she kept in her weapons pouch and placed it Sasuke's head. Then Sakura made a few traps to get rid of any enemy genin that would attack them. After that, a few hours later, the two males had still not woken up and Sakura began to grow even more worried for her two teammates. Sure, she hated Naruto, but he helped them survive against Orochimaru. Then she heard a rustling in the bushes and Sakura turned and instantly drew her kunai. She then released the breath she was unconsciously holding when it was revealed to be a squirrel, but it was heading for her hidden trap. Sakura quickly threw her kunai at the woodland animal, which quickly ran away in fright. The bushes rustled again after a few minutes and then 3 Oto genin stepped out. "Well, hello there, miss. We're looking for an Uchiha Sasuke. Have you seen him?" the bandaged-up one, Dosu asked. "Yeah, we're here on a special assignment that includes him, a girl with long black hair, camouflage pants, and a green tank top, Kin. We're here to kill him, the one with spiky black hair, wearing a white top with the kanji for death on it and black pants, Zaku." Sakura just stood in front of Sasuke, as if saying, "No way, you can't have Sasuke-kun." The desire to protect her teammates shone in her emerald eyes. "Well, looks like we'll have to this by force," Zaku said and then stepped forward. Sakura inwardly smirked. He was about to spring her trap. "Mateo, Zaku, it's a trap," Dosu shouted, but it was too late. Zaku stepped on a tripwire and the whole ground gave way underneath the 3 Oto nins. Dosu and Kin jumped out of the way, but Zaku couldn't since he was closest to the trap. "Oh, you pink-haired bitch. I'll get you," Zaku cried from in his hole. Zaku then channeled compressed air into the holes in his palms and then fired. The force of the air shot him upwards out of the hole. Zaku landed deftly on his feet and smiled. "Oh, plan failed," he teased. Sakura glared before throwing a kunai. Zaku effortlessly dodged the kunai, which had cut a tripwire which fired numerous kunai and shuriken at the Oto nin's defenseless back. Dosu then jumped in front of Zaku and revealed some sort of gauntlet on his left arm. The gauntlet then released a high-pitched sound wave that stopped the weapons and they clattered onto the ground below. Sakura then threw an exploding kunai at the 3, who jumped into the air. Sakura then cut a vine and a huge log was released, intending to smash them. Dosu then used his gauntlet, which shattered the log into splinters. "Good try, Pinky," Dosu said. "I could tell you had prepared for various amounts of scenarios, but I'm afraid we have to get through you to get Sasuke." "Like hell you will," Sakura growled and then formed some hand signs. "Doton. Ken no Tsuchi," Sakura yelled and the sword of earth formed in her hands. Sakura gripped the blade and got ready to strike. The 3 were impressed at the powerful jutsu that Sakura performed. Sakura then rushed the 3, going for Zaku first. Zaku then fired off a series Zankoha's powerful streams of compressed air blasts. Sakura raised her sword and slashed downwards, which destroyed the Zankohas. Zaku grew angry at this and fired more. Sakura then formed more hand signs. "Doton. Dorihiki no Jutsu," Sakura said, and then a wall of earth poured out of her mouth, deflecting the air blasts. The wall then broke and Sakura was grinning. She then continued her assault, her sword at her side closing in on Zaku. Lin then jumped in front of her teammate, but Sakura had slammed her sword into the girl's side, breaking a few ribs with a sickening crunch, and she flew to the side. Zaku then jumped away as Sakura slammed her sword down, creating a large dust cloud. Zaku landed, but didn't expect what was coming after. A series of earth spikes came from where the sword crashed into the ground and was headed for him. Zaku dodged to the side and then he fired Zankohas. Sakura was too busy looking for him and was struck by the wind bullets. Her skin was cut and blood flowed freely. Her hair was cut off at the shoulder and dirt was kicked up in her face. Zaku took advantage of this and began to punch and kick Sakura. Sakura formed a sword again and managed to hit Zaku in the shoulder. Zaku then kicked away the pinkette, sending her rolling in the ground. Then as Zaku fixed his dislocated shoulder, he felt two sources of ominous chakra. Zaku and Dosu looked and saw the rising forms of Naruto and Sasuke surrounded by purple and red chakras respectively. "Sakura, are you all right?" Sasuke asked. "Who did this to you, Haruno?" Naruto asked. The fox kit by his side had, due to the Kyuubi's chakra, had grown to the size of Naruto's waist and now had two tails, its green eyes staring intently at the two Odo Nins. "I did," Zaku said proudly. Dosu shook his head in disappointment. "You don't tell a person who looks and is stronger than you hurt their teammate." "Well then I guess we'll have to return the favor," Naruto said. Then he and Sasuke shunshined away. Zaku spun and released a Zankoha. This formed a powerful dome of wind and sound waves that destroyed everything in a 10-foot radius. Zaku halted his spinning and grinned when he didn't see Naruto and Sasuke. "Ha! I blew them away," Zaku said triumphantly. "Blew who away?" two evil voices said. Naruto looked at his fox. "Sick him, Shizuka," Naruto told the fox. The kitsune then growled and bit Zaku's arm, blood flowing and staining the kit's fur red. Naruto then called off the kit and then they both grabbed Zaku's arms and then smashed them into their knees at the elbow, effectively breaking Zaku's arms. Zaku fainted from the pain and then Naruto, Sasuke and Shizuka turned towards Dosu. Dosu tired to offer them his earth scroll if they let he and his teammates go. "Gomen Nasai, we already have one, so bad luck for you," Sasuke said, and the Sharingan spun. Sasuke then shunshined behind Dosu and kicked him in the back. Naruto then kicked Dosu in the chin, sending the bandaged boy upwards. The two boys then appeared above the boy and delivered a double axe kick to Dosu's face, and the bandaged boy slammed into the ground with terrific force. Dosu was knocked unconscious from the blows, ending up with 6 broken ribs, a broken nose and fractured skull and arms and legs. Physical recovery would take 5 weeks. Psychological recovery would be 4 months. The ferocious chakras then left the two boys and the fox kit, turning them all back to normal. But Shizuka did not change, having his 2 tails and height, just didn't have the same bloodlust and killer intent. Sakura cried in happiness and hugged her 2 teammates, happy they were back to normal. A few hours of rest and the 4 of them headed for the tower, but not before hiding Shizuka's second tail in a genjutsu made by Sakura. Apparently, Sakura had taken a liking to the young kit and would have been happy to help Naruto and Shizuka stay together. Chapter 6. Prelims. Kitsune vs. Inu. Naruto and the others had finally made it to the tower by the 5th day, which was how long the exam was supposed to take. Naruto, Shizuka, Sasuke and Sakura panted in exhaustion as they tried to catch their breath after jumping through the trees, fighting off the gigantic insects, reptiles and ferocious carnivores for 3 days straight, not counting eating and bathroom breaks. I wonder, what will happen if we open these scrolls? Sakura asked. Naruto and Sasuke shrugged while Shizuka just whined in confusion. "Let's find out then," Naruto said, and then took the scrolls from Sasuke and laid them on the floor. Naruto opened the 2 scrolls and stared at the kanji, for human. "Okay, now that's just less than helpful," Naruto said. Shizuka barked in agreement with her master. Then the 2 scrolls began to smoke. "This is new," Naruto said, and then he and his teammates backed away from the scrolls, and then a large puff of smoke exploded out of the scrolls. Naruto sniffed the air and smiled. "Hey guys, nice to see you," Yumino Irika said. He looked at the 3 genin. "Looks like you 3 went through a lot," and he then spied Shizuka. "Naruto, you got a pet," Irika said. Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Hi Irika-sensei, her name's Shizuka. Shizuka Uzumaki, Naruto said. Irika nodded. Naruto needed some company at his lonely apartment. So, Irika-sensei, what are you doing in a summoning scroll? Sakura asked. Well, Sakura, I am here to congratulate you. Some Chunin members are chosen to greet the teams who have made it to the tower. You have just passed the second part of the Chunin exams. I was lucky enough to greet you guys, Irika explained. Also, I'm here to explain about that plaque on the wall. Right there, he added. The genin looked in the direction Irika was looking, and there on the wall was a white marble plaque which looked like it was weathered away by carbonization and was also missing some words here and there. Why are the words missing in some sentences? Sasuke asked. Irika chuckled. That's what I'm supposed to explain. Anyways, this plaque is a piece of advice given to all to-be Chunins made by Hokage-sama himself. The words missing are filled in with heaven and earth, representing the mind and body. If you require the element of heaven and raise your mind to greater heights like Naruto used to be, you need to study hard and get serious about your work if he wants to become Hokage. And if you require the element of earth, the ability to fight off any challenge, like Sakura here, she needs to get stronger and build some muscle on that skinny body, and if you have these elements, then you are good to go for a Chunin. Irika explained. Team 7 nodded and then got up to go and meet in the room for the final part of the exams. Hold on guys, before you go I just want to give you some heads up. People have sometimes died in this exam, and there have been ninja that have sometimes given up their career so as to not take the exam again. All I'm saying is be careful, and Naruto, I especially worry about you. You have a tendency to rush into things without thinking, Irika said. Naruto's eyes turned slitted as he stared at his former sensei. Look, Irika-sensei, this headband you gave me is proof of my maturity and knowledge of how to be a shinobi. All right, I'm a shinobi of Konoha, and you can't change that. I will make Chunin, Naruto said. Shizuka barked to back up her master's speech. Irika smiled. Gomen, Naruto, you're right. Now go on out there and show them not to mess with Uzumaki, Naruto. Irika encouraged. Naruto showed his foxy grin, and then Team 7 left to the main floor. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura line up single file as they joined the other teams on the main floor. There, in front of the teams that made it, was a statue of a large pair of hands in the Tora seal. The Hokage, Anko, Ibiki, and all the Jonin instructors of the teams that made it were there too. Naruto looked around. There were the Rookie 9 team guy, but he didn't know why Kiba and Akamaru were glaring at him, and Shizuka to fiercely 4. There was also the Suna team with Gaara, Kabuto's team, and then there was some other team that Naruto had never seen before. There was a brown-haired boy with gray-blue eyes, a white top which was covered with a black jacket and wore blue pants. The second member was a boy who had raven-black hair, brown eyes, and wore a black shirt with a pair of green shorts, and the final member was a girl with long light blonde hair around her lower back, azure eyes, and wore a white shirt underneath a blue tank top and a dark purple shorts. Her left arm was wrapped in bandages and had black ninja sandals with a half-an-inch heel to add some feminine charm to it. Naruto's eyes widened at the beauty of this new girl. The three of them Naruto's age and also from Konoha. Who is Itachi? He thought as he looked her up and down. So only 7 of the 42 teams made it, Sasuke thought. Yay, Naruto-kun's team made it, Hinata thought. So the Uchiha made it, Hyuga Niji of Team Guy thought. Ah, welcome every one of you 7 genin teams here to this year's Chunin exams. I will now explain the rules of this part of the exam. Sarutobi began. But then a poof of smoke signaled the coming of a new person. The smoke cleared to reveal a pale-looking man wearing a bandana with a Konoha metal plating, like on the Hittite, and a standard Jonin outfit. Excuse me for the interruption, Hokage-sama. Demo, allow me, Gekko Heiate, to explain this exam, Heiate said with a respectful bow. The Hokage puffed his pipe and nodded. Okay, first of all, does anyone wish to withdraw from this exam? He asked. Kabuto withdrew, but no one really cared since they didn't know him. Yakushi Kabuto. Okay, he said. Kabuto left, and then nobody else withdrew, so Heiate gave a few coughs and proceeded with explaining the rules. Okay, Anko, open the board, Heiate ordered. Open it, Anko said into her comlink. The wall then made a whirring sound as a tile was moved and an electronic board. Naruto whistled in astonishment. Looks like Konoha has an upgrade, he thought. Okay, the names of 2 random competitors will appear on the screen, and these 2 will fight until one of them dies. One forfeits or if I declare the match to be over, Hayate said. The screen then began to blur through names at a high speed until there were the names of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji. Uchiha Sasuke versus Hyuga Neji. Will these two ninjas stay here on the floor while the rest of you go and watch the fights from the balcony overhead? Hayate said. Neji and Sasuke remained there on the floor while the others all walked up to the stands. Shizuka looked at Naruto, swishing her tail. Well, tails since her second one was hidden. Naruto was wondering who that other team was. Naruto looked at Shizuka and smiled, patting her on the head. It's alright, Shizuka. I'm just thinking about some things, Naruto told the Fox Kit. The Fox Kit yipped and then licked Naruto's face. The two then went up to join Sakura. Kakashi went to go and join his team, but stopped by Sasuke. Sasuke, don't use the Sharingan. Your curse mark reacts whenever you use it or chakra. If the mark takes over, you will be effectively disqualified from the Chunin exams, Kakashi said. I see, well I'll try, Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded and then walked up to the balcony. Guy gave Neji a nice guy pose before going up to the balcony to join Tenten and Rock Lee. Are you two ready? Hayate asked. The two shinobi nodded. Heijime, Hayate shouted and then jumped away. Uchiha and Hyuga then rushed each other, firing kicks and punches at each other as they fought. Neji then jumped away and formed some hand signs. Be a Kugen, he said, and then the veins around his eyes bulged and became visible. Sasuke took a step back when he saw this. Ah dude, that's disgusting. I mean, eyes just went like bloop, Sasuke said, gesturing the action of Neji's optic veins with his hands. Neji fumed before rushing the young Uchiha. Sasuke then dodged the Juken strikes that Neji fired, but then Sasuke grabbed Neji's wrist and twisted, and it broke with an echoing crack. The audience winced. Neji growled and nursed his broken wrist. He then charged again and then fired of another flurry of Juken strikes, which Sasuke avoided. Sasuke then front flipped over Neji and landed behind him, but Neji quickly turned and hit a Juken to Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke winced as he felt the chakra shut off at that point in his body. Neji smirked, but was then forced to go on the defensive as Sasuke shot a flurry of kicks and punches. Sasuke then replaced himself with a tile when Neji shot a strike to the stomach and then grabbed Neji's ankles from underground. Doton. Shinju Zanshu. Sasuke yelled as he pulled Neji downwards into the ground while jumping out of the hole. Neji was then stuck in the ground with only his head showing. In the stands, Naruto was watching the match and chuckled to himself at Neji's predicament. What's so funny? A female voice asked him. Naruto and Shizuka turned at the sound of the new voice. There next to him stood the new girl, her azure eyes looking at his cerulean ones. Naruto swallowed the drool that nearly escaped his mouth and coughed. Gomen, what was your question, miss? Naruto asked, not knowing her name. The girl giggled and then looked back at Naruto. Gomen, where are my manners? I'm Rime Sora, Twilight Sky. And you are? Sora asked. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, and this is my partner, Uzumaki Kitsune Shizuka, Naruto said. Sora looked at the blonde male. Naruto was blushing a bit when Sora began to stare. So Hokage, huh, you definitely want to prove something if you want to aim for that, Sora said. Anyways, my earlier question was why were you laughing when Sasuke pulled Neji down? Not that's it not funny demo. Well, you see, for our Genin test, we had the bell test with Kakashi-sensei, and he had done the Shinju Zanshu on Sasuke, Naruto said as he reminisced about the past. Sora chuckled a bit before looking back at the match. So who are your teammates? Naruto asked the azure-eyed beauty. Sora looked back at Naruto and then pointed right next to her. Matsumoto Shinji and Fuma Erasure, she said. Naruto looked and saw the two males admiring Sasuke's battle and then taking some glances at Sora, like they were watching over her. Back with Sasuke and Neji, Neji was struggling to get out of the ground. Neji was starting to get annoyed before he got an idea. Hack show. Kaiten/8 trigrams. Rotation, Neji said, and then a chakra dome surrounded the submerged Hyuga. Neji then began to spin at high speeds, kicking up tile and rock. When Neji was done releasing the ground's hold on him, he jumped out. Sasuke then prepared to fight it, but then felt immobilized as soon as Niji hit the ground. Niji was in a peculiar stance, his left arm was parallel to his left. Hack Rokujion Sho /8 trigrams 64 palms, Niji said, and then rushed forward, hitting 2 of Sasuke's Tenketsu. 2 hack Niji said and then followed up with 4 strikes, then 8 strikes, 16, 32, and then finally the grand finale as Niji hit Sasuke with a rapid series of blows shutting off all 64 of Sasuke's Tenketsu. 64 hack! Niji shouted as he fired the final blow to Sasuke's stomach. Niji then stood back up straight as he saw Sasuke roll on the floor. The Hyuga cannot be defeated by mere Uchiha, Niji said, his Byakugan staring at Sasuke's immobile form. Naruto was laughing in the stands. Come on, Sasuke. Get out of the ground, Naruto said. Sora was looking at her new friend and gasped when she saw a form burst out of the tile floor. Sasuke was behind Niji, surrounded by a storm of fire and lightning chakra. What is that? Niji asked as he was astounded by the amount of chakra put into this technique the Uchiha prodigy would use. It's called Ryu no Erasure /Strom of the Dragon, a powerful ending blow in the taijutsu style I've been learning, but I added my own twist to it, and the result of that twist is what you see, Sasuke said. Niji was shocked and then Sasuke blurred out of existence. Niji was looking around, but he couldn't find Sasuke even with his Byakugan. Niji was then hit with a strong uppercut. Electricity shocked his body as he flew upwards, about 20 feet up. Sasuke then jumped up and delivered a flaming kick to Niji's stomach, burning the Hyuga and knocking the wind out of him. Niji nearly crashed into the wall, which would have seemed like a slap on the wrist compared to the electrocuted fist and foot Sasuke planted into Niji's back. Niji spun as he was sent across the room. Sasuke then blurred underneath the damaged Hyuga, performing the Kajabio /shadow of the dancing leaf. The young Uchiha then smiled as he poked Niji in the back, but then he coughed blood. The curse mark began to spread across his body like a wildfire, the dark chakra surrounding him. Sasuke was hissing in pain as the mark spread. No, not now. I will not let this thing consume me, he mentally shouted. Anko, Kakashi, and everyone who knew about the mark were surprised when Sasuke moved it back. He countered the mark with sheer willpower, Anko thought, surprised. The curse mark then went back into its original mark state. Ikuzo he and then fired a quick fire-infused kick to Niji's ribs, hearing a satisfying crack. Then Sasuke spun his body. Electricity then coursed through his right fist and then using the centripetal force of his spin slammed the fist into Niji's face, electrocuting him. Then they were only 5 feet above the ground. Sasuke then readied his final blow, concentrating all the fire and lightning chakra into his right heel. Sasuke then slammed his heel into Niji's stomach. The burns and electrocution caused him to scream in immense pain before fainting, his shirt having a little ember on it and his body having little sparks flying off. Heiei checked to see if the Hyuga was alive, which he was, and then medic Nines came to take him to the hospital room. Kakashi then jumped to the floor and told something to Sasuke. Sasuke brooded before nodding and the 2 Sharingan users left the room. Sugoi. That was a really unexpected move Sasuke pulled, Sora said. Naruto looked at her quizzically. You know, I've now noticed that you don't call Sasuke, Sasuke-kun, like all the other girls our age in Konoha, Naruto said. Yeah, the other girls thought I was weird because of it, but I mean I saw Sasuke as an emo with a duck's ass for a head, Sora said. Naruto laughed. At least there's one girl who knows that, Naruto said. But I can still top that move Sasuke used. Now it was Sora's turn to do the quizzical look. Oh really, Mr. Fox? Well then you sound confident. What is it? She asked, stepping a bit closer into Naruto's personal bubble, her eyes having a seductive look in them. Naruto blushed, a shade of pink, as Sora came closer. He then showed her his foxy grin. Well then, Ms. Ramei, you'll find out when Shizuka and I go to the floor. Hinata, who was on the opposite balcony on the other side of the room, was glaring at Sora. Why that little? What does she think she's doing, making advances towards my Naruto-kun? If I have to fight her, I'll beat her to a pulp and then Naruto will fall in love with me, Hinata thought. Kiba and Shino slowly backed away from the female, Hyuga Eris, when a wicked grin spread across her face. What do you think she's thinking? Kiba whispered to Shino. Shino looked at the grin on Hinata's face. I don't know, but it must have to do with that new girl Naruto's talking to, Shino whispered back. Kiba was shocked. Nanny, the dobe got a girl. A girl has never even talked to me. Besides Hinata, Kiba said. Akamaru barked something, making Kiba begin to rant, rather loudly as he and Pup argued over Kiba's love life. And he wonders why? Shino thought as he watched the two go at it. Time skip. Tenten versus Temari, Shousha, Temari. Nara Shikamaru versus Kin, Shousha, Nara Shikamaru. Aburame Shino versus Abumi Zaku, Shousha, Aburame Shino. Akamichi Chuji versus Dosu, draw. End time skip. The electronic board flashed through names and then settled on the two foes as Kakashi had just returned to the balcony. Kakashi assured to Naruto and Sakura that Sasuke was fine and just needed rest. Inuzuka Kiba versus Uzumaki Naruto. Will these two competitors please come down to the floor, Hayate said. Well, guess you'll get to see my new moves sooner than you thought, as Sora-chan, Naruto said. Sora looked at the whiskered blonde. Sora-chan? She asked with a slight blush. Naruto nodded and shrugged. Why not? Naruto asked. Sora playfully shoved him. Well then, looks like the Kitsune faces his rival, the Inu. Will go get those two. Good luck, Sora said. Naruto smiled. With that kind of encouragement, I don't need luck. I have skills and a pretty girl to cheer me on. What could stop me? Come on, Shizuka, let's hand Kiba's ass to him, Naruto said, and then he and his Kitsune jumped down to the floor. Sora was shocked. Her eyes were wide and she was slack-jawed. He called me pretty, she thought. A bright pink going to her cheeks. She then smiled. Well then, let's see what the Kitsune can do. Naruto, secretly a Kitsune Hanyu, and his secretly two-tailed Kitsune, the second tail hidden by a genjutsu, glared at Kiba and Akamaru, who grinned. We got lucky, Akamaru. We got this one down for sure, Kiba said to his pet. Akamaru barked in agreement. Naruto chuckled. You baka Inu, don't underestimate the cunning of a Kitsune, Naruto said. Kiba glared and bared his teeth. Are you two ready? Hayate asked. The two nodded. Hey Jaime, Hayate yelled and jumped away. Kiba formed some hand signs and then his chakra system flooded. His nails became claws and teeth became fangs. Shizuka, handle the puppy. I'll beat up Kiba, he said. The two canines then sized each other up before jumping at each other. Claws and teeth were aimed at body parts as fur and blood flew. Ninpu, Shikyaku no Jutsu / ninja art. All fours jutsu, Kiba growled. Naruto got into the Uzukan stance as Kiba sped towards him. Naruto twisted his body as Kiba tried to punch his stomach. Naruto then spun and delivered a backhand to Kiba's face. Naruto twisted his body again and punched Kiba with his fist. Naruto then went down low while spinning and then elbowing Kiba in the stomach and then finally twisted and jumped, delivering a powerful spin kick to Kiba's chest. The young Inuzuka flew across the arena floor before skidding on the ground and coming to a stop. Everyone in the stands was shocked at Naruto's display of skill and power. Kiba looked like he was being hit inside a human whirlpool. Wow, they all thought. Kiba growled as he got up. That's it. Suga / tunneling Fong Kiba's body, then spun at high speeds, turning him into a gray drill. Naruto got into the Kitsunikan stance this time, and then he revealed his claws and then charged them with chakra, the nails surrounded by cutting wind chakra. Naruto then slashed downwards and blue streaks of chakra and wind flew at Kiba's drill-like form. The two attacks battled for dominance and an explosion was the result. The smoke from the explosion quickly went away and there stood a cut-up and bleeding Kiba. My newest technique, created by myself, it is called Ninpu. Sum no Jujin / ninja art. Claw of the Beast, Naruto stated. Kiba growled and then his eyes widened when he saw Shizuka walk up to Naruto. Akamaru was held at the neck by the Kitsune's jaws. Naruto grinned and patted Shizuka on the head. Good job, Shizuka, Naruto said with a smile. Shizuka threw Akamaru towards Kiba and showed a vulpine grin, tails wagging happily at the praise. Kiba growled as he picked up the wounded pup. Naruto, you'll pay, Kiba said. He then took out a chakra and health replenishing pill and fed it to Akamaru. Akamaru, in a near instant, got back up, and then Kiba gave the pup another pill. The dog's fur turned red and then growled before letting out not a bark, but a roar. That's just not normal, Naruto said. Kiba went back onto all fours and Akamaru jumped onto the boy's back. Ninpu, Jujin Bunshin / ninja art. Man-beast clone, Kiba said, and then in a poof of smoke there were 2 Kibas instead of 1. I see. Turning Akamaru into a human form does have some advantage, but my senses can tell them apart, Naruto said. The 2 Kibas then ran at Naruto, going in a zigzag motion in hopes to confuse the blonde Jinchuriki. One of the Kibas then took out a smoke bomb and threw it in front of Naruto, clouding him and Shizuka in the purple cloud. Kyuso, I can't see a thing, Sora thought as she squinted trying to see inside the smoke. Kiba and Akamaru then spun and turned into twin gray drills. Katsuga, they cried and then dove into the smoke. Naruto was being hit from all sides. His new black jacket with a picture of the Uzumaki spiral on the back was being torn. The smoke cleared as the Kibas jumped away, grinning with toothy smiles. There stood Naruto, his jacket and pants torn and blood dripping down the side of his face and from his arm. Naruto looked at the Kibas and showed to them deep blue slitted eyes full of anger. Shizuka was a bit knocked up and her fur was red with some cuts from the wind the Getsuga made. Oh Kiba, that's it, you will fall here today. The Kitsune shall finally triumph over the Inu, he said, forming hand signs. Naruto then clapped his hands together. Ninpu, Genjutsu no Kitsune no by Kai / ninja art. Foxtail's Genjutsu release, he yelled. Sakura gasped. That was the jutsu to reveal Shizuka's other tail. Naruto, you baka. Why did you do that? She yelled. The others looked at her with confusion. It was just a jutsu. A large blast of chakra flew out of Shizuka as she began to glow with red yukai. Then a whirlwind surrounded the fox and 4 tendrils of yukai shot upwards to the ceiling, kicking up dust and tiles. The people covered their eyes to prevent the dust to get into their eyes. The chakra died down and then the smoke cleared. Everyone gasped at what they saw. Shizuka had her black fur, but there were streaks of white across her back, her eyes a deeper color of green, and the most surprising part, for black-white tipped tails swished in the stadium air. Naruto smiled. His eyes closed and then opened them, revealing the orange-red color of Kyubi's irises. You see, Kiba, we were holding back. Like I said, don't underestimate the cunning of we Kitsune, Naruto said. Everyone in the stands were gaping at Shizuka and then at Naruto's eyes. What power, they seem stronger than before, Ino thought. Naruto-kun, that is so cool, Hinata thought. Well, you had to show them the truth sooner or later, Sakura thought. Oh Naruto, you surely grew, didn't you? To think you have a pet 4-tailed kitsune, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. I see, so that's your technique, and well, you're right. It really does top Sasuke, Sora thought with a smile. Erashur and Shinji were now taking some interest into the fight. They got up from their resting spot on the balcony's floor and then went up next to Sora. So you two finally decided to take a look, Sora said. Hey, the Uchiha was alright, but this Uzumaki guy is cool. I mean, come on, a pet 4-tailed kitsune, Shinji said in a baritone voice. Yeah, what he said, Erashur said, his voice a tenor tone. Naruto looked down at his pet and smiled. So you've become a 4-tails? As Shizuka? Naruto asked. Shizuka barked in reply and gave a grin. Well, let's beat these 2 dogs and show them what a fox can do. The 2 then rushed the Inuzuka. Naruto and Shizuka quickly appeared behind one Kiba with surprising speed. Naruto then punched the Kiba in its head and then Shizuka slapped in hard in the back with iron hardtails. The Kiba fell to the floor, revealing it to be Akamaru. Kiba growled in anger and then charged Naruto and his pet in blind rage. Naruto then ducked under Kiba's swipe and then kicked him upwards with the kick to the chin, the opening kick for the primary lotus and Shishirendan. Kiba flew up as Shizuka then had her tails surrounded by blue fire. Shizuka then barked something that, if you understood Kitsune, meant Kitsune high by /Foxfire tails. The tails then slammed into Kiba's stomach. Kiba flew across the air, and then Naruto appeared behind the moving Kiba and fired a wind-covered kick. Then Naruto quickly shunshined in front of him and then punched Kiba in the face with a fist of chakra. Shizuka and Naruto then appeared on the floor below Kiba, who was falling down towards the tile floor. The two, master and pet, jumped up and Naruto fired a foxfire-covered fist, while Shizuka did a few flips on the way up and struck with her tails covered in the sapphire flames. Kiba was struck in the back. Burns covered his jacket as flew up. Naruto and Shizuka then quickly move above Kiba. The sapphire foxfire made a streak of fire marking the path of boy and fox. The two were above Kiba and were quickly flipping downwards towards Kiba's rising form. The two halted their spinning, and then Shizuka used her fire-covered tails and Naruto. His flame-covered axe kick crashed hard into Kiba's stomach. Kitsunhai Rendan/Foxfire Barrage, Naruto yelled/Shizuka barked. Kiba screamed in pain from the burns and power in the attacks as he flew downwards, and then a huge crater was made with Kiba's impact with the ground. Kiba was alive as decreed by Hayate and then turned to the landing Shizuka and Naruto. Shizuka barked in happiness at the victory. Naruto grinned and then ruffled Shizuka's head. He and the Kitsune then walked back up the stairs to the balcony to find the people clapping for him. Sora ran up to him and hugged him. Naruto was taken back by the show of affection and then grinned. Sora released the hug. "That was so cool, Naruto-kun. You were all flashing from place to place, and that Kitsunhai Rundan that really topped Sasuke's," Sora said. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "I guess I overdid it a bit, but thanks for the praise, Sora-chan," Naruto said. Then Shinji and Erashur walked up. "Hey Shinji, Erashur. What did you think?" Naruto asked Sora's teammates. The two glared at the Jinchuriki, making Naruto feel nervous. Then their expressions changed from serious to happiness. "Sugoi, Naruto-san. I can see why Sora has taken such a quick liking to you. She took at least a week to get used to us," Erashur said. Sora blushed a bit before punching Erashur in the arm. Shinji chuckled. "Like what Erashur said, I think you did an awesome job," he said, shaking Naruto's hand. Shizuka barked before jumping up to get attention. The four genin chuckled. "You did a good job to Shizuka-san," Shinji said. Shizuka puffed out her chest in pride. They then heard the sound of the electronic board flashing through names with a beeping sound. The names then slowed down, going slower and slower. "Will Rame Sora and Hyuga Hinata please come down to the floor?" Hayate said. Naruto then gave Sora a hug. Naruto and Sora blushed a bit. "Good luck, Sora-chan," he said. "Arigato, Naruto-kun," she said, and then jumped down onto the floor. Hinata and Sora faced off against each other. Hinata activated her Byakugan and got into the Juken stance. "I will win Naruto-kun's heart through defeating this girl," Hinata mentally growled. Sora got into a basic fighting stance and prepared to face Hinata. "Hey Jaime," Hayate yelled. Hinata quickly ran at Sora and cocked back a chakra palm strike to Sora's stomach. Sora formed hand signs and took a deep breath. "Katan. Gukakyu no Jutsu," she yelled, and a large fireball flew out towards Hinata. Hinata jumped over it, and then Sora jumped up and the two kunoichi met in a flurry of punches and kicks. Sora was careful not to get hit by Hinata's Juken strikes. Hinata then grinned when she saw an opening and struck Sora in the arm, making it go limp. Sora gritted her teeth before charging it with chakra and hitting Hinata in the face with it. Hinata flew back into the wall and slowly got up. Blood fell from her mouth and glared at Sora, the Byakugan blazing. Sora then quickly channeled a lot of chakra into the Tenketsu, and the point in her arm was back to normal. "What did you do? It's not possible to stop the Juken," Hinata cried. Sora chuckled. "So the Hyuga say, but just in case I've had to fight one of you, I came up with my own way to counter the Juken, forcing a large amount of chakra to the sealed point and then force an open," Sora explained. Sora then formed hand signs. "Futon. Furyuenden no Jutsu," Sora yelled, and the wind dragon flew from her mouth and barreled towards Hinata. Hinata used her Byakugan and spotted the weakness in the dragon, and then she spun and struck the dragon's yellow eye, her hand getting cut in the process, but the wind dragon fell with a roar. Hinata nursed her injured hand and glared, releasing killer intent at Sora. Sora grinned and then formed more hand signs. Hinata ran at Sora, full speed in an attempt to stop the blonde, but it was too late. Katan. Erasure High No Jutsu / Ninja Art. Firestorm Jutsu. Sora cried, and then a swirl of red and orange flames swirled around her feet before spinning into a tornado and sped towards Hinata. Sora then formed some more hand signs. Futon. Taifumadri no Jutsu / Wind Style. Hurricane Jutsu, she said, and then a huge blast of wind went towards the tornado of fire and made it even more than it was before. Hinata's hair whipped back from the strong winds, fear evident in her eyes as she saw the awesome chakra and power this attack possessed. Dear Kami, how will I get out of this? Hinata thought. Hinata tried to run from it, but wherever she went the tornado followed. Little embers were flying off, some nearly hitting Hinata in the face. Sora clasped her hands together and thought it was time to finish this. She made the tornado reform into something else. Front and back appendages extended from the tornado. 9 whip-like tails followed, and then the head of a kitsune emerged, and it let out a howl. This is my newest jutsu. I came up with it just now. I call it Kyubi no Hai, the blonde girl said. She then moved her arms, and the fox followed her arm movements. This is my Kekai Genkai, the ability to bend fire to my will, she said, and then she shot her arm forward. The Kyubi of fire let out a menacing howl, and before Hinata could blink, the fox was already in front of her. Its glowing blue eyes of fire stared into her soul. Give up, Hyuga, you can't win, she said. Hinata nodded and fell to her knees. I surrender, she said. Shousha, Reme Sora Heiate said. Naruto whooped with joy and clapped for blonde female. Sora showed the Jinchuriki a grin and walked up the stairs to see her Naruto-kun. Am I Naruto-kun? Where's all this stuff coming from? Stop thinking, you stupid brain, Sora thought. Time skip. Sakura vs. Ino draw. Gaara vs. Lee Shousha, Gaara. Erasure vs. Shinji Shousha, Erasure. End time skip. The winners of each round then lined up as they stood before the Hokage. Well, good job, you Genin, Konoha, and others. Now then, in 1 month, the finals for this year's Chunin exams will take place in the Konoha Arena at 10 a.m. You will be able to use this time to train for new strategies and come up with new techniques in order to surprise your opponents. You must also have to put on a good show for the daimyos of Kaze. Mizu and Hai will come to see this. Now then, you will draw numbers from the box Heiate has in his hand, and then you will face that opponent, such as number 1 will fight number 2 and so on, Sarutobi explained. Heiate brought out a little wooden box with pieces of paper in it. The genin present all drew their numbers. Erasure 1. Shino 2. Shikamaru 3. Temari 4. Sora 5. Gaara 7. Naruto 8. Okay, that leaves Uchiha Sasuke with number 6. So Heiate show them the tournament sheet, Sarutobi said. Heiate then drew a piece of paper and wrote down a few things and then showed it to the genin to show the matchups for the finals. Fuma Erasure vs. Aburame Shino. Nara Shikamaru vs. Sabaku no Temari. Reme Sora vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Sabaku no Gaara vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned and saw Gaara looking at him. Naruto glared at the Ichibi Jinchuriki with now glowing crimson eyes. Gaara's eyes flashed to a golden color, like sand, as he glared back at the Kyubi Jinchuriki. The genin then all left with their teams to finally prepare for the matches. 1 month and the battles of the champions will begin. Naruto took one last look at Sora and smiled before leaving with Sakura and Kakashi. Chapter 7. New Teachers, New Jutsus. Naruto sighed as he walked down the road of Konoha. He was alone though, because his secretly, no longer a secret 4-tailed kitsune, Shizuka was feeling a bit drained after using the foxfire so much, and not to mention he didn't have a sensei to train him for the exams. Great, just great. Kakashi-sensei bailed on me to teach Sasuke team and left Sakura and I without trainers. I mean, sure, Sakura's weak as hell, but she's still a member of the team, he thought. Naruto looked up at the sky and watched the clouds float by. Naruto stopped when he heard a shift in the wind and a figure landed in front of him. Naruto looked at the man, dressed in navy blue shirt and pants with matching color sandals and a bandana Hitai around his head and wore dark glasses like Shino's. "Ah, Ebisu-san, what's up? Shouldn't you be teaching Konohamaru?" the kitsune Hanyu Jinchuriki asked. Ebisu adjusted his glasses and grinned. "Yes, well, Kakashi-san told me that since he would be training Sasuke, he gave me the task of training you," Ebisu explained. Naruto groaned in annoyance before he complied, and then he followed Ebisu to who knows where to train for the finals. Konoha Hot Springs. "So you brought me for a bath?" Naruto asked the closet pervert as he stared at the inviting warm waters of the hot springs. Ebisu adjusted his shades and chuckled. "Oh no, young Naruto, we are here to train. I will now teach you to control that immense amount of chakra you have. You see, you have an enormous amount of chakra, even without the Kyuubi, and so we must have you learn to control that chakra," Ebisu explained. Naruto nodded. "Demo, how will taking a bath help me with this?" the blonde Jinchuriki asked. "Have you learned the tree-walking exercise?" Ebisu asked. Naruto nodded. "Well, I shall now teach how to walk on water." Naruto's eyes widened, and then he remembered how Kakashi and Zabuza were standing on water when they fought on the mission to Wave Country. "Sugoi. Teach it to me," Naruto said excitedly. "Okay, well, you see, in order to accomplish the task of water walking, you must first concentrate chakra to the bottom of your feet. Then you take a step onto the water while continuously releasing a steady amount of chakra, and voila, water walking," Ebisu explained. Naruto processed what Ebisu just told him and then nodded. "Okay, I will now show you a demonstration," Ebisu said. Ebisu made the ram sign, and then he took a step onto the scalding hot waters and then another. Ebisu kept this up until he finally reached the center of the spring bath. Naruto looked at the special Jonin with awe. "Okay, here I go," Naruto said. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet and then took a step forward. Naruto then took another step before he fell into the hot waters. "Aw, hot! Hot! Hot!" Naruto yelled as he scrambled out of the water. Remember, Naruto-san, keep the flow of chakra constant. Unlike the tree climbing where you just focus chakra to your feet and climb, you must keep releasing the chakra you generate for this exercise, Ebisu said from his spot. Naruto nodded and stripped down to his green boxers since his other clothes were soaked. Naruto continued to try and master the water walking, and finally, after his 20th try, when Ebisu thought all hope was lost, he heard a cry of joy. Ebisu looked up and saw the blonde boy standing in the surface of the water, but his excitement caused him to lose focus and he fell. Ebisu chuckled as Naruto got out. "Well done, Naruto," he said as he jumped over to Naruto. "Now then, just keep going until sunset and you can go home," Naruto whooped with joy and then continued his water walking. Ebisu smiled as he watched the boy, and then he heard a giggling. Ebisu looked and saw a white-haired man peeking into the girl's bathhouse. "Ah, you vile person. I cannot let such horrendous acts be done," Ebisu said, and then rushed at the white-haired individual. The man turned and then slammed his palm on the ground. A large toad appeared, about the size of a small horse, and then wrapped its tongue around Ebisu before slamming him into the ground, knocking Ebisu out like a light. Naruto turned from his water walking and jumped over to his substitute sensei's side. "Whoa, he's out cold," Naruto thought, and then glared at the toad man. "Hey you Arobaka. What the hell do you think you're doing knocking out my sensei in the middle of my training?" Naruto yelled. The white-haired man looked at Naruto and frowned. "What you mean, the water walking exercise?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "By the way, who are you?" Naruto asked. The man smirked before doing a strange dance. "I am feared throughout the elemental nations, may tremble in fear when they hear my name. I am the Gama Sannin of Mount Myaboku. I am the gallant Jiraiya, also author of Ika Ika Paradise," he added as he pulled out the dreaded orange book. Naruto gasped and pointed at the book. "I've seen that book before," Naruto said as he remembered Kakashi. Jiraiya grinned. "Really? It's been getting pretty famous these days," Jiraiya said. "That book is a disgrace to all mankind. What is wrong with you? And besides, you knocked out my sensei, so why?" Naruto cried. Jiraiya's face became full of rage. "It is not. This book has changed the lives of many," Jiraiya said. "Besides, I don't think you're even worthy enough to have me oversee your training," Jiraiya said. Naruto growled and then formed the ram sign. Oryoke no jutsu, Naruto said, and then in a poof of smoke Naruto turned into the naked blonde female we all know and love. Jiraiya's eyes widened and then began to take noted in his book. Sugoi. This is amazing. You are a genius. What's this called? Jiraiya blabbed as he tried to resist the urge to have a nosebleed. It's called Oryoke no Jutsu, Naruto said as he scratched his head. Well, kid, looks like you got yourself a sensei, Jiraiya said. So you'll help with my training? Naruto asked, putting on a cute face. Yes, but on one condition, Jiraiya said. One condition, what is it? Naruto asked. Jiraiya got a blush on his face and then looked at the female Naruto. You have to stay like that whenever you're around me, Jiraiya said while giggling perversely. Naruto reverted to normal and had wide eyes. You sick pervert, you disgust me, Naruto yelled. Nanny, Gaki. I am no ordinary pervert, I am a mega perv ROAR, Jiraiya said. Naruto shook his head. This man has no shame, he thought. Look, can you just oversee it, please? By the way, in case you were wondering, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto said. Jiraiya's ears perked up at the name. Uzumaki, you say, Jiraiya said. Okay, Gaki, come with me, I have something for you. Naruto went and followed the perverted Sannin. A few minutes later, the two shinobi arrived at a small area near a flowing river. Why'd you bring me all the way up here, Sannin? Naruto asked. Jiraiya scowled at the nickname that his new student gave him. Geez, he and his father have the same kind of nickname for me, Jiraiya thought before removing a scroll from his back about as tall as Naruto. What's that thing? Naruto asked. This, Gaki, is a summoning contract. It's a high-level transportation jutsu in which you sign a blood tie with an animal, and then you use the jutsu, Kuchios no Jutsu, to summon the animal to your side whenever you want, Jiraiya explained. I see. Which animal is this? Naruto asked. /N. I know Naruto's asking too much questions. Have you heard the story about the village of Uzumaki? Jiraiya asked. Naruto shook his head. Well, you see, your mother came from that village, and the people of that village were very strong. In fact, even though they had a small population, they were strong enough to take on one of the elemental countries, and when Naruto was wide-eyed, his mother was that strong. Now you see, because of their strength, they caught the eye of one of the most powerful summoning clans, the Dragon Clan, Jiraiya said. Sugoi, Naruto whispered. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. I know. And now this scroll is yours since your mother is in like a really long coma, Jiraiya said. But then stopped as he looked at Naruto's face, which was full of shock. My mother's alive, he thought. Those words ran through his head a large amount of times until he started to whoop with joy. He wasn't an orphan anymore. Kyuso, I wasn't supposed to tell you that, Jiraiya said. Naruto stopped. What? Why not? She's my mother and you want to keep the fact that she's been alive all this time a secret. What the fucking hell is wrong with you people? Naruto practically screamed. Meanwhile, in the Konoha Hospital secret hospital room number 231. A young red-haired woman stirred in her sleep as she awoke from a 12-year-long coma. Green eyes surveyed the completely white room she was in. Wearing nothing but a hospital gown, the red-haired woman sat up and yawned, cracking her stiff joints and stretching her tight muscles. How long was I out for? She asked the ceiling. This was Uzumaki Kushina out of her 13-year-long coma. Then she stepped out after removing the 4-tube from her arm, taking in a long breath of fresh air. A nurse was passing by and saw Kushina and immediately ran to tell the other doctors. Kushina sneezed before walking after the nurse. Kushina walked down a few flights of stairs and saw a whole lot of people standing in front of the door and smiled. Welcome back. Good to your healthy, Kushina-san, they chorused. Kushina smiled. Arigato. Now I want to see my little Naruto-kun, she said. The whole room paled when they heard the name Naruto. Did you follow Minato-kun's wish and make sure my baby Naruto was seen as hero, she growled. The whole room became silent. You assholes. Kushina became red with fury and sped off to the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen was doing a whole set of paperwork and was beginning to crazy after doing so much. Sarutobi looked up at the ceiling and prayed to Kami. Please, Kami-sama, please do something to keep me away from this paperwork, he thought. A knock came on the door and the secretary entered. Hokage-sama, you have a visitor, she said. I love Kami-sama. Thank you, Sarutobi thought. But his happiness was short-lived as he came face to face with an angry Uzumaki Kushina. Sarutobi paled. I hate you, Kami-sama, he thought as his ears were now filled with the sound of Kushina's loud and seemingly endless rant. 1 hour later. Sarutobi was on the verge of going deaf as Kushina continued her rant of death, and he then decided to end it. Look, Kushina, I understand that you're very disappointed with the villager for not seeing Naruto as a hero, but at least he's on his way to being a Chunin, he said. What, you think I'm just gonna forgive those? Did you just say my Naruto-kuins in the Chunin exams? She asked. Sarutobi nodded. Ha, in your face, Sarutobi. Now you still owe me that 500 ryu from 13 years ago, she said, holding out her palm. Sarutobi was shocked. You still remember that, after 13 years in a coma, he said with wide eyes. Yup. Now then, where's Naruto? She asked. I think he's by the Nakano River with Jiraiya, he replied. Kushina's eyes widened and instantly left, but not before buying some clothes and then going to the river. I swear if Naruto's a pervert, I'll pound Jiraiya into dust, she thought. Back with Naruto. Jiraiya sneezed and then watched as Naruto signed the dragon contract. Well, now that you've signed the contract, bite your thumb and then form the signs boar, dog, monkey, bird and ram, and then slam the hand with the thumb, you bit on the ground and voila kuchios no jutsu, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and then formed the hand signs. Kuchios no jutsu, he yelled, slamming his palm on the ground. A large plume of smoke appeared, and then when it cleared there stood a sapphire-scaled dragon, with 4 legs each with 4 sharp claws ready to slice anything it slashed to ribbons, along with razor-sharp teeth and sapphire blue eyes that looked like they were on fire, 2 horns protruding from its head and a row of spikes going down its back and ending at a spiked tail, and it was humongous, about as tall as the Hokage Tower. The dragon looked around and then sniffed the air. The dragon twisted its serpentine body and spied Naruto before showing a toothy grin. You smell of Kushina, the dragon said. Naruto looked puzzled. Who's Kushina? He asked. Jiraiya sighed. That's your mother's name, the toad Sannin said. The dragon continued. I am Ragnarok, dragon of lightning, and you are most likely Kushina's son. Naruto, I think, was the name she gave you, Ragnarok said. Naruto nodded. Well, I am the eldest son of the Dragon King, Gendora the Black Dragon, he said. We dragons are one of the rarest species of summons, and therefore there are only a few of us. I think approximately 10 species of dragons, and only 5 of each species. However, Gendora is the last of his kind, he said. Naruto was wide-eyed. He multiplied the number of species and 5 and calculated the number of dragons left to be only about 41 left. Well, I would like to know more about you dragons and your abilities, Naruto said and sat down. Ragnarok cleared his throat as he prepared to go into lecture mode. Okay, Naruto, well, you see, dragons are separated into species depending on their color. We have names, but I'm too lazy to say them all right now. Now, as I told you, blue dragons, also known as Aqua Draco, have the ability to fire a blast of water and ice from our mouths, and we can form hailstorms along with blizzards and manipulation of water, Ragnarok said, and then demonstrated by making a mass of gray clouds appear, and then hail fell and pelted Naruto in the head, and a quick blizzard appeared, and froze the nearby river, and then a blast of water followed by an ice blast. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked at the tree, which was now splinters, and Sugoi, Naruto whispered. Ragnarok was about to continue before he felt a very strong killer intent heading towards the 3 of them. Ragnarok quickly wrapped his body around Naruto, but Jiraiya was left hanging as an angry red head ran towards them. Kushina stopped running when she saw a large blue dragon. Ragnarok? She questioned. The blue dragon nodded before Kushina hugged his nose. It's been so long, she said. 13 years to be exact, she said. Naruto wriggled out of the dragon's coils and looked at the red-haired Uzumaki. Okasan, he said with tears in his eyes. Kushina looked at Naruto before grabbing him and enveloping him in a tight hug. Naruto cried into his mother's shoulder as the two of them were finally reunited. "Oh, Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry that I left you like this," Kushina said, as she released her son from the back-breaking hug. Naruto wiped his eyes. "It's all right, Mom. I'm fine, in fact I'm doing great. I made Genin with Kakashi-sensei along with my teammates, Haruno team and Uchiha team, and I'm going to the Chunin finals," he said. Kushina grabbed her son by the ear. Itai, Kasen, stop, that hurts," Naruto wailed. "Don't use language like that in front of me, young man, but I still agree with you on the Uchiha and Haruno being Tems. They were always this way," Kushina said. "Now then, Ragnarok, I believe you were explaining to Naruto about your clan," Kushina said to the Great Blue Dragon. "Right," Ragnarok said as Naruto and Kushina sat down, but Jiraiya made the mistake of trying to take notes for Ika Paradise in front of the female Uzumaki and was met with a slap to the face, knocking him out, and Naruto kicked him in the balls, making the unconscious man tear up from the pain. "Well done, Naruto," Kushina said, and then Naruto listened to every word Ragnarok said about the Dragon Clan, from weakest to strongest. Gray dragons, Terra Draco, the weakest species, had the power to shoot out a toxic acid that immobilized the enemy due to its viscosity, and it also burned the flesh of said enemy and can manipulate stone. They have smaller horns and spikes and are able to fly due to having wings. Brown dragons are grown-up versions of the gray dragons. Their ability to control the earth had increased along with their strength and speed. They can also fire their claws and coat them with stone as hard as diamond-like missiles, and the claws can quickly regenerate as the claws are made entirely of keratin, the substance that fingernails are made from. Can also call upon a shield of earth that is as hard as metal and lose the ability to create the acid. Yellow dragons, Fulgur Draco, are next in line. They have the power to control lightning and can create lightning storms as well as fire a blast of salt water from their mouths to allow a power-up for their electricity. They have wings which allow them to fly and longer horns and sharper teeth, claws, spikes, etc. /n. Alright, just to save some time, the claws, teeth, spikes, and horns all get longer and sharper as the dragons progress up the chain, can form a dome of lightning to protect them. Green dragons, Ventus Draco, have the manipulation over wind and can create tornadoes, hurricanes, and any other type of windstorm. They can fly due to having 2 pairs of wings, enabling them to move faster and be more agile in aerial combat. They can also create a shield of wind by spinning rapidly to defend themselves. Purple dragons, Helios Draco, have the power to summon up gigantic crystal structures and spikes from the ground to impale their opponents. Therefore, they cannot use a breath move, fire blasts, that kind of stuff. They cannot fly, but they have an additional ability that when the sun is at its brightest, it can use the crystals to reflect sunlight rays and fire concentrated rays of sunlight that can burn through anything. The crystals, when surrounding the dragon in a circular pattern, the dragon will be able to reflect light rays and form a shield of light that can protect itself from anything except for things that come underground and if the crystals are knocked down, but this rarely happens. Orange dragons, Igneoterra Draco, have the ability to call forth lava and fire lava blasts from their mouths. The lava is not your ordinary molten hot rock thought. It's exploding molten hot rock. The lava is filled with magnesium, which is very explosive when heated to high temperatures. Also, they can make their molecular composition be like that of lava and can therefore become partly liquid, but the catch is that although it's a lava dragon in that form, it's still extremely vulnerable to any form of moisture, snow, hail, rain, even saliva, but the damage depends on the amount of that liquid A/N. Just so you know, I do not look this stuff. I know this stuff because I'm a biology and chemistry whiz, so I know my stuff. White dragons, Glacies Draco, are younger versions of blue dragons and unlike their adult forms cannot manipulate water, but can use ice. They form high-powered blizzards and ice beams and can call upon ice spikes to impale their opponents. They can fly, but they are very vulnerable to fire because their scales are partially made of ice and also anything it touches with its claws freezes instantly. But the scales can regenerate slowly. They lose the ability to freeze things and call upon the ice spikes when they become blue dragons. Red dragons, Igneo Draco, have the power over fire and can shoot fire blasts up to 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They can spin at high speeds while shooting a stream of fire to form a tornado of fire around itself, and this attack is both defensive and offensive. The red dragon can also fly and then perform an attack known as Meteor Strike in which it flies up, surrounds itself with fire and, well, dives. Finally, the black dragons, Maxis Draconis, have the ability to command all dragons other than their own kind, can fire blasts of black fire as well as have enhanced strength, speed, agility, endurance, and they also have the ability to create any kind of natural disaster. The black dragons can coat themselves with liquid diamond that is secreted from their scales, fly, and can bend the elements of fire, earth, wind, lightning, and water to their will, which is why no dragon can oppose them. Some who have tried have never returned, and others are held in the darkest dungeons of the dragon's lair. And that is the clan of the dragons, young Naruto Ragnarok said. Naruto's jaw was hanging as he absorbed all that information into his human brain. Sugoi, you guys are like the awesomest clan ever. I mean, I can't wait to summon Gendora, he said. Now, Naruto, I know you have a large amount of chakra at your disposal, but it requires an extreme amount of chakra to summon our leader and father. In fact, only Uzumaki Erasure, leader of the Uzumaki clan, was the only one to ever summon him, Ragnarok said. Call us when you need us. Also, Naruto, I'll leave behind a friend to be your primary summon. This young dragon is a young hatchling, about 10 years after hatching. Take good care of him, for once a dragon becomes your partner, she cannot go back to the summoning world. Also, his name is Kyoshi, Ragnarok said, and then went back home in a flare of water and ice. The water and ice left, and there where Ragnarok stood was replaced by a red dragon. It had golden yellow eyes and then eyed Naruto before letting out a sort of growl, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and a few embers flew out too. The dragon hatchling was about the same size as Shizuka. Well, you must be Kyoshi, Naruto said. The young dragon growled and then nodded. Hi, and you must be Uzumaki, Naruto, the young dragon said. Naruto nodded, but before he and the dragon could talk, Kushina intervened. All right, Naruto, now that you're done with Ragnarok, I shall now teach you some new techniques that you, and only you can know, Kushina said. Why is it that only I can know these jutsus? He asked. Kushina smiled a toothy grin, and then said the words that made Naruto's jaw drop. It's your bloodline, she stated simply. Chapter 8. Bloodline of the Uzumakis. Nani? Naruto stuttered as he couldn't believe the words that came from his mother's mouth. Kushina nodded. That's right. The Uzumaki Kekai Genkai runs through your veins, she said. Naruto just stood there and then he started to tremble. Kushina became worried when Naruto didn't speak. Naruto, Daijibu Dasuka / are you all right? She asked her son. Naruto then flashed his trademark foxy grin. Yeah, it's just that I'm so happy to finally have a family. Not to mention a bloodline so I can kick ass in the finals, he said. Kushina chuckled before walking over to the crippled Jiraiya. Okay, Jiraiya, since you have nothing to teach the boy, I'll take over his training from now on, Kushina said. Jiraiya got up, slowly as the pain remained from Naruto's ball-shattering kick. Mateo, take these, the Gamma Sanin said. He handed Kushina 2 scrolls. These are his father's most powerful jutsus. Make sure he learns them, Jiraiya demanded. Kushina knew Jiraiya was being serious this time and nodded. She took the scrolls and walked back over to Naruto. Jiraiya left in a swirl of leaves and left Naruto's growth up to Kushina. Okay, Naruto, I'll first explain one of the 2 bloodlines you have, she started. Naruto's eyes bugged out. I have 2 of them, Naruto exclaimed. Kushina nodded. Yup, mine. And your father's, she stated. What was my father like? What's his Kekai Genkai? And who is he? Naruto asked all in one breath. Kushina sighed. Until you become Chunin, all I can tell you was that your father was a great man, strong, kind, caring, and a hero of Konohagakure. In fact, you look just like him, Kushina said as she remembered Namikaze Minato. I see, well, I guess I'll just have to become stronger then, Naruto said. Kushina smiled and ruffled her son's hair. Ain't that the truth? Now onto that bloodline. Your bloodline allows you to harness lightning itself, and by also mixing the pure lightning with wind and water chakra, you create the Uzumaki clan's bloodline jutsu, Rantun/Storm style. Kushina explained. Now then, I'll give you a demonstration. Kushina then raised her arm to the sky. Then after a few seconds, the once clear blue sky turned a dark gray. Storm clouds gathered overhead as wind began to howl violently and rain fell. Then a lightning bolt flew out of a cloud and went towards Kushina's arm. Blue electricity covered her body as she was struck. "OKASAN," Naruto cried, thinking that the bolt had harmed her. Naruto then looked confused as his mother just showed him a warm smile. Kushina then formed some hand signs. Kushina thrust out both her arms in front of her and then she yelled the name of her jutsu. Rantun. Ryunkohaha no jutsu/storm style. Lightning cloud wave, she yelled. A large wave of blue electricity was released from the red-haired Uzumaki's hands in the form of a large spider web, destroying everything 10 feet in front of her and 30 feet across. The stormy skies then calmed and the gray became blue again. Naruto and Kushina then shook their heads to get rid of the rain and then admired Kushina's destruction. Everything was fried to a crisp, while rocks were nothing but pebbles and a few stray sparks could be seen flying off here and there. Naruto said the only thing that could come to his mind. "That was fucking awesome," he yelled. Kushina gave the blonde a wide grin. "Why thank you, Naruto, and also, slap. Don't use curse words around me," she said as Naruto's right cheek was glowing red from the pain. Naruto groaned in pain as he didn't want to get slapped again. "Alright Naruto, you try," she said, gesturing for him to start his control over lightning. "Now to harness lightning you must clear your mind of all thoughts, focus only on the lightning bolts if the case may be, and then when you feel like that static energy is about to explode, let it loose and it will fire off and destroy anything in its path depending on how much of the lightning you choose to control," she said. "But we'll do this in steps. First step, changing the weather conditions to ones of a storm," she began. Naruto hung to every word his mother said as she explained on how to change the weather conditions. Apparently, you fire off a large amount of chakra, or by just using a high-level katan jutsu into the air, the evaporation and condensation processes will immediately form storm clouds. "Alright, let's do this," Naruto shouted. He then brought his hands together in the tiger hand sign and concentrated his chakra. A huge swirl of blue surrounded the blonde Uzumaki, kicking up dirt and rocks into the air. Naruto then charged all of it into his hands and then shot his right arm skyward. A concentrated beam of chakra was released into the clouds, creating a huge hole in a couple of them that were right above him. Kushina was amazed by how much chakra her son had as she watched the chakra shoot into the atmosphere. Naruto then panted, looking up at the sky, and fell to his knees. Kushina ran to her son and checked on him. "Naruto, are you alright? That was an insane amount of chakra you used. I mean, I have a lot of chakra too, but yours is just pushing the limit," she said. Naruto chuckled. "Well, I guess I should tone it down then," he said with a smirk. Kushina shook her head, chuckling, and then helped Naruto up to his feet. Kushina then looked up and saw that the sky was now becoming overcast. Dark gray clouds appeared above the two Uzumakis, and then a few seconds later an unexpected storm hit them. Winds blew violently as they nearly cut skin. Rain fell and hit the ground with enough force that it stung upon contact with you, and then thunder boomed and lightning flashed across the sky. Kushina chuckled. "Well, Naruto, time for step 2, controlling the lightning bolt," she yelled above the howling winds. "What?" he cried. "Already, but shouldn't we?" Kushina then shook her head. "No, but son, you're an Uzumaki and Uzumakis learn fast. Now then, in order to control lightning you must coat your body with chakra, so as to protect it from the static discharge created by the lightning. Now then, when you do that, your body literally becomes a human lightning rod and the lightning will strike your body. Now then, step 3, after the lightning strikes you, the chakra surrounding your body can be used to form the Rantun Jutsus after combining wind and water elemental chakras, of course. And that, my son, is how to do Rantun Jutsus." Naruto was just in shock. All this in a few hours, it was just too much for him, but Naruto knew his mother was right. "Hi!" he cried as he channeled his enormous amount of chakra around his body. A blue glow surrounded Naruto's body, and the glow became brighter and brighter until it was nearly unbearable to look at. Then a few bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, and then a stray bolt rocketed towards Naruto, striking him. A huge flash was seen, but a few seconds later the flash died down and there stood Naruto, chakra and lightning crackling around him. Naruto then formed the following hand signs that his mother previously formed. Naruto then proceeded to mix his water and wind-natured chakras, causing the rain and winds, and then somehow the rain fell harder and the wind blew faster than before. "Ranten. Ryunkohaha no Jutsu," he yelled as he thrust his arms out in front of him. Then lightning conducted throughout his entire body, and then a huge blast of lightning shot in a spider web formation from his hands, and if you looked very closely you could see small lightning clouds surrounding Naruto's hands. The lightning cloud wave destroyed everything in its path, kicking up dirt and rock, and the lightning cloud wave continued to destroy until it finally crashed into a huge boulder. The boulder began to crack and break until finally, with a huge flash of light, the boulder was disintegrated. Naruto then fell to the ground, exhausted from his use of the Ranton Jutsu. Naruto grinned as he looked at the destruction. A huge, long trench was formed as its path was lead to the space where the boulder was. "I did it, Ka-san, I did." But Naruto never got to finish his sentence as he passed out. Kushina was still in awe at the unbridled power her son possessed, and then finally she smiled and looked to congratulate her son, but turned to find Naruto sleeping. Kushina then picked up the blonde and headed in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Kushina then paused as she felt like she forgot something. It was lucky she did as Kyoshi, Naruto's new dragon friend, ran up to her. "You nearly killed me, you sadistic Uzumakis. If I hadn't taken cover in the river, I could have died," the young red dragon said. Kyoshi then shot a stream of fire over his body, causing the water to evaporate. The lava quickly slid off as he jumped up onto Kushina's shoulder. "Gomen nasai, Kyoshi. Ranton jutsus tend to get out of hand. I'll make it up to you with some ramen," she said, showing her own foxy grin as she walked to the Hokage Tower. Kyoshi looked at the red-haired woman. "Ramen?" he questioned. "What's that?" Kushina nearly fell over and dropped Naruto. She looked at the young dragon like she saw a ghost. "You're joking, right? Don't tell me you've never had ramen. If you've never had ramen, then you've never lived life," Kushina said, panicking. Kyoshi shook his head. Kushina then calmed down. "But don't worry, after we get to Sarutobi's place and Naruto wakes up, we'll go to the best ramen shop in all the elemental countries," Kushina told Kyoshi. Kyoshi flicked his tail from side to side and shook his head. Kushina could be so annoying sometimes. Hokage Tower. Kushina entered Sarutobi's office to find him still doing the Kamiforsaken paperwork. Honestly, the stuff never seemed to end. Sarutobi looked up from a paper that was about to be thrown into the trash. "Ah, Kushina-chan, you're back. Guessing from the wet hair? Unconscious Naruto and a little dragon on your shoulder that Naruto's been successful with his bloodline and summoning," Sarutobi said with a grin. Kushina grinned. "Of course he's my son, what else would you expect him to do? Finish the training in a day? No way he finishes in hours," Kushina bragged, rather loudly too. "Kushina, you've been out for quite a while, but even though you have, I still think that your skills are still as spectacular as they were before you went into a coma. Now then, I have one thing to ask of you," Sarutobi said. Kushina tilted her head to the side in confusion. "Would you like to rejoin Konoha's shinobi ranks as a jonin?" The Sandaime Hokage asked the last daughter of Uzumaki. Kushina thought for a while and shrugged. "Why not? It'll be fun to be a ninja again," she answered. Sarutobi grinned, and then he opened a drawer and pulled out an Ika Paradise Volume 5. Kushina giggled as Sarutobi blushed. "Whoops, wrong drawer. You won't tell anyone, will you?" he asked. Kushina, still giggling, nodded, and then the Sandaime went through a different drawer and pulled out a Konoha Hitai 8 on a piece of red cloth. Kushina accepted it and tied it around her left arm. Just then a young Mitarashi Anko walked in the office. "Hey Hokage-sama, can I get the day?" Anko paused as she saw her old friend. Anko rubbed her eyes and pinched herself to see if she was dreaming. She felt pain, which means it wasn't. Anko then got a wide grin on her face, along with Kushina. "Kushina!" Anko yelled. Kushina raised her arms in the air in surprise, causing Kyoshi to fall off the redhead's shoulder and the dropping of Naruto on the ground with a thump. "NKO!" The two females ran towards each other and hugged. "How have you been, Anko?" "I mean, I've been a fucking coma for fucking 13 years, Kushina said. Anko chuckled. "I'm a jonin and I happen to be judging the second part of the Chunin exams, and your Gaki passed with flying colors. Did the little Gaki show you his pet fox yet? It's awesome, it can like make fire and stuff," she said as she threw her arms every which way to show her exaggeration of the topic that is Uzumaki Shizuka. Naruto woke up. He smacked his lips and yawned. He looked around. He was Sarutobi's office. Kiyoshi was on the ground nursing his damaged claw after falling, and his mother was chatting with the sadistic snake lady. Naruto shrugged. Everything was normal. The blonde then got up and stretched, and then Kushina ran into Naruto. Good, you are up? Let's go to your apartment. I want to see your pet fox that apparently has special powers, Kushina gushed. Naruto scratched his head before glaring at Anko. Anko shrugged with a weak smile. Sure, Ka-san, let's go, he said, taking his mother's hand, and as he was about to leave, Anko stopped them. One more thing. Naruto, today's the Konoha Spring Festival. Who's your date, and Kushina, are you coming? The former apprentice of the Hibi Sannin asked. Naruto shook his head and Kushina nodded. Nah, I have someone in mind though, and no, it is not a boy, Anko, so shut the hell up, Naruto said. Of course, Anko, I never miss out on a night to beat you in a drinking contest. Again, and also Naruto, I want to hear about this girl you want to ask, and also, slap. I told you no foul language in my presence, she said. Naruto nursed his damaged cheek as he picked up Kiyoshi, who then crawled up onto Naruto's head, and the two Uzumakis and the young dragon left to Naruto's apartment. Naruto's apartment. Naruto and Kushina were jumping on the rooftops of the village, and then finally Naruto jumped down in front of his apartment building, his mother right behind him. Naruto and Kushina then climbed the steps to the top floor of the building, stopping at the last door. Naruto flicked out a key from his pocket and unlocked it. Kushina and Naruto entered, and Kiyoshi just jumped off of Naruto's head and onto Kushina's, and Kushina was in complete awe. His apartment was actually clean, and Kushina shook her head in approval. The living room had a nice comfortable couch, a television, and a small table. Next was a kitchen with all the usual kitchen equipment, stove, microwave, etc., with a few stray ramen cups here and there, and finally his bedroom, which had a small one-person bed and a closet. Sugoi/amazing. Naruto, for a boy living by himself for 13 years, you've done pretty good on your own. But I think you should move out of this dump and come live with me in my house. Naruto turned and had shock written all over his face. Really? You want me to live with you? Naruto asked, not trusting what his ears had just heard. Kushina grinned. You're my son, of course I want you to come with me, she said. Naruto got tears in his eyes, but quickly wiped them away before glomping his mother. Arigato, Ka-san, he whispered into her chest. Kushina rubbed her son's back gently as he cried tears of joy. After a few minutes, Naruto calmed down. Okay, Naruto, where's this Shizuka I've been hearing about? Kushina asked. Naruto smiled and then whistled. A bark was then heard from the room across from the kitchen as the black four-tailed kitsune bounded across the floor and tackled her master to the ground, licking his face. Naruto laughed as Shizuka showed how much she missed Naruto. Okay. Down, girl, Naruto commanded as the black fox got off. Kushina was in awe at what she saw before her. The green-slitted eyes of the young kit looked at Naruto and then at her. Shizuka sniffed Kushina before nuzzling her leg. Kushina smiled and petted the young kit, but was still in shock about the four tails. Kiyoshi jumped down to the floor, and then the young dragon and fox stared at each other. Red-slitted eyes stared into green-slitted eyes. Shizuka then barked a greeting before extending a paw. Kiyoshi growled a friendly growl before extending out his clawed paw, /N. What do you call a dragon's hand? The two then ran into Naruto's living room and sat on the couch as they talked to each other in animal language. The two Uzumakis were glad to see the two get along so well. I'm going to go pack now, Naruto informed his mother. Naruto then entered his bedroom to go pack. He retrieved a duffel bag and stuffed in his clothes that Kakashi got him, his toothbrush, some ramen, his little fox plush doll whom he dubbed Aisu, and a few of Shizuka's fox toys. Naruto then walked back in front to the living room. Oka-san, I'm ready to go, he called. Kushina got up off the couch, and then before leaving they stuffed Shizuka and Kiyoshi into the duffel bag and headed off to the Uzumaki household. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the Uzumaki compound. The place wasn't as big as the Hyuga or Uchiha estates, but it was around there. Welcome to your new home, Naruto, Kushina said. Naruto was in awe as he stepped through the gates. The Uzumaki compound, secretly Namake's compound, had a large yard with a few trees here and there along with a large amount of flowers in full bloom. The house was a golden color with a red tile roof and had 8 windows. Naruto stepped up to the front door. Naruto held the door knob and then slowly turned the knob, but it didn't open. Naruto, the door opens with blood, Kushina said. Naruto nodded and then bit his thumb and blood flowed freely from the bite mark. Naruto then swiped it onto the door knob and then the door was instantly covered with intricate symbols signifying the use of seals. The markings glowed a piercing teal color before turning black and the door opened with a click. Naruto stared at his mother with a wide open mouth and before he could ask, Kushina answered. Your father was good with seals, was all she said. Naruto forced his mouth closed and then opened the door. Naruto gasped. The house was huge. The first floor was a normal living room with 2 couches that could seat about 7 people each and 4 reclining chairs along with a plasma screen television. A cabinet filled with different movies and below the TV there was a fireplace. A small ledge above the fireplace rested a small statue of the elemental gods, Hyjin, Raijin, Kazujin, Suijin, and Tsukijin, all surrounding a statue of what the artist depicted Kami to look like. A silver-haired man with golden streaks. He wore a white robe with gold and silver flames decorating it and a necklace with finely cut gems and the finishing touch a golden outline giving off a look as if the statue was shining in the light. And then next to it was a statue of a black dragon breathing out a stream of fire and finally the last thing Naruto looked at. A photo of his mother next to a man with blonde spiky hair like his except wilder and longer and had the same blue eyes. The man was wearing a white cloak and he and his mother were smiling, both bearing foxy grins on their faces. Naruto continued to stare at the picture. Kushina saw her son staring at the photo and then quickly pulled him away from it. The rest of the first floor was a huge kitchen and a dining area. Come on Naruto, let's go look around some more, she said. Naruto complied, but the picture was forever etched into his mind and he couldn't get his mind to wander from it. The second floor of the 5-story house was a training room. The third was a library filled with scrolls of jutsus and other important information. The fourth floor had split down into pathways, one leading right and the other left. The one on the right leads to my room and the left is yours. You might want to put some stuff in there because since we never had time to put stuff in, all you have is a bed, a closet, and a bathroom, the secret wife of Yondaime said. Naruto nodded and walked into his room. The place was empty except for the queen-sized bed and a huge walk-in closet. Naruto quickly rested his duffel bag on the ground. When he heard a yelp, he quickly remembered about Kiyoshi and Shizuka. He opened the bag and the fox and dragon instantly clambered out. The 2 animals were sweating from the heat of being cooped up in a bag for so long. God damn it, Naruto. You could have let me and Shizuka-chan out, Kiyoshi said. Naruto scratched his head from embarrassment. Gomen nasai, Kiyoshi-san. Shizuka-chan. Kinda got caught up in the moment of how huge this house is, he said. Kiyoshi just shook his head and then he and Shizuka went to explore the house. Don't go outside, okay guys, Naruto called. Sure, Kiyoshi replied. Naruto then looked at his room. The walls were painted with a nature-looking theme. A forest took up the front wall in front of the bed and many varieties of animals were painted in the forest. The wall on the left was the edge of the forest leading to a narrow the stream. A few fish were painted into the flowing waters and a few deer were there too taking a drink too. The back wall was a clearing in which the river led to a small lake. Cliffs were above the lake as a painted waterfall sent cascading waters into the lake. 2 dragons could be seen diving from the sky towards the water about a few meters away from entering the lake. Finally, the right wall showed an entire horizon area. The sunset painted in looked almost as real as the other paintings on his other walls. The mixtures of oranges, reds and yellows were a sight to behold. Well, what do you think? Naruto turned to see his mother leaning on the doorframe. It's so beautiful, I never thought art could look this realistic, he commented. Kushina smiled and then took her son's hand. Come on, we gave to see the last floor, she said. Then Naruto and Kushina ran up the stairs to the final floor, which was just a big room filled with boxes. Naruto looked at one that read Kushina's clothes no touchy. Naruto sweat dropped. Kushina could be so childish sometimes. So what do you think of the house? She asked. Naruto grinned his foxy grin. It's perfect, he stated. Kushina ruffled the boy's blonde locks. Great. Now come on, we have to get some kimonos for the festival tonight. Also, I want to see you ask out your little friend, she said. Naruto blushed when she mentioned Sora and then left. Kushina chuckled. He's got it bad for whoever he's thinking of asking, she thought. Kimono shop. A young Rime Sora was about to purchase her kimono, which was an aqua color which accented her eyes and had a green flowers on it. Sora sneezed and wondered who the hell was talking or thinking about her. Sora shrugged and then returned to the task at hand, getting a kimono to impress Naruto. Back with Naruto. Naruto and Kushina walked into the kimono shop, but as soon as Naruto stepped in, glares were fired at him from all sides. Naruto's head dropped, but then he felt all the eyes stop glaring and he felt his other's killer intent as they walked through the shop. Naruto smirked, Okasan rules. As the two headed for the male section, Naruto ran into a familiar face. Sora-chan? He questioned. The blonde-haired, azure-eyed girl stopped when she heard her name. She looked around the shop and spotted the Jinchuriki and waved while walking towards him. Oh, she's cute. Nice curves. Good dresser. Naruto, my son, way to score one for the team, Kushina whispered. Naruto blushed a shade of red at what his mother said before turning to Sora. Hey Naruto-kun, Sora told the blonde Uzumaki. Are you coming to the spring festival tonight? She asked. Naruto nodded. Hi. Just came for a kimono with my Okasan, he said, gesturing to Kushina. Sora looked at the red-haired woman. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Uzumaki, Sora greeted the redhead. Kushina waved politely. Well, kids, I have to find myself a kimono. Why don't you two chat while I go look? She said. Don't forget to ask her. She whispered into Naruto's ear, and then left with a mischievous smirk. Naruto and Sora then stood looking down at the ground as if it was suddenly the most interesting thing in the world. So Naruto started. How has your training been going so far? He asked. Sora looked up into Naruto's eyes. Pretty well. I've been learning some new jutsus. You? She asked. Naruto grinned. I got a summoning contract and Naruto looked around and then whispered. I found out I have Kekai Genkai from Okasan. Sora's eyes widened. Sugoi, Naruto-kun, you were so gonna kick Gaara's ass at the exams, she complimented. Say what's your contract with and what's your bloodline? She asked, eager to know. Naruto smiled. That's for me to know and you to find out at the exams, he said mischievously. Sora pouted cutely before a light bulb went off in her head. Sora then turned back to Naruto and then said, Please Naruto-kun, I'd be very, very grateful to you if you tell me, she said in a seductive tone. Sora pressed her body up against Naruto's. Naruto would have fainted on the spot had he not been in a shop of people who hated his guts. Naruto turned nearly 50 shades of red. Using all his willpower, he forced himself to say no. Sora grinned and then stopped her advances, making Naruto stop blushing. Naruto then looked at Sora as she was observing her newly bought kimono. Well, I have to go. Need to get ready, you know, she said and then walked away. Naruto contemplated on what to do. It was now or never. Mateo, Sora-chan, he called. Sora turned around and smiled. Yes, Naruto-kun? Well, you see, for the FF Festival people are CC carrying DDATTTs, so I was wondering if you would could go with me, he asked her with a huge blush. Sora was blushing also. Of course, she replied a bit too quickly, causing her to blush even more. Naruto looked up with a surprised expression. Gomen, I don't think I heard right, did you just say? Sora nodded her head rapidly. Naruto grinned his foxy grin before whooping with joy and then hugging the blonde kunoichi. I'll meet you at the festival at 7:30 in front of Ichiraku's. Okay, Naruto said. Sora nodded with a blush on her face and then left. Naruto grinned before going off to look for a kimono. He went in the male's section looking around. No too emo, he said, long looking at a black one. Too happy, he commented on a pink one. Too creepy. Too stupid, too gay, too... Oh no, wait, this is the one, he said, taking a kimono off the rack. He grinned and then he found his Kasan and then they both paid for their kimonos and then headed back to the Uzumaki compound. Naruto continued to train in his bloodline abilities and other powerful jutsus his mother taught him. Kushina finally thought he was ready and gave him the 2 scrolls she received from Jiraiya. What are these? The blonde Jinchuriki asked, observing the scrolls. These are jutsu scrolls, with very powerful jutsu inside, she told him. Naruto's eyes brightened when he heard the P word. Sugoi, what are they? He asked. Kushina chuckled and then said, Find out for yourself. Naruto was about to do just that, but then looked at the clock in the living room. It said 6 o'clock. Kyuso, I'm gonna be late. Gotta shower and get dressed to meet Sora-chan, he said as he rushed to the bathroom in his room. Kushina chuckled as she watched her son. Ah, to be in love, she said, and then went to get dressed also. 7:30 p.m. Konoha streets. Young Reime Sora was waiting in front of Ichiraku Ramen for Naruto to arrive. She looked at Hetwatch. It was still 7:30 and she knew Naruto was not the type of person to stand up someone, but he couldn't help but have doubts. The young Kunoichi was snapped out of her thoughts when she heard her name being called. She looked down the road to see the young Uzumaki running up to her. Gomen nasai. I needed to get some things done before coming, Naruto explained. Am I late? He asked. No, not at all, Sora said, and then flashed the Kyubi Jinchuriki a smile. Naruto took the time to look over Sora. She was dressed in the flower-patterned aqua kimono. Her hair was let loose, settling at her lower back, and she had on a slight bit of makeup. Beautiful, he thought. Sora was also looking over Naruto. His hair was still wild and unruly, but it suited him. He wore an ocean blue kimono which accented his eyes, and was patterned with purple and black dragons. He's handsome was all she could think. There was a period of silence between the two, but Naruto decided to break the ice. Well, Sora-chan, I must say you look absolutely gorgeous tonight, he said with a foxy grin. Sora blushed and replied, Yeah, you look very handsome. The blue suits you. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Arigato, so how about we partake in the games, Naruto said, offering his arm. Sora grinned and took his arm. To the games, Mr. Uzumaki, Sora said, and the two set off. Along the way, Naruto was playing one of the shinobi games, one which was to throw all 10 kunai through a ring hitting the bullseye, in which Naruto excelled in, and won a stuffed dog for Sora that looked like a brown version of Akamaru. Hey Naruto, a loud voice called. Sora and Naruto turned to see his friends. Shikamaru was dressed in a leaf green kimono with a deer pattern. Ino was dressed in a yellow one with purple cosmos scattered across the surface. Chuji was dressed in a deep red kimono with pictures of bears all over it. Hinata was in a lavender kimono with a lilac pattern. Kiba's was gray with a wolf pattern. Shino was in a black kimono with golden butterflies etched across it. Sakura was obviously in pink with a picture of a cherry blossom tree on it. Erashur and Shinji were in similar kimonos, dark blue with black shuriken all over it. Niji was in a white kimono with silver birds on it. Tenten's was red with tigers on it, and Lee's was green and had orange squirrels. Hey guys, Naruto greeted his friends, and Sakura whom he said hello to in a monotone. So Naruto, who's your girlfriend over there? Ino teased. Naruto and Sora blushed at being mentioned as a couple. We're not like that, Naruto and Sora said at the same time. She's my date for the festival, Naruto explained. But then the young boy got a sly look in his eyes. Who are you guys going with? He asked with a foxy grin. Ino, Chuji and I had to go together because Tusen said so, Shikamaru complained. Troublesome, he muttered. Naruto chuckled. What about the rest of you? Naruto asked. We came in our teams, so we don't really have dates, Erashur said. Naruto then smiled. Guess I'm the only one got a girl, Naruto joked, making the genin laugh. The group then left, but Kiba walked up to Naruto before leaving. Make sure you give her a goodnight kiss after this is over, the dog fanatic whispered. Naruto blushed, but forced it down so Sora, who was chatting with Sakura, wouldn't see it. Naruto nodded and then returned to Sora. Well, Sora-chan, care to play some games, he said. Once I kick your ass, she said. Yeah, right. I'm the best game player ever, Naruto bragged. Well, we'll see if that's true, Sora replied with a sly smirk. Naruto and Sora then ran off to play the shinobi games. After Naruto won 7-6, he and Sora then went to get something to eat. Naruto waited in line and noticed Ino, Chuji, and Shikamaru ahead. "Hey guys, hungry are you?" he asked. Ino nodded. "Yeah. All that walking and playing games made me hungry," Chuji said as he rubbed his stomach. Naruto then turned to Shikamaru. "Hey Shikamaru, I saw a sign for a shogi tournament a few stands back. You should sign up," Naruto suggested to his academy class pranking buddy. Shikamaru yawned. "Yeah, alright, it'll give me something to do," he said and then walked to the stand. Shikamaru then signed his name and then sat at a table facing off against an older man who appeared a bit too overconfident. Before he started, the Nara heard a female voice. "Fancy seeing you here," Temari said as she walked up to him dressed in a purple kimono with green striped that looked like the flowing wind. "Ditto," he replied. "I'm going to win the 5,000 Rio prize and trophy," she said with a smirk. "Okay. Good luck with that," Shikamaru replied. Temari fumed before stomping off to her table to face her opponent. Shikamaru turned back to his table mate. "Prepare to lose, kiddo," the man said. Shikamaru just yawned, which annoyed the man, and the games began. Back with Naruto and Sora. "So Ino, why don't you have a date? I expected you of all people to come with one," Naruto said. Ino huffed and didn't say anything. "She got stood up," Chuji said. "Ah, I see," Naruto said. "Ino, walk with me," Naruto said. Ino was puzzled and stepped off to the side with Naruto. "What do you want, Dobe?" Ino asked with an annoyed tone. Naruto knew Ino was just upset and ignored the jab at his status. "Well, Chuji told me you got abandoned by your date," he said. Ino remained quiet. "Why don't you go with Chuji? He's a nice guy with a kind heart." "Well, Naruto, it's obvious. Chuji's just a pig who would rather eat than..." Naruto glared, halting Ino's insult at Chuji. "Listen, Ino, have you ever heard the phrase, never judge a book by its cover? Well, Chuji's like that. Give the boy a chance and you'll find something in him you'll like," Naruto said with a kind smile. "Demo, it's Chuji, he's my teammate," and Ino was once again shut up when Naruto put his hand on her shoulder. "Ino, stop judging people by outward appearances and get to know them better. Now I'm hungry, let's go back to Sora-chan and Chuji." The two blondes then walked back to the fire manipulator and the Akimichi. Sora was waiting for Naruto at a table, who walked towards her and sat down to eat a meal of ramen and onigiri. "Hey Ino, what were you and Naruto talking about?" Chuji asked his friend. Ino just shook her head. "Nothing important," she stated. "Here, I got a vegetarian meal for you," the young Akimichi said, gesturing to the tray beside his on the table. Ino looked at Chuji, who was grinning at her, before returning to his meal. Ino smiled. Naruto was right, she'd give Chuji a chance. Naruto and Sora were eating when Sora looked up at the dragon summoner. "So, what were you and Ino talking about?" she asked. Naruto swallowed before talking, manners before talking. "Thank goodness Okasan told me what to do when you're on a date," he thought before answering. "I was just telling her to get over her date standing her up," he said. Sora looked at Naruto as if telling him to go on. "And?" she told the blonde boy. Naruto looked at the yellow-haired girl, her light blue eyes staring into his. "I told her to give Chuji a chance. He's actually a nice guy minus the eating constantly," he said as he took a bit out of his onigiri. Sora's eyes widened. "Well, look at you, being the love doctor of Konoha," she teased. Naruto chuckled. "Please, I'm anything but a matchmaker," he said. The two continued to eat in silence. When they finished eating, they proceeded to walk through the lantern-lit streets when they heard a voice over a few of the intercoms placed throughout the streets. "Come all ninja children, come and join the ninja three-legged obstacle course. You and one teammate will go through a series of obstacles in order to reach the end and gain a whopping 10,000 RYO here in stand 67. The intercom then shut off with buzz and zap. Sora and Naruto looked at each other and grinned, knowing what the other was thinking. "We're going to win that thing," they both said, and then raced off to stand 67. When the two blondes arrived, they found a number of genin there to take part, as well as the rookie 9 minus Shikamaru, Team Guy and Sora's team. The genin all observed the obstacle course. It consisted first of a run through a 50-meter field while jumping over hurdles, then climbing a 20-feet wall without chakra, then hopping across 20 rocks that were placed over a small pond, and then finally a 30-meter sprint to the finish line. "Well, this should be exciting," Niji said. "Yosh, my flames of youth will shine in this dark as I win this race," Lee yelled, flames burning in his eyes. The teams then lined up at the starting line. The teams then tied a firm knot around their ankles, but not enough to restrict blood flow. The teams are as follows: Shinji and Erashur, Sora and Naruto, Hinata and Kiba, Lee and Shino, Niji and Tenten. The teams then got ready to take off. The referee guy then stood off to the side with a kunai and exploding note in hand. "On your marks," the ref said. He then lit the note. The flame burned the note. "Get set." The flame was now halfway across the note. The ref threw the kunai high into the air, and then a few seconds later a boom echoed throughout the night sky. At that, the teams sped off. Niji and Tenten held the lead, with Naruto and Sora not far behind. Shino and Lee in third. Shinji and Erashur were in fourth, with Kiba and Hinata in last place. After the hurdles, they reached the wall. The teams tried to climb the wall, but had no luck. Then Naruto got an idea. He released the genjutsu on his hands, revealing his sharp claws, and then told Sora to hold on to him. Naruto then dug his claws into the wooden wall and moved upwards. Kiba used his claws also and began to follow Naruto's movements. Naruto and Sora finally made it over the wall, with Kiba and Hinata a few meters behind. Lee and Shino had made due to Lee's youthful power, /N. Shino used his bugs to help them climb. The three finalists then ran to the rocks. Naruto and Sora were quickly making their way across the rocks with ease. Lee and Shino had gotten ahead of Kiba and Hinata and were now on the rocks, but Lee's sandal caught on the hem of his kimono and the two teammates tumbled into the waters below. Lee and Shino climbed onto a rock and saw Kiba and Hinata hopping across the rocks, with Naruto and Sora having a huge lead. "Gomen nasai, Shino-san. I seem to have tripped on my kimono. Forgive me," Lee said with anime tears. Shino shook his head. "It's all right, Lee. Let's just see who'll win, Naruto or Kiba," the bug user said. Naruto and Sora nearly fell, but they regained their footing. Kiba and Hinata were quickly catching up, so Naruto decided to up the pace. Sora nearly fell over since they were joined at the ankle by the rope. Sora adjusted to the speed and the two then began to reach the final rock. With one final jump, the two jumped over it and landed on the other side of the pond. Kiba and Hinata tripped on the last rock and fell into the cold waters. "Gomen, Kiba-kun, IMS set up," she stuttered with her head down. "It's okay, Hinata-chan, we near to the end, that's good enough for me," he said. Hinata blushed when Kiba grabbed her waist and helped her out, and they watched as Naruto and Sora crossed the finish line. The crowd, that had gathered, cheered for the winners while some booed, because they didn't like Naruto for his tenant. Naruto didn't care though. He took the golden trophy from the referee and Naruto and Sora cheered for their victory. The two hugged and jumped up and down as their friends gathered around them. Four of them soaked and lifted the two blondes onto their shoulders. The two were so happy they didn't realize they were holding hands. Shikamaru was walking with Temari to the place where Naruto and Sora were being thrown up into the air and down and up again. Shikamaru was holding a gold trophy and a check in his pocket. Another one to add to the collection, I guess, he thought with a sigh, as he ignored Temari's rants about he cheated to beat her in the final round. Midnight. Temari had left to the hotel where she and her brothers were staying and the genin were all walking home. The rookies had all split up to go home, but Naruto decided to stay with Sora to walk her home. The two blondes walked down the road side by side. Naruto was holding the trophy under his arm. "It sure was a fun day today," Naruto said with a chuckle. Sora giggled and brushed off her kimono. "It sure was a good idea to use your nails to get us up that wall," she complimented. Naruto blushed. "Ah, you're too kind," he said. The two shared a laugh before everything went silent. The chirping of crickets echoed throughout the night as the two continued to walk. They finally stopped when Sora reached the door to her house. Sora then faced her date and smiled. Arigato for a fun night tonight, Naruto-kun, she said. Anytime, Sora-chan, he replied. Sora then began to fidget and tug on her kimono. Naruto noticed she looked a bit nervous. Is something wrong, Sora-chan? He asked. Naruto's eyes widened as his question was answered with a kiss on the lips. Sora kissed the boy. A lot of passion and love was put into that one kiss. Naruto was too shocked to do anything. As Sora pulled away, a huge blush was on her face. Want to meet again when we're not training? She asked, the blonde Jinchuriki. Naruto just nodded, his brain still trying to process what just happened. Sora grinned and then left Naruto alone with his thoughts as Naruto walked back home. Uzumaki/Namikaze's compound. Naruto entered his home, a look of thought etched on his face. Kushina was sitting on the living room couch with an angry expression in her face. Where have you been, young man? I've been worried. Kushina stopped when she saw her son's face. Kushina got pee and walked to him as Naruto sat on one of the recliners. Naruto daijabu desuka? She asked. She kissed me, Naruto whispered. Kushina's eyes widened when she heard that. Ah, so she kissed you, and how do you feel? She asked him, sitting on the recliner's arm. That's the problem, Okasan. I don't know how I feel about her. I mean, I only met her a few days ago, and then, this, he yelled. Kushina ruffled her son's hair. Let me guess, you're feeling confused, happy, and have a weird sensation in your stomach. Am I right? She asked. Naruto looked at his mother as if she just grew a second head. That's exactly it, Okasan, he said. How'd you know? He asked. Honey, you love that Sora girl, she stated, and then Kushina got up and left to go to bed. Naruto sat in the chair thinking over what his mother just said. I love her, he thought to himself. Naruto then went to bed to think about this another time. The past weeks, Naruto and the other finalists have training for their matches. Naruto trained more in his bloodline ability and learned a multitude of jutsus related to his bloodline, a lot more elemental ones, and began to learn the jutsu from the first scroll his mother gave him. Naruto and Sora, when not training, had began to see each other more often and became very close. He and Sora discussed the results of their training, and Sora often found Naruto with his right hand covered in chakra burns and a spiral mark on his palm. Then Naruto knew his mother was right. He loved the young kunoichi. A few days later, Naruto confessed he loved Sora and was met with a kiss on the lips as her response. Now the time has come, the month is over, and the Chunin exam finals are about to begin. The daimyos of Wind, Fire, and the new and improved Wave countries have all gathered to watch the exciting matches. At the Konoha Arena, the stands were packed to the brim with cheering fans and fellow shinobi. The finalists were all waiting on the field below for the matches to begin. They were all lined up, looking at the cheering fans, all the finalists except Sasuke. Naruto was puzzled. Strange, I would have expected Sasuke of all people to show up on time for the matches, he thought. Don't worry about that emo kid. Kit, just focus on that Gara kid. There's something off about him, but I can't place it, Kyubi said via mental contact. All right, Q-sensei, he replied. Kyubi growled. The Lord of Foxes hated that stupid nickname the little gaki came up for him. Naruto looked over at Sora, his now girlfriend, who smiled at him. Naruto smiled back before getting serious and staring at Gara. The stands quieted as the Hokage and the newly arrived Kazekage stood up. Sarutobi stood up and looked over the people in the stands. Welcome, citizens of Konohagakure no Sato and distinguished guests, he said, gesturing to the daimyos. I welcome you all to the 5th annual Konoha Chunin exams and hope you all will enjoy the exciting matches our finalists will present to us today, Sarutobi exclaimed. The crowd's cheers echoed throughout the stadium, and then Heiei, who had survived the attack from Baki with critical injuries, but survived, looked at the finalists along with his assistant, Shinranu Ganma. Alright you guys, this is the final exam. The judges in the stands will see if you're ready to become Chunin. Now then, the rules are the same. The match is over if one of you is knocked unconscious, killed, if you surrender, or if one of us referees declares the match over, Genma explained. The genin nodded in understanding. Good, cough. Now then, the first match. Fuma Erashur versus Aburame Shino. These two competitors will remain here on the field, while the rest of you can go up to the balcony and watch from there," Hayate said and then coughed some more. "Honestly, Hayate, do something about that cough," Ganma said with an anime sweat drop on the back of his head. Hayate ignored his fellow Jonin, and then the other fighters walked up to the balcony. Erasure and Shino stood across from each other and shook hands. "May the best man win," Erasure said with a grin. "Which is obviously me," he added. Shino stopped shaking and put his hand back in his pocket. "Don't count you chickens before they hatch," Shino replied, and then the two warriors slipped into their respective fighting stances. /N. I think that's the saying. Genma then stepped between the two as Hayate waked away from the three of them. Genma then raised his arm up into the air. "You two ready?" he asked. The two nodded in confirmation. Genma then brought his arm down in a chop motion and jumped away with a yell of, "Hey Jime!" The two then rushed each other and the Chunin exams began. Chapter 9. Let the games begin. Previously on Fox Sanin. "Don't count you chickens before they hatch," Shino replied, and then the two warriors slipped into their respective fighting stances. /N. I think that's the saying. Genma then stepped between the two as Hayate walked away from the three of them. Genma then raised his arm up into the air. "You two ready?" he asked. The two nodded in confirmation. Genma then brought his arm down in a chop motion and jumped away with a yell of, "Hey Jime!" The two then rushed each other and the Chunin exams began. Now, Shino and Erasure jumped at each other. Shino aimed a left jab at his opponent. Erasure caught the fist and retaliated with a kick to Shino's face. Shino twisted his body, freeing his hand and dodging the blow at the same time, and then sent a wave of Kikai bugs at Erasure. Erasure formed some hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Doton. Galonia Ugosha / Earth style. Golem defender, he said, and then a huge golem of earth rose from the ground and blocked the Kikai wave. After the golem left in a pile of rubble, the two fighters jumped away from each other to gain some distance. The crowd's cheers echoed throughout the stadium as the fight progressed. Shino sent another wave of bugs at the genin across from him. Erasure looked at the wave of bugs and formed hand signs. Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu / Fire style. Grand Fireball Jutsu. And the fireball blew out of Arashi's mouth and burning the chakra-eating bugs. Erasure grinned. But then his grin dropped as he saw the swarm of bugs come through the flames. "My bugs have the ability to adapt to almost any kind of situation. Becoming fireproof is one of those adaptations," Shino said as he adjusted his shades. Erasure gritted his teeth as he jumped, twisted and flipped to avoid the continuous onslaught of bugs. He then jumped away and pulled out a scroll from his pocket. He opened it and a huge Fuma shuriken appeared from the scroll in a poof of smoke. Erasure threw the shuriken at the Aburame, but the swarm defended their master. But Shino's eyebrows rose in surprise as he saw a burning, exploding note on the shuriken. Shino was about to throw it away, but it was too late as a huge explosion occurred from the arena. "Wow, that was unexpected," Naruto said. Sora looked at her boyfriend and frowned. "That's all you could say after a huge explosion nearly kills one of your friends, Naruto-kun," she said. Naruto chuckled. "Shino, maybe a quiet guy, but he knows a challenge when he sees one and prepares for the worst," Naruto said. "That's why he used that peculiar bug jutsu." Sora's eyes widened. "Nanny, demo, I didn't see any jutsu. Shino didn't do shit. Erasure totally kicked his ass," Sora said. Naruto then pointed at the field, and sure enough there stood Shino, and around him was a wall of insects. "Another one of my insects adaptations. Iron hard shells," Shino said as the bugs flew at Erasure. Shino made hand signs and then a dome of insects formed in an attempt to crush their enemy. But Erasure jumped up into the air and formed some hand signs. Futon. Doki no Kazujin / Wind style. Wrath of the Wind God. He yelled, and then a huge tornado appeared and swept up Shino's Kikai bugs into the swirling wind vortex. Shino used chakra to stick to the ground, but his feet were slowly being pulled towards the tornado. Erasure then formed some more hand signs. "I got this from Sora. Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu." He yelled and the fireball went into the tornado, and then the tornado became engulfed in flames, forming a firestorm. Shino's eyes widened beneath his shades, and then he knew he had to pull out his secret weapon. Shino formed some hand signs and clapped his hands together. Shino pulled out a scroll, and then the kanji for water appeared on the scroll's page. Shino threw his scroll high up into the air, and then the scroll disappeared with a poof, and in its place a large waterfall fell from the sky. Shino then formed some more hand signs. Suetun, Hidora no Jutsu/water style. Hydra Jutsu, Shino yelled, and then the falling water began to take shape. A serpentine body came first, then 4 large legs equipped with razor-sharp claws of water, a long whip-like tail, and finally 3 elongated necks, each with a ferocious head that looked like a mix between a dragon and snake. /N. I know what you're all thinking, Shino without his bug jutsus, WTF, but hey, if you want to make a fanfiction, you have to make some things your own. And besides, I wanted to make Shino to be able to actually do something without his bugs. The Hydra let out a gurgling roar before attacking the fire tornado. The beast quickly destroyed it and then headed for Erashur, who was in shock at the power of this beast. Erashur used quick thinking and formed his earth golem, but the Hydra had a chakra-infused brain and could therefore use logic, and then it used its tail to smash the golem into rubble. Erashur jumped away as the Hydra continued to attack him. Erashur ran as the liquid serpent tried to bite him, its 3 heads attacking from nearly all available angles. Erashur then knew he had pulled out his trump card, as there was no other way to take on a jutsu of this magnitude, and then formed more hand signs and called his most powerful Doton jutsu. Doton. Yugosha no Tsukijin/earth style. Protector of the earth god, Erashur yelled, and then a huge rumbling was made beneath the earth, and then with a mighty crash a huge lion jumped out, made completely of stone. The Hydra hissed and the lion roared, and the two did battle. The Hydra fired a jet of water, but the lion, being made of dense earth, had no effect. The lion then smashed its front paws, and then spikes of earth shot out of the ground and launched towards the Hydra. The Hydra then combined its 3 heads into one, making its attacks 3 times more powerful. The Hydra called upon a huge wave that rose from its body and demolished the spikes. The water was then reabsorbed into the water Hydra's body. The Hydra jumped and prepared to crash down onto the lion. The lion growled as it rolled to avoid the Hydra's attack, which created a 5-meter crater in the ground. The Hydra hissed as its head became 3 again. Shino then made more hand signs. Raitun, Yakaminara/lightning style. Lightning arrow, he said. Electricity coursed through Shino's arms, and then a bow and arrow made of lightning was made, and the arrow shot towards the Hydra. The electricity was conducted through the water dragon/snake. The water then became stronger, and you all know what happens to Earth when face off with lightning. It's very bad luck for our Earth Guardian. The lion roared as it was hit the shoulder with a quick strike from the Hydra. 3 more strikes accompanied the first one, making the lion fall. Erashur watched as his most powerful jutsu was about to fall, and then a light bulb went off in his head. Erashur formed some hand signs, and the lion quickly became submerged beneath the ground. The Hydra hissed as it looked for its enemy, its 3 heads darting about. The lion then popped out of the ground, fully healed. Erashur finished his hand signs and then shot his arms forward. Futon. Kusari no Kaze/wind style. Wind armor, he yelled. Now normally this jutsu would apply to the user, but in Arashi's case the wind armor can be used on who or whatever the user wishes to apply the wind armor to, which is the Lion of Earth. Swirling winds then formed around the lion, and its limbs, head and tail, were covered with it. Shino and Erashur looked at each other and nodded. This would be the final blow. The 2 genin jumped onto their respective beasts, charging their remaining chakra into the elemental beasts. The Hydra and lion let out a roar and then charged each other. The Hydra let out a hiss as it formed its 3 heads into the single more powerful head. The lion roared as it thundered across the field. With a final roar and hiss, the Hydra and lion met with a boom. A huge cloud of smoke appeared as the 2 beats of water and earth clashed. The smoke cleared, and the people in the stands quieted to see who the victor would be. The smoke cleared, and there stood a heavily bruised and battered up Erashur, and across from him stood Shino. Wood was looking just as bad as Erashur. Shino then used a final attack with his Kikai, and Arashi's eyes widened. He wouldn't be able to dodge this. But as the bugs flew, they halted and flew back to their master, who was falling to the ground. Arashi's legs felt too heavy to support his body and he fell also. Both fighters were unconscious. Ganma sighed. "This match is a draw," he yelled. The crowd clapped for the good fight they had seen. The daimyos were discussing among themselves about the fight and the Hokage and Kazekage were up in the VIP box. "Well, that was a great match, wouldn't you say, Kazekage Dano?" Sarutobi said. The Kazekage chuckled. "Oh, indeed, that Aburame surprised me with his use of Kikai as well as that high-level Suetun Jutsu. I wonder where he learned it," the Kazekage pondered. The medics on the field quickly rushed on and carried the two boys off to the arena's hospital. Ganma then looked at his matchup sheet. "Nara Shikamaru and Sabaku no Temari, please report down to the field for your match," Ganma yelled. Hayate coughed some more as he saw Temari jump down, riding on the winds with her fan to the ground. "You're an eager one," Ganma commented. Temari scowled. "I just want to get back at him for beating me at that shogi tournament yesterday," she growled. Ganma backed away slowly from the Sunagenin and looked up in the balcony for Shikamaru. Up in the balcony, Shikamaru was holding onto his chair as Naruto and Sora attempted to pull him down to the field. "Let me, Naruto, Sora, I don't want to fight, I am going to forfeit, let me go," he pleaded. Naruto and Sora stopped, and Shikamaru relaxed. They had finally given up. "You lazy team, get your ass down there," Naruto yelled, and then grabbed Shikamaru's leg and hauled him off. Shikamaru fell on his face and then Naruto picked Shikamaru off the floor and dropped down onto the field. Shikamaru screamed in fear as he fell the 30-feet drop. He quickly planted some kunai into the wall and halted his movement. Few asterisk, that was close, I nearly hurt myself," he said. He then looked up and glared at our favorite Jinchuriki who waved at him from above. Shikamaru then felt his grip slip as he looked and saw the sweat on his hands were making him loose his hold on the kunai. "No," he screamed and then fell on the ground with a loud thump. The people in the stands winced as they saw Shikamaru fall. "I bet that hurt," one fan said. "You think he survived?" another said. "He looks like someone who wouldn't put up a fight," said a third. The crowd then became silent as they ran out of comments about the young Nara genius. "I'm hungry," someone yelled in the stands. Shikamaru sighed and then got up and walked towards Ganma. "Let's see if you could fight as well as you play shogi," Temari said. Shikamaru yawned and then looked at Temari. "I have fight another girl. Great, just great." "Oh well, guess I can't disappoint the crowd," Shikamaru complained. "Heijime," Ganma said as he jumped to the sidelines. Temari quickly removed her fan and intended to end it quick by slamming down the heavy wind maker onto Shikamaru's head. A cloud of smoke erupted from where the blow struck, but when it cleared, Shikamaru was gone. She looked around for him, but then saw a shadow stretch towards her. Temari jumped backwards as Shikamaru intended to get her with the Kagemain no Jutsu/Shadow Possession Jutsu. The shadow then shrunk back into the brush and Temari glared. She opened out her fan and all 3 printed moons were present. She then swung the fan back as hard as she could and swung back forward. "Kamaitashi no Jutsu/Wind Scythe Jutsu," she yelled, and then powerful gust of razor-sharp wind blew towards Shikamaru's hiding place in the brush. Shikamaru gritted his teeth as some of the wind blades nicked his arms and face. "Kyuso, as this goes on any longer I'm going to lose. Time to do some thinking," he said and then stepped out from behind the tree he was hiding behind. He then sat on the ground and formed a hand sign that looked like he was cupping something. Temari got into a defensive stance in case this was a decoy, and up in the stands everyone was wondering what that hand sign Shikamaru made was. Naruto and Sora then walked to the area where Asuma and Kurenai were sitting. "Oi, Asuma-sensei," Naruto called to the Jonin. Kurenai and Asuma turned and waved. Naruto and Sora walked towards their seats. "Oi, Naruto, what brings you here and who's this pretty lady?" he asked, earning an invisible glare from Kurenai. "This is Sora-chan, my girlfriend, and I see you're here with yours," he said to Asuma, gesturing to Kurenai. Asuma and Kurenai blushed. "We're not like that," Kurenai said. Naruto sighed. "I know about you too, it's very obvious anyway, that's not the reason I'm here," Naruto said. Kurenai and Asuma were thinking the same thing. How does he know about me and Asuma/Kurenai? But chose to ignore it for the time being. I want to know what that weird hand sign Shikamaru made was, Naruto said. Asuma chuckled. It's not a hand sign, Naruto, the smoke addict said. The three ninja turned towards Sarutobi's son. Nanny! They yelled. You heard right, it's not a hand sign but more of a thinking posture. It's a habit of his that whenever he's in a jam he gets into that pose and comes up with a plan. Asuma said. A plan? But he got worse grades than Naruto, Kurenai said. Naruto's sweat dropped at that comment. He was like Naruto, a genius in disguise. You see, one day I gave Shikamaru an IQ test and told him to do his very best. Just this once, and you know what his score was? The smoker said. Everyone nodded their heads. Asuma grinned. He got over 200. The boy was a fucking genius. The two kunoichi and one shinobi eyes bugged out of their skulls. Over 200. That's fucking unbelievable, Naruto said as he looked at Shikamaru. Shikamaru then got up and dusted his clothes off. His plan is about to go into action, Asuma said with a smile, and then took a puff from his cigarette. Shikamaru darted back behind his tree when Temari created another Kamaitachi no Jutsu. The slicing winds cut Shikamaru's skin, but after they died down, Shikamaru put his hands into the rat sign and his shadow sped forward towards Temari. Temari jumped back. Shikamaru stopped his shadow and threw multiple kunai at Temari, but they fell right in front of her. Your aim's way off, she said in an overconfident tone. But then she heard a crackling sound and quickly jumped away as an explosion occurred from the explosive notes on the kunai handles. There was a huge cloud of smoke and Temari jumped out of it, her clothes and face covered with burns. Kyuso Yukajibaka, I'll kill you, she roared. Shikamaru threw another kunai at her. Temari jumped to dodge and landed back on the ground. But then she felt her body freeze. She forced her head to look down and saw a shadow connected to hers. Shikamaru stepped out from the shadows of the trees in the corner of the stadium. Kagemain no Jutsu, success, he said in a bored tone. He then grinned slightly. You're probably wondering how I did it. Well, I'll let you look behind you, he said. Shikamaru turned his head, which in turn triggered Temari to do the same. She gasped. There, behind her was the second hole, where Arashi's Yugosha no Tsukijin came from. He then walked towards her, causing Temari to walk towards Shikamaru. Shikamaru held two kunai to her jugular vein and then released the Kagemain. Surrender? He asked. Temari growled, but nodded as he withdrew his kunai. Shousha, Nara Shikamaru, Ganma said. The crowd clapped lightly, but then whispered about Shikamaru's method of victory. The young genius sighed as he walked back up the wall using the little chakra he had and jumped back onto the balcony. Naruto and Sora, along with the other rookies that came to see the fights, ran up to him and clapped him on the back. Never doubted you for a second, buddy, Naruto said with a fox grin. Then he looked at Sora. Your match with Sasuke is next, Naruto told his girlfriend. Sora nodded. You'll never beat Sasuke-kun. He's strong, smart, handsome and cooler than you'll ever be, Sakura and Ino said. Naruto stood in front of the two Sasuke fangirls. The killer intent coming off of him was small, but enough to freeze the two kunoichis. Don't you ever insult my Sora-chan. She will kick that Sasuke's ass to the curb, and just because Sasuke's an Uchiha doesn't mean he's invincible. If all Uchihas were as arrogant and stupid as Sasuke, then it's no wonder they all got wiped out, Naruto said with his eyes turning slitted. The genin chuckled at Sasuke being called Sasuke, but that last part, oh no. Naruto-kun. Don't say any more. You went too far with that last one, Sora said. Naruto sighed. Gomen nasai Sora-chan, he said, and then kissed her cheek. Now kick Sasuke's ass, will you, he said. Sora nodded and then jumped down to the floor. Sora walked up to Ganma. She was dressed in a light green short pants with some bandages around her left thigh, a forest green top and dark blue ninja sandals, and finally her weapons pouch on her right leg. The genin looked around for Sasuke, but he wasn't here yet. Ganma sighed and looked at his pocket watch. He was about to say Sasuke would be disqualified, but then a swirl of winds and fire appeared in the middle of the stadium. Sakura gasped when the flames and wind died down and there stood a tall silver-haired Jonin with a Hittite covering his left eye and next to him a shorter black-haired boy with hair that looked like a chicken's ass and wore a black leotard-looking outfit with bandages and some kind of cast-looking thing covering his right and left arms. More bandages covered his legs and he wore black ninja sandals and a Konoha Hittite. "It took you long enough," Genma said. Kakashi turned with a sheepish grin. "Sasuke's not late, is he?" Kakashi asked. Genma shook his and smirked. "No, his match was now about to start. You made it just in time," Genma said. Kakashi sighed in relief. "Arigato Kami-sama. See Sasuke, we were nearly late if you hadn't been too busy doing." Kakashi was interrupted when Sasuke glared at his sensei. "Kakashi-sensei, you ruined our cool entrance and also I told why I was late is only between us," the young Uchiha survivor said. The crowds cheered when they saw Sasuke and Sora finally get ready to fight. Kakashi went up into the stands and landed next to Naruto and Sakura. "Hey guys, what did I miss?" he asked. Naruto turned to Kakashi. "Nothing much, sensei, but you should have been there for Erasure and Shino's match. It was wicked awesome," the blonde said. Kakashi chuckled. "Gomen nasai," he replied. "Why was Sasuke-kun late, Kakashi-sensei?" the useless pink-haired girl asked. Kakashi stayed silent and looked back at Sasuke and Sora. Naruto and Sakura decided not to press the matter of Sasuke's tardiness and went to observe the match. Sora and Sasuke stared at each other and both slipped into fighting stances. Sasuke's was the Golden Dragon stance and Sora into her clan stance, the Wrath of the Phoenix. "So, Uchiha, why were you late?" Sora asked. Sasuke remained silent as he remembered. Flashback. Sasuke was breathing hard as he just finished completing the jutsu Kakashi taught him. Sasuke then went and took out a box. He opened the box and started to change from his regular outfit to the black leotard one. Kakashi's sweat dropped. "Sasuke, what is that?" the Cyclopean Jonin asked. Sasuke smirked and held out the black leotard as it swayed in the wind. "It's a suit designed to enhance speed and flexibility," Sasuke bragged and then began to dress. Kakashi shuddered at how similar the suit was to Guy's. Then he saw Sasuke unroll what seemed to be miles of bandages. "Sasuke, don't you think that's a bit too much bandages?" Kakashi asked. Sasuke ignored his sensei and began to wrap his arms. Half an hour later. "Oh dear Kami-sama. Sasuke, could you go any slower?" Kakashi shouted as he watched Sasuke now finish wrapping his right arm and placing the cast-looking thing. "Shut up, sensei. It requires extreme precision to do this," Sasuke said. "You're wrapping bandages, Sasuke. Now hurry up, if you keep at this pace we're going to be late for your match," Kakashi exclaimed. The vein in Sasuke's head grew as Kakashi continued to complain. Sasuke continued to wrap his bandages and finally 2 hours later, he finished wrapping his bandages. "All done," he said. Kakashi woke up from his nap after finishing reading out the 3rd volume of Ika Paradise. "Finally, now let's go," Kakashi said. "Mateo-sensei, we need to come up with a cool entrance since I'm like cool and I'm an Uchiha. So I was thinking along the lines of..." Kakashi tuned out Sasuke and cried. He didn't know any other way to express himself and just cried for the cruel fate that was bestowed upon him. "Why, Kami-sama? Why do you give me this cruel fate of teaching an egotistical emo Uchiha? Wwwwhy? Kakashi thought and began to beat the earth with his fists in sadness and anger. Sasuke continued to explain the entrance plan and then sweat dropped when he looked at his sensei. End flashback, /N. And that, my dear readers, is the reason Sasuke was late for the exams. "I had errands to run," Sasuke replied. Sora sweat dropped at the Uchiha's poor excuse. Errands. That's the best he could come up with. He could have said he was mastering a cool technique or something as a lie. But I mean, errands to run now, that's just an obvious lie, the manipulator thought. "Are you two ready?" Genma asked. Sora and Sasuke nodded. "Hey Jaime," he yelled, and then jumped away as the 2 fire users clashed. Sora whipped out a kunai and attempted a slash at Sasuke's chest. But Sasuke used extreme flexibility to twist his body and planted a strong kick to Sora's solar plexus. Sora dropped her kunai and clutched her stomach as the wind was knocked out of her. Sasuke then punched Sora in the face, sending the blonde girl flying and then skidding on the dirt. Sakura yelled in happiness as Sasuke was defeating Sora. "Looks like your girlfriend can't beat my Sasuke-kun," and Naruto, Sakura said. Naruto remained silent and resisted the urge to kill Sakura, but he knew Sora's real reason was to get an idea of Sasuke's ability. Sora got up and wiped the blood from her mouth. Okay, he's a strong taijutsu user, probably not very strong in genjutsu since the Uchihas tend to be more focused on power, but he has his Sharingan, so genjutsu's out of the window. If I get him to use Ketan jutsus though. Sora then began to piece together a plan. She then picked up a kunai and tied a flash bomb to the end of it. She threw the kunai at Sasuke's face, but Sasuke simply tilted his head and the kunai sailed past. As it passed his head, the Uchiha noticed the flash bomb. Time became slower as the bomb went off in front of Sasuke's eyes. The flash of light blinded Sasuke, who was seeing stars, and everything was blurry. Sora used this chance and formed hand signs. Katan. Karawenden no Jutsu / Fire Style. Fire Dragon Blast Jutsu. The dragon of flame roared as it came out of Sora's mouth and hit Sasuke's stomach, giving him extreme burns and made him fall to the ground. Sora grinned, but then frowned as Sasuke turned into a log, a sign of the use of Koarimi. Sasuke popped out of the ground and formed hand signs. Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu, he yelled, and then a fireball blasted from his mouth. Sora smiled and then used her manipulative bloodline over fire and made the fireball halt. To say Sasuke was surprised would be an understatement, but then he was knocked out of his thoughts and the fire became that of a phoenix. The bird of fire screeched and then sped towards Sasuke. Sasuke formed hand signs and spun. Katan. Karyuhiki no Jutsu / Fire Style. Firewall Jutsu. A dome of fire appeared around Sasuke and the phoenix was absorbed into it. Sora smiled and then outstretched her arm. The dome of fire became like that of a cage. Bars of flame surrounded Sasuke from all angles as he was trapped within the confines of his own defensive jutsu. Now a trap. Surrender, Sasuke. With my bloodline to manipulate fire, your fire jutsus are worthless, she said. Sasuke smiled and chuckled. So, Sora, I believe your name was Katan jutsu aren't the only kind of jutsus I know, he said, and then flared his chakra. Nanny, she cried. Sasuke then formed hand signs. Raitun. Raryuden no Jutsu / Lightning Style. Lightning Dragon Blast Jutsu. He yelled, and then a dragon of lightning exploded from the Uchiha's mouth, breaking down the jail of fire and speeding towards Sora. Sora quickly formed some more hand signs. Futon. Furyuenden no Jutsu / Wind Style. Wind Dragon Blast Jutsu. Sora cried, and then the dragon of wind swirled into existence before roaring and taking on its lightning twin. The two dragons twisted around each other, biting and scratching, but the wind being the stronger element, won and then finally dispersed. The two genin then went into a taijutsu battle. Sora fired a kick to Sasuke's stomach, but Sasuke blocked it and shot a punch at Sora's chest. The hit landed and sent Sora flying, but she flipped in the air, allowing her to land on her feet. When she looked up, a kick came from below her and struck her chin, sending her upwards into the sky. Sasuke got on all fours and then blurred away, appearing behind the soaring Sora. Sasuke then twisted and a kick hit Sora's ribs, causing the blonde to scream in pain. Sasuke then twisted at 90 degrees and he elbowed Sora in her stomach and then struck a punch to her face. Now that they were only a few feet off the ground, Sasuke brought out the finishing move. He then spun at 180 degrees and using the centrifugal force fired a chakra-enhanced kick to her midsection, and Sora crashed into the ground. Sasuke landed, tired from using his own makeover of the Shurshur Rindan. A few seconds later, Sora still didn't get up and Sasuke smirked. He won. Gamma sighed and was about to declare him the winner when Sora began to twitch. She then used her hands to support herself as she got up to her feet. One of her eyes was half open and she covered with dirt and a bit of blood came from her mouth. Don't you dare walk away from me, you Uchiha team, Sora growled. Sora then generated a huge amount of chakra, readying her final blow. Sasuke was surprised at this girl's will to win. He smiled, not one of happiness, but it was out of the fact he was getting a good fight out of the kunoichi. Sasuke then shot a Gokakyu no Jutsu at her, but Sora completely destroyed it as she used her fire-manipulating bloodline to reduce it to nothing but embers. Sasuke gritted his teeth. His fire jutsu were worthless and his second most powerful lightning jutsu had a counter. Sasuke then formed hand signs and then he gripped his right wrist with his left hand as a ball of lightning chakra formed in his hand. The sound of birds chirping were heard throughout the stadium. Sora felt the immense amount of chakra in that tiny ball. She then formed hand signs and then wind and fire swirled into her hands. The wind and fire began to take shape. The wind chakra took on the form of a dragon and the fire, phoenix. The phoenix and the dragon then mixed together and then in Sora's hand was tiny ball of blue and white flame, about the size of the Chidori, but there was a lot of power in that little ball. The two warriors then rushed each other and then readied their attacks. Chidori / 1,000 birds. Sasuke yelled and thrust his attack forward. Phoenix vs. Ryu. Udama Hai no Kami, no Jutsu / Phoenix vs. Dragon. Great Fire of God Jutsu. She yelled, and then the two attacks of lightning and blue fire collided. The two attacks fought for dominance, the two warriors putting all they had into those attacks. A huge explosion then formed after and then a huge dust cloud was made. Sora-chan, Naruto yelled. Sasuke-kun, Sakura yelled. Then two figures flew out of the smoke and crashed into the stadium wall. There was an unconscious Sasuke falling limply on the ground and then down on the ground, but conscious was Rime Sora. Sora grinned and gave thumbs up. She stayed awake long enough to hear the words, Shousha Rime Sora. There was silence and then a huge cheer echoed throughout the stadium, mostly from the female population of Konoha. Sora then fell unconscious with a smile on her face. The medics came and took the now stoppable Uchiha survivor and the girl who kicked said Uchiha's ass. So the Uchiha has finally lost, the Kazekage said. Sarutobi smiled. Yes, so it would seem that young girl has a lot of talent and strength. I am grateful she is a part of Konoha, Sarutobi said. Oh, looks like Gaara and the Uzumaki boy are next, the Wind Shadow said. Sarutobi frowned when he heard that. Well, let's see if the son of a Kage can match against our village's blonde enigma. Kazekage Dano, Sarutobi said. The Kazekage chuckled. We'll see, my good friend, we'll see. Genma was on the field and then looked at his matchup sheet. Uzumaki Naruto versus Sabaku and Ogara. Will these two competitors please come down to the floor? The people in the stands looked towards the finalists' block. Gaara disappeared in a swirl of sand and wind, and Naruto grinned and disappeared in a swirl of fire. The demon has new tricks, one person thought. That blasted demon, I hope he dies during this, another thought. Oh boy, big fight, big fight. I hope it's a good match, a third person thought as he munched away on some poki, Japanese taffy, pronounced pa-ki. The two fighters then faced off on the field. Genma felt the killer intent coming off of both of them and began to sweat. I'm guessing you two are ready to fight, so Heijime, Genma said and then jumped next to Heiate as quickly as he could to get away from the two Jinchuriki. Naruto then jumped away from Gaara and threw two shuriken at the Ichibi container. A wall of sand then formed in front of Gaara, protecting him, and then the sand became a Sunabunshin / sand clone. Naruto smirked and formed his favorite hand sign. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, he yelled. Then 5 clones poofed into existence. The clones rushed Gaara and they all formed hand signs. Katan. Gukakyu no Jutsu. One yelled and the ball of fire flew at Gaara. But the Sunabunshin took the blow, turning to glass from the extreme heat. A second, Naruto finished its hand signs and took a deep breath. Suetun. Tabakafu no Jutsu. It said, and then took a deep breath. A large volume of water appeared out of its mouth and headed towards Gaara. Sand immediately came from Gaara's gourd to protect him, but as the water hit the sand, it became soggy and fell apart. With the sand wall broken, the third Kagebunshin formed hand signs and thrust its hands forward. Futon. Arakuru Kaze / wind style. Raging winds, the clone yelled, and then a large gust of wind appeared from the Bunshin's hands, and then struck Gaara full force, sending the young Suna Genin back. The fourth cage bunshin finished its hand signs and then slammed its hands on the ground. Doton. Kanabo/Earth style. Spear. The cage bunshin yelled, and then a huge spear of earth rose from the ground and flew forward. Gaara managed to twist his body and avoid the spear and landed on his feet. He then held out his hand and a stream of sand from his gourd flew at Naruto. Naruto avoided it by jumping, but then 5 more streams of sand flew at him. Naruto then used his bunshins to take the hits when he was at an angle he couldn't dodge from. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki stared at the Ichibi Jinchuriki, and then Naruto knew he had to bring out a way to get rid of Gaara's defense. Naruto tried taijutsu and then rushed Gaara. Gaara quickly launched his sand at the blonde, but Naruto jumped and flipped to avoid it and was finally close enough to Gaara and punched him in the face. Gaara skidded backwards. His Yoroi no Suna/sand armor was cracked by the cheek. Naruto looked at his knuckled and found them bruised and throbbing. That thing is harder than I thought. Guess I could coat my hand with chakra and beat the shit out of him, Naruto thought, and then smirked as he saw Gaara glare at him. Naruto mustered all his speed and began to beat the shit out of Gaara. Gaara skidded left and right, his face and chest covered with cracks from his breaking armor. Naruto then jumped and kicked Gaara in the chest, following up by a knee to his stomach, making the Ichibi Jinchuriki double over where Naruto repeatedly struck Gaara's spine and back of his head. Gaara fell to the ground gasping. Gaara then launched a large wave of sand at Naruto, who backflipped to avoid it. Gaara now found some room and formed the Hebe hand sign. Sand erupted from his gourd like a volcano with lava, and then the sand began to form a dome. Naruto knew this was his last chance to get a hit on Gaara. Gaara's eye taunted the Kyuubi Jinchuriki as the sand dome finally became complete. Naruto stopped and stared as blood dripped down his cheek from a spike of sand that came from the side of the Gaara's ultimate defense technique, Domu no Suna/sand dome. Naruto noticed sand swirling above the dome, and the sand became that of an eye that looked at Naruto. Naruto shuddered. I'll be having nightmares about that eye after this, Naruto thought, and then jumped to on top of the dome and quickly jumped off as spikes came from the dome again from that area. Naruto studied the dome and saw no flaw in it. It attacked with spikes as a defense, and the only way to avoid it is to see the movements ahead of time in order to dodge the spikes. Naruto thought for a long while trying to think of a weakness, and then a light bulb went off in his head. Naruto channeled chakra into his right hand until it glowed blue, and then Naruto shot it skyward. A concentrated beam of his chakra shot into the atmosphere and then disappeared. What was that for? Ino asked Sakura. Sakura shrugged. I honestly don't know. He's such a dope, the power from that chakra could have destroyed the dome, Sakura said. Kakashi, who was standing near her, shook his head, and then his eye widened when he heard a familiar voice. Hey Kakashi-san, how have you been? The voice asked. Kakashi spun. His eye, if possible, was wider than before. Kakashi lost his voice as he saw the wife of his sensei, Uzumaki Kushina, stand before him. Kushina-san, is it really you? He asked. In the flesh, she replied with a grin terrifying similar to Naruto's. I thought you were dead, the Sharingan using Jonin said. Yeah, being in a 13-year-long coma stuck in a gloomy hospital room tends to do that to people, Kushina said, and then looked back at her son and smiled. Kakashi and Kushina then looked at the sky. Cumulonimbus clouds appeared, and then finally the storm came seconds after. Rain fell, wind howled, thunder boomed, and lightning flashed. So I take you taught him to master his Kekai Genkai, Kakashi said. Sakura and the Rookie 9, who were all present, turned towards Kakashi like they'd seen him with a second head. Naruto-kun has a bloodline? Hinata asked. Kushina nodded. Of course he does. By the way, I'm his mother who was trapped in a 13-year-long coma. Uzumaki Kushina, the redhead said with a grin. Their shock grew. Naruto's mother was alive. Is it really that hard to believe I'm alive? Kushina asked the genin, who nodded. So what's his bloodline? Control the weather? Kiba asked. Kushina chuckled. You'll see in a few moments, she replied, and they all returned back to Naruto. Naruto smirked as the third eye stared at him, marveling the storm he created. Naruto then concentrated his chakra, and a glow of blue surrounded him. Lightning flashed across the sky a few times before a bolt finally sped towards Naruto, moving at the speed of 1/100 of a second, and struck him. The people in the stands, minus Kakashi, Sarutobi, and Kushina, gasped. "Wait a minute," Ino said as she observed Naruto. "He's still standing and he's smiling. Shouldn't he have been fried by that bolt of lightning?" the blonde Sasuke fangirl said. Kushina shook her head. "That's our bloodline. The Uzumaki control the very essence of lightning, converting its electrical energy into our own chakra," Kushina explained. "And then we mix our wind and water-natured chakras into the lightning energy, and finally we create our jutsu style." "What jutsu type is that?" Sakura asked. Kushina smirked and pointed down at Naruto as they heard him yell the name of his jutsu. "Rantun. Ranryuenden no jutsu/storm style. Storm Dragon Blast Jutsu," he yelled. The chakra left his body and shot up into the storm clouds. The people in the stands were in awe at what happened next. Rain fell harder and the wind blew more violently. Luckily, Gaara's dome was made of extremely dense chakra and sand, so the sand didn't become soft. Then the rain water began to swirl with the wind. For legs of water formed, their claws made completely from the wind. A tail of wind grew also. Then finally a bolt of lightning struck towards the water, made appendages, and a flash was made, and when the flash died down, there stood the magnificent beast. The dragon's body and head made entirely of lighting connected to the water legs and tail, and then the wind swirled one more time, and then a pair of wings grew from the dragon's back. The dragon reared its head back, and with the boom of thunder and the flash of lightning, a roar echoed throughout the stadium. "Sugoi, Naruto made that. I didn't hear the type of jutsu though," Sakura said. "Rantun," Kushina stated. The genin all turned towards Naruto's mother. "I'm sorry," Sakura said. "Rantun, the elements of the storm are ours to command and bend to our will. That is the Uzumaki clan jutsu, and the chakra is so dense and powerful and needed in such larger quantities not even the Uchiha clan could copy it even if they had the right chakra elements," Kushina said. Everyone was in awe at that and saw the dragon finally lift itself of the ground and float behind Naruto. Naruto stared at the eye above the dome and waved, knowing Gaara could see this. The Storm Dragon Blast he just made had 3 steps of destruction. The first to envelope the opponent in water, the second step, a shock of over 10,000 volts of electricity would course through the persons, and finally the third step, a tornado of wind would slice that person to bits. However, in this case with Gaara Dome, the first step would be the water in the dragon would envelope the dome and make it soft due to the large volume of it, plus the amount of chakra in it would easily overcome Gaara's own and weaken the dome. The lightning, being the stronger of element against earth, would completely annihilate the dome of sand, and finally the winds would destroy Gaara's armor and probably make the boy bleed a lot. Naruto smiled an evil smile that would make Orochimaru shudder. Naruto pointed his hand forward. "Destroy my pet," he stated, and the dragon, with a roar, flew towards Gaara. Gaara's third eyes widened, that as if it could, and then Gaara conjured up spikes and fists of sand to intercept the dragon. But the storm reptile avoided them all, and with a final and devastating roar the dragon made contact with the dome of sand, and there was a huge flash of light. The people covered their eyes, and when the light died down they saw a bloody Gaara lying on the ground covered with his own blood. A puddle of sand and water lay around him, and he had numerous cuts on him that were slowly healing due to Shikaku. Gaara slowly got up and glared at Naruto, who had cancelled his storm. Gaara roared, and then an explosion of sand appeared out of nowhere and started to cover Gaara's entire body, growing larger and larger. A man in the stands was watching the fight, and then his eyes started to droop just like everybody else's, and then he fell asleep. Sakura, the Chunin, Jonin, and Umbu present recognized it as Genjutsu and cancelled it with a yell of "Kai." Naruto looked at Gaara's growing form, standing at 27 feet in height, and was very bulky. Naruto knew he had to reveal his true Hanyu form. He knew some people were watching, but it was his only choice. The need to conceal his true form had proved to be a hindrance, and then Naruto yelled and expelled chakra from his body. Then a smoke cloud was formed, and all the ninja awake stared, and they all gasped. Naruto stood in all his glory, 2 blowed fox ears and a single tail swished behind him. The sand behemoth finally became the shape of Shikaku, who was now released. Shikaku roared and sent large tendrils of sand at the blonde Hanyu. Naruto, however, jumped over them, and then he turned into his Beats form, his complete fox transformation, and then began to move at quicker speeds and reaction time as he dodged the sand. However, a large wall of sand appeared in front of the blonde Hanyu, halting his movement forward, and then Naruto looked up. A huge block of sand was falling towards him, too large to avoid, and Naruto closed his eyes waiting for his pain. But then he heard a sound of a blade slicing through wind, and then Naruto looked up. There, above him, was the biggest toad he'd ever seen, and in front of him, moving him away from the large Ichibi no Shikaku, was Jiraiya. "Ero Sennin," Naruto exclaimed. "Yup. It's me, Naruto," Jiraiya said with a cheesy smile. "You have a lot of explaining to do after this, you know." "Yeah, I know. Demo Orochimaru's here. I smelt him after I released my true form. He's in the Kage box with Gigi-san. I need to go help him," Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded. "I know that. Now go and help the old man. He's going to need it," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded, and then he reverted to his Hanyu form. Naruto rolled back his sleeves, and there on his wrists were two seals, the kanji for fox on his left, and the one for dragon on his right. Naruto bit his left ANF right thumbs and then swiped blood over the two seals and channeled chakra into them. A poof of smoke appeared, and there on the ground stood Shizuka and Kiyoshi. The three stood and stared before nodding, and then watched as Jiraiya jumped onto Gamabunta's head. "Ikuzo," Naruto commanded, and the three sped off to the Kage box. In the Kage box, Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage glared at his weapon. The boy wasn't supposed to transform yet, but he knew he had to take what he could get, and then gave the signal for the invasion to begin. A large explosion occurred in the Kage box, and the Umbu quickly rushed to the Kage box. The white-cloaked one, obviously the leader, sliced clean through the two guards that attempted to kill the Umbu, and their remains fell to the floor of the box. But they were too late, as the Kazekage and the Hokage were already on top of the roof. The Kazekage held a kunai to Sarutobi's neck. "Oh, come on, Orochimaru. You don't need to hide your face from me," Sarutobi Hiruzen said. The Kazekage chuckled. "Perceptive as always, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said, ripping away the skin of the Kazekage, revealing the face of the Otokage. "Why didn't you do anything if already knew it was me?" the Hibi-Sannin asked. "No reason. Just that I wanted to be able to kill in battle instead of by surprise," Sarutobi said, and then quickly slid out of Orochimaru's grasp, and then throwing off his robes he revealed the battle armor he used to wear so many years ago. Kuku. Prepared for battle, I see. Well, shall we begin?" Orochimaru said. Naruto was running up the stairs to the roof, but as he was running he ran into a few Otonin. Naruto quickly activated his Foxfire abilities and burned them all to a crisp with a blast of the sapphire flames from his fist. The trio of the Kitsune Hanyu, a four-tailed kitsune and a red dragon, continued to climb the stairs. A figure then landed in front of Naruto, but he sighed in relief when he saw it was his mother. "Oh, it's just you, Okasan. Come on, we have to go save Gigi-san," Naruto demanded. Kushina just glared and then smirked. "You have a lot of explaining to do after this, young man," she said. Naruto nodded, and then the two Uzumakis used Shunshin along with Naruto's pets, and they went to the roof. Sarutobi was forming hand signs as he ran towards his former student, the Hibi-Sannin doing the same. "Keichuriken no Jutsu / Shadow Shuriken Jutsu," Sarutobi said, and then threw a single shuriken, which then quickly multiplied to 100. Orochimaru stopped and then formed a different set of handisks. Doton, Dorihiki no Jutsu / Earth Style, Earth Wall Jutsu. The Hibi-Sanni yelled, and then a wall of earth came from his mouth, deflecting the steel stars. Sarutobi used the formation of the wall as a distraction and quickly appeared behind the Hibi-Sannin. Doton, Kawa no Do / Earth Style, Mud River, the Sandame said, and then a large amount of liquid earth came out of his mouth, taking the traitorous snake along for the ride. Sarutobi then formed more hand signs. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu / Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bomb Jutsu, he said, and then a dragon's head formed in the Mud River, firing several earth projectiles at the snake. Sarutbai then formed more hand signs and then took a deep breath. Katan, Gukaku no Jutsu / Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, Sarutobi yelled, and then a large fireball flew and then dispersed as it caught the earth dragon bombs aflame. The flaming earth bombs struck Orochimaru and he burned to death. Then Orochimaru turned to mud, signifying the use of a substitution with a Tsuchibunshin. You were always a master of Kawarimi no Jutsu, Sarutobi said, as he turned to face his former student again. Well, it's a fun trick to use. A shinobi must use what he has to his disposal, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. Back at the Kage box, the remains of the two Sunanin guards poofed away to reveal 4 people. They all wore a similar outfit of a white and black outfit, black sandals, and they all wore a purple rope around their waists that formed a bow shape at their backs. One was a red-haired girl, the second a gray-haired man who had something that looked like a second head on the back of his own, a large fat one with a red mohawk, and the fourth was a man who had 6 arms, making him look like a Spider-Man of some sort, and all of them wore an Odo Hitaiate. The 4 sound nins quickly went to their master's aid, and they landed on the 4 corners of the roof where Orochimaru and Sarutobi were fighting. The Umbu went to intercept them and kill them, but a purple shield formed as they were about to get them. But before the purple barrier could finish forming, 4 figures rushed in as fast they could and managed to get through the barrier before it could form. However, an Umbu had crashed into the wall of the seal as his teammates stopped, and he caught on fire, rolling on the tile roof in pain. His partners ended the burning by dousing him with a Suetun Jutsu. The 4 Otonins then formed a barrier around themselves to protect them from any of the fight. Orochimaru and Sarutobi looked at the newcomers, and Sarutobi's eyes widened at what he saw. Naruto, what happened to you? Naruto's grandfather figure asked. He'll explain later, but right now we need to defeat this Hibi team, Kushina answered. The 3 Konoha ninja and Naruto's dragon and fox stood at his heels, all ready to fight. Orochimaru chuckled before forming several Kagebunshins to attack as he formed more hand signs. Naruto quickly went into beast form and killed them all in a matter of seconds. But that was all Orochimaru needed as he finished his hand signs and then clapped his hands together. Kinjutsu, Kuchios Edo Tensei / Forbidden Jutsu. Summoning impure world resurrection, Orochimaru shouted. Then 3 coffins rose out of the tile roof. Naruto quickly returned to his Hanyu form and charged, but he froze like everybody who was watching the fight. The coffins opened and 3 figures walked out. The first wore red samurai armor, had long black hair, and wore black ninja sandals. The second wore blue samurai armor, had white hair with 2 red marks on his cheeks, and had black ninja sandals. The third and final one was shorter than the other 2. He had spiky blonde hair, wore a standard Jonin outfit, but over that he wore a long flowing coat that had flames on the bottom. No, it can't be, Sarutobi said. Minato-kun, Kushina whispered with tears in her eyes as she stared at the blonde-haired one. No way, it's the Shodame, Nidame, and the Yandame demo. How? Naruto questioned. Curious, Naruto-kun. Well, in order to bring back these great men, I had their souls be stored in the bodies of the genin team I had sent after Sasuke-kun and your team, but they failed, and so I killed them. The souls of the Yandame, Shodame, and Nidame Hokages now lie within the bodies of my 3 subordinates, and their bodies made to their likeliness out of dust, paper, and other things, Orochimaru explained. You team, Naruto growled, his eyes taking on a reddish hue. Orochimaru then drew 3 kunai, each with a seal on the blade that enabled mind control. Hello, Sarutobi, the 3 men said. Namikaze Minato then turned towards Kushina and Naruto and began to walk away from the Hibi Sannin. Orochimaru tried to implant the 3rd kunai into Minato, but the Yandame grabbed Orochimaru's wrist and twisted it painfully, nearly breaking it. Minato walked towards them and smiled. You idiot, without the seal you'll turn to dust again, Orochimaru yelled. But the Yandame Hokage paid the Hibi Sannin no heed. Kushina-chan, you look as lovely as ever. I know it wasn't supposed to be like this. I love you, don't forget that, he said, and then kissed Kushina's cheek, and then walked to Naruto, who was confused at the Yandame's actions towards his mother. Hello, Naruto, you've grown, he said. Naruto just stared. Naruto, there is something you must know. Why time back here is growing thin. I probably have about a minute left, so here goes. I am your father, he said. Naruto was awestruck, and then he began to cry. Why? Naruto whispered. Minato looked confused even with his irisless eyes. Why did you pick me out of all the people in the village? Do you know how I've been treated? And then pull this stunt that you're my father, Naruto said, and tears began to fall even more. Naruto tried to deny that the Yandame was lying about that. but he knew that Namake's Minato was telling the truth. Naruto, I couldn't place the burden onto anybody else's family, and who better to be the holder of the Kyuubi than my own son, Minato said. Naruto looked up with wide eyes and then noticed that his father's legs were disappearing. Minato smiled. I, Namake's Minato, have never been more proud in my entire life. Naruto, you are the best son a father could have, and I am proud of the shinobi that you have become. Now Naruto, promise me this, Minato said. Yes, Ota-san? Naruto asked with tears in his eyes. Kushina was staring at the two blonde look-alikes and cried as she was about to lose her husband a second time. Ota-san? The Yellow Flash said with a chuckle. Already accepted your heritage? Excellent. Now then what I want you to do is carry on my high no ishi/will of fire. Naruto, you are my son and I know no one can do a better job than you. Minato's neck was left as the dust began to fly away to the wind that was in the barrier. Kushina, Naruto, I love you both, don't forget that. Now Naruto, kick that Hibi team's ass for me, Minato said, and then his body was gone and the body of Dosu fell to the ground. Kushina then finally broke down and Naruto was silent with tears dripping down his whisker-marked cheeks. That fool, he was always a baka to begin with, Orochimaru said, but then he felt a large amount of killing intent. Kushina, Orochimaru and Sarutobi, and the revived Hokages turned toward Naruto, Shizuka and Kiyoshi by his side. Naruto heard Orochimaru's comment and then something inside of him snapped. He looked up at the Hibi-Sannin, his eyes no longer blue, but a crimson color. Naruto roared and then red yukai began to bubble out of his body surrounding him. The heavens roared and the earth shook as Naruto's rage became stronger. The yukai cloak began to take shape as two long chakra ears and a tail sprouted from the cloak. Naruto just became angrier and angrier as he glared at Orochimaru. A second tail sprouted, followed by a third, and then finally, in Naruto's mindscape, Kyuubi was lying down in the forest when all of a sudden he felt a strong pull from his chakra reserves. Then a red glow surrounded four of Kyuubi's tails and the fox demon's eyes widened. Naruto's rage was causing a lot of his chakra to be used by Naruto. Kyuso, this is not good. The kid is using too much of my yukai because of his rage. Naruto, calm down, damn it. Calm down. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto's rage finally reached its peak when a fourth tail sprouted from the cloak and then his skin began to peel off. Red completely surrounded his eyes and then the yukai grew and then a drip of blood came from Naruto peeling skin and then a huge explosion of chakra, creating a dome that made the fight between Gamabunta and Shikaka to halt as they stared at Naruto before continuing their battle. The dome of chakra enveloped Shizuka, but Kiyoshi was only partially affected by the yukai radiation due to a special chakra seal Ragnarok had used on the young dragon. The chakra explosion died down and most of the roof, which happened to be very deep, was now a crater. Kushina, Sarutobi and Orochimaru had each used a powerful Doton Dorihiki to shield themselves from the blast that covered the entire roof and caused a large number of cracks to form on the fire shield created by the sound four. What the fuck was that? That Gaki nearly broke down the fucking barrier. Tayuya, the red-haired girl, shouted. I don't know, but Orochimaru-sama should be able to handle it. I hope, Jirabu, the fat one said. Who asked you, you fucking fattest? Tayuya shouted. The smoke in the crater was gone and the three ninja gasped while the now reforming hawks just stared with their soulless eyes. There in the crater were three figures. The three creatures then climbed out of the crater. The first was a red dragon which had deep red-orange slitted eyes. The scales were covered with a red coating that seemed to glow in the light. The dragon was around waist height to Naruto. This was Kiyoshi, his scales now harder than steel and claws that could cut through bone. The second figure was a black-furred fox around the same height as Kiyoshi, with white stripes along its body. Deep forest green eyes stared at the Hibi-Sannin. Claws and teeth that were an ivory color were visible, and the most surprising part, 6 black tails with white tips swished behind the fox. This was Uzumaki Shizuka, and finally the third, largest and most demonic-looking form in the crater stared at Orochimaru along with the dragon and Kitsune. The fox-like figure was red and black that looked like fur. 2 pointed ears poked out of what looked like spiky hair. The eyes and inside of the mouth of the demon fox were pure white, and finally 4 large solid tails of chakra swished in the air. The fox took a deep breath, and then a roar came from it that echoed across the entire stadium, causing all those who were fighting to pause for a moment from the killer intent and bloodlust in the chakra pulse formed by the roar. More cracks formed on the purple fire shield. The demonic-looking four-tailed fox creature then leapt at Orochimaru with the dragon and the other demon kitsune by its side, all with the intent to kill Orochimaru. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 10. The Rage of a Jinchuriki. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin. The fox-like figure was red and black that looked like fur. Two pointed ears poked out of what looked like spiky hair. The eyes and inside of the mouth of the demon fox were pure white, and finally four large solid tails of chakra swished in the air. The fox took a deep breath, and then a roar came from it that echoed across the entire stadium, causing all those who were fighting to pause for a moment from the killer intent and bloodlust in the chakra pulse formed by the roar. More cracks formed on the purple fire shield. The demonic-looking four-tailed fox creature then leapt at Orochimaru with the dragon and the other demon kitsune by its side, all with the intent to kill Orochimaru. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Now, Shizuka jumped and tried to scratch Orochimaru with her claws, but Orochimaru dodged. He then ducked underneath a stream of fire directed at him from Kyoshi, but was slapped in his face by a tail from Naruto. Orochimaru flew into the fire shield with a smack. Orochimaru wiped the blood from his lip and then formed hand signs. Sanai Jashu / striking shadow snake. The Hibi Sannin cried, and then brown scaled snakes emerged from his sleeves and headed towards the four-tailed demon. However, as the snakes ensnared Naruto, the snakes began to burn. Kyuso, the Kyubi's chakra is too poisonous to be able to hold him down, Orochimaru said. With the Hokages and Kushina. Oi, Sarutobi, what are we going to do about these two? Naruto's handling Orochimaru. So let's kill these guys, Kushina said. Sarutobi nodded and then got into a fighting stance. The Shodame and the Nidame got into their fighting stances also. There was no movement for a while before Kushina struck first. She threw a multitude of shuriken at her opponents, but the Nidame took out a kunai and deflected them all and then made some hand signs. Suetun, Tama no Sui / water style, water ball, the second Hokage said, and then a large ball of water flew at Sarutobi. Kushina then made hand signs. Doton, Doryuden no Jutsu, she yelled, and then a dragon of earth was formed and destroyed the water ball before continuing its course towards the Sandame's predecessors. The dragon then smashed into the two Hokages, sending them to the ground. Kushina smirked. That was easy, she said. Sarutobi didn't say anything and just pointed forward. Kushina looked and was shocked. The dust and paper and all kinds of shit came back and formed the bodies of the revived Hokages. This might take a while, Kushina commented. Sarutobi just formed some hand signs. Katon, Karawenden no Jutsu / fire style. Fire dragon blast jutsu, Hiruzen yelled, and then a powerful fire blast in the shape of a dragon blasted from his mouth and headed for the Nidame. The Nidame quickly formed hand signs. Suetun, Suijin Hiki no Jutsu / water style. Water wall jutsu. He yelled, and then a large wall of water appeared from the air and protected him. The Umbu outside were in awe at both battles taking place. Sugoi / amazing. I knew that the Nidame Hokage had a great mastery over water, but to be able to form a jutsu like that on dry land, one in the panda mask said. Yes, there is a lot of high-level jutsus in this. The Sandame is incredible to be able to do such a feat in his old age, one with an eagle mask said. This is what it takes to become Hokage, the white-cloaked Umbu said. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu / water style. Water dragon blast jutsu. The white-haired Hokage yelled, and then a large water dragon gave a roar and sped towards Kushina. Sarutobi quickly jumped in front of his comrade and formed hand signs. Doton, Doryahiki no Jutsu / earth style. Earth wall jutsu. He yelled, and then a large wall of mud came from his mouth, shielding both Konoha ninja from the water serpent. The wall crumbled, and then Kushina formed hand signs. Futon, Furyuenden no Jutsu / wind style. Wind dragon blast jutsu. The red-haired Uzumaki yelled. A large wind dragon flew out of her mouth and headed for the Hokages. but they quickly jumped over it and then the Shodame formed hand signs. Mokutan Hijitsu, Jukai Kuden/secret with style. Forest construction jutsu, the raven-haired Senju said, and then a large amount of trees and vines grew from the ground, turning the entire battlefield into a forest. Kyuso, this is the Shodame's Mokutan Jutsu, the one that is said to have shaped Konoha. Sarutobi complained. Kushina gritted her teeth. Naruto, I hope you're alright, she said. With Naruto. Naruto and his pets looked at the forest surrounding them. Shizuka sniffed the air and caught onto Orochimaru's scent. She then barked and jumped off to the left, Kyoshi and Naruto following. Kyuso, that stupid nose of theirs. I can't hide in here, Orochimaru complained, but as he turned around a pair of arms grabbed him. The arms pulled his back, smashing him through trees and vines and branches that shredded his skin. Orochimaru was then face to face with the angry four-tailed Jinchuriki that was Naruto. Naruto roared and then smashed Orochimaru into the ground and began to pummel him with his fists. Orochimaru coughed up blood as a punch knocked the wind out of him. A second punch to the face followed by a third to the elbow joint, and then a rapid flurry of attacks burned into Orochimaru's skin as the Kyuubi cloak burned him. Orochimaru quickly opened his mouth. A hand emerged, followed by a mop of raven-black hair covered in saliva. Orochimaru literally crawled out of his skin as Naruto landed a final powerful punch, creating a shockwave, kicking up dust and tiles. Naruto growled as he stared at the snake skin and looked at the saliva-covered snake. Kuku. Looks like you missed, Naruto-kun, he said. Orochimaru then opened his mouth and a snake emerged from his mouth. The snake then opened its mouth and the blade of the sword known as Kusanagi/grass cutter emerged. Orochimaru slashed at the Jinchuriki, but the red and black-skinned Hanyu quickly dodged. But then a blast of blue fire struck Orochimaru in his leg. He glared at Shizuka. The remaining embers of the foxfire blast fell from her mouth. Orochimaru was about to slash when a blast of orange and red flamed hit his other leg, making him fall to the ground. He turned and saw Kyoshi standing behind him. The young dragon seemed to smirk, and then Naruto appeared above and smashed his four tails onto Orochimaru's back. Orochimaru screamed in pain from the blow and nearly passed out. He gasped and struggled to get up, but then Naruto grabbed the Hibisanen's collar and then hoisted him up. Naruto then threw Orochimaru upwards and then slammed a clawed kick to the snake's stomach, but Orochimaru quickly used Kawarimi with a log from the Shodame's forest and then appeared behind Naruto 9 and punched his face. Naruto roared in pain, but then a Kyuubi bunshin grew out of Naruto's side and sliced through Orochimaru's waist, cutting him in half. Grara! Naruto yelled in victory, but then he growled, his glowing white eyes glaring at the snake's body as a large number of snakes came from Orochimaru's waist and then connected back to his torso and as a result rejoined his body. Kukukuku. Too bad, Naruto-kun. I am immortal, Kukuku, Orochimaru chuckled. Naruto then became very, very annoyed with Orochimaru and then he got onto all fours. Bubbles of pure chakra then exploded out of Naruto's body. Orochimaru jumped back and got into a defensive stance, eyeing Kyoshi and Shizuka also. Naruto's four tails then reached over his head and converged. The chakra bubbles then merged at that convergent point and a large black ball of chakra, about the size of a basketball, formed. Naruto then opened his mouth and then the ball of chakra shrunk to an even smaller size and then Naruto swallowed the ball of chakra. Orochimaru gasped and then formed hand signs and slammed his two palms on the ground. Kuchios. Sunju Rashomon/summoning. Triple Rashomon gates, he yelled, and then there was a rumbling beneath the roof and then the forest foliage collapsed and a red gate emerged. A green gate behind it and then a blue gate behind that one. Each gate had the traditional Japanese roof on top and on the gates were the faces of demons with large teeth. That amount of condensed chakra could kill me, Orochimaru said. Steam then began to come out of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's mouth and then his body bloated to unbelievable proportions. Then when it reached its peak, the bloating stopped and then Naruto opened his mouth and a large, powerful and destructive white blast of chakra came from Naruto's mouth. Shizuka and Kyoshi took large breaths and then they blew out the most powerful streams of fire they could muster. The blue and orange flames mixed and turned a pale white and merged with Naruto's menacing ball blast, turning it into a chakra blast of fire. The blast then rocketed towards the Sunju Rashomon. Sarutobi and Kushina then noticed the high level of chakra. This is bad. Naruto's power is too great, and that attack he used could destroy the entire area we're in, Sarutobi said with panic. Kushina was panicked too. But then she got an idea. Don't worry. I think my plan might work. Get behind me, she said. Sarutobi did as she instructed, and then the red-haired Uzumaki formed hand signs. Fujin Jutsu, Yantoriai no Shugashin / Sealing Jutsu. 4 gate guardians, she yelled. Then 4 golden gates appeared in front, on the right, on the left, and behind the 2 Konoha ninja. The one on the left had a lion on it, the one on the right had a giant on it, the one behind was a phoenix, and the one in front was a dragon. This jutsu was made by Minato-kun to protect from any attack. He based off of the 4 gate guardians of the earth, she explained. Kushina then formed more hand signs and then clapped her hands together and a golden box surrounded them. Finally, Naruto's chakra flame blast struck the Sunju Rashomon gates. Naruto felt resistance when his attack struck and channeled more chakra into his attack, and the blast became stronger and bigger. The ground shook as the attack began to break through the Rashomon gates. Orochimaru's eyes widened, and then there was a large flash of light followed by a huge explosion. The entire purple fire shield created by the Sound Four couldn't hold the pressure anymore, and it shattered, and since the inner shields protecting the Sound Four also became destroyed, the blast created by the impact killed Tayuya, Sakan, Yukon, Kitamaro, and Jirabu. Gamabunta was fighting Shikaku and then sliced off the giant Tanuki's arm. Shikaku howled in pain as Gamabunta chopped off his other arm. Jiraiya then used that as an opening and then jumped onto Shikaku's head. Jiraiya looked around and found a mop of red hair. Jiraiya grabbed the hair and pulled out a sleeping Gaara. Jiraiya then charged a fist of chakra and punched the boy in the face, waking him up and causing Shikaku to collapse. I just fucking got fucking out. I'll kill you all when I return. I swear I'll kill you all, Shikaku yelled, and then the Ichibi was sealed back again. Jiraiya landed and then waved goodbye to his summon, who disappeared in a puff of smoke. I need to verify my existence. I need to kill you, Gaara wheezed in exhaustion. Oh, shut the hell up. I've beaten you. Besides, you don't have to go around killing people. Find your own path. Perhaps you can find a friend in your Jinchuriki friend Uzumaki Naruto, he said. Gaara's eyes widened. Uzumaki is a demon host like me, he said. Jiraiya nodded and Gaara became silent. Jiraiya then rested Gaara on the ground and jumped to the roof. Kyuso, Naruto Yubaka, Jiraiya cursed and then rolled out a scroll, the kanji for 4 on it. This is bad. That amount of tails could kill Naruto. The Gamma Sannin quickly rushed towards the battlefield. Back on the roof. The smoke cleared and Naruto smiled, showing his teeth when he saw Orochimaru's mangled body. He finally killed the man who dishonored his father. Naruto gave a roar of victory and was about to go and destroy the rest of Orochimaru's body. But then Naruto fell to the ground in pain. The red chakra began to leave his body and head back to the seal. Naruto continued to roar. His white eyes became normal, blue with slitted pupils. His whisker-marked cheeks and the 2 fox ears and 3 of his tails disappeared, leaving behind his Hanyu tail. However, his skin having been peeled away, you could see blood around his entire body. Naruto howled in pain as the wind touched his wounds. But Kyuubi was making quick work of that as skin began to form at a slow rate, but fast compared to anybody else's healing rate. Naruto's mindscape. Finally, I got him to calm down and took back my chakra. The boy could have killed himself if I hadn't managed to stop him, Kyuubi said, and the red glow disappeared from the 4 tails. Wait a minute. It can't be. How did he? It's impossible to survive an attack of that magnitude even with the Sunju Rashomon. Kyuso. Outside Naruto's mindscape. Kushina looked around and saw the destruction created by the Kyuubi menacing ball technique. The entire forest, created by the Shodame, was completely annihilated. Not even a piece of bark had remained from the attack, and she let down the protection of the 4 guardians technique. Sarutobi and Kushina were in awe at the destruction, and they thought one thing. Wow! The Shodame and Nidame weren't around. but they weren't around, meaning that they were destroyed on a molecular level, destroying their bodies and releasing the two now once again deceased Hokage's souls. In the arena hospital, Sora had just awoken from her sleep and yawned. She got up, her chakra restored, and she was all better now. She then hummed a tune and opened the door. An Odanin was standing in front of the door. Sora was taken by surprise as the enemy ninja jumped at her, but he halted and fell to ground with a kunai in the back of his head. Sora looked up from the dead man's body and saw Sasuke standing there, his hand outstretched from his throwing his kunai. "Arigato," Sora said. Sasuke waved it off. "Come on, we have to kill all these ninja here," Sasuke said. "Nanny, what ninja?" Sora asked and then looked out into the hallway. Around 50 Odo and Suna ninjas were standing in the hallway glaring at the two genin. They gave a battle cry and charged. Sasuke quickly formed hand signs. Katan. Karawenden no Jutsu. The Uchiha survivor yelled, and a dragon of fire headed straight for the ninjas. Asuna Jonin stepped forward and formed hand signs. Futon. Daitapa/wind style. Great breakthrough, he yelled, and then a large gust of wind blew towards the fire dragon, reverting its course, fanning its flames as it now headed for Sora and Sasuke. Sora and Sasuke looked at each other and smirked. Sora stepped forward and held out her hands. "Haha, stupid Konoha ninja, you can't stop that attack," they said with arrogance. But then the enemy ninja stopped laughing as the fire dragon halted and turned and faced its original targets. The dragon roared as it sped towards them. Sora used her fire-manipulating bloodline, and the large fire dragon split into 5 dragons, each containing the same amount of power as the original. Taju Karawenden no Jutsu/multi-fire dragon blast jutsu, Naruto's girlfriend yelled. The dragons roared and burned over half of the ninjas to death. The survivors were gravely injured and were dying. Sora gulped. She had never killed before and froze. "Get over it. This is war now, we have to kill them," Sasuke said. Sora nodded and swallowed. She then formed hand signs and clapped her hands together. Tears in her eyes. She then formed a tiger of fire from the remaining embers of the Taju Karawenden no Jutsu. Katan. Sum no Tora/fire style. Tiger claw, she whispered, and the remaining ninja died in a heartbeat. Sora bowed her head low and then walked towards the hospital's exit. Then a large group of enemy ninja appeared and sneered. "Hey guys, look, a stupid little female genin from Konoha. Let's kill her, and after that we'll kill her boyfriend," an Odo-nin said. Sora froze when she heard that, thinking they were going to kill Naruto, but she didn't know they were making reference to Sasuke. The entire group cheered in confirmation and was about to strike when Sora then looked up, her eyes no longer azure, but fiery red. Sora then let out a yell, and then fire appeared out of nowhere. The flames weren't red, orange, blue, or white. They were gold and silver. The fire then swirled into the form of a large giant figure. The figure looked like a giant man, with a beard of silver flames and eyes of white fire. The flaming silhouette had a robe of golden flames, and its hands were twin swords made entirely of silver flames and in gold. There was the kanji for fire god on each blade. Wings of gold and silver flame completed the frightening and powerful figure. "Don't you ever threaten me with that," she growled. Sasuke was in awe at the sheer power of Sora's new jutsu. He then looked at Naruto's girlfriend and gulped. What is this power? What is she?" he thought. Sora had just unlocked the true power of her clan's Kekai Genkai. Her power was to manipulate fire, but there was a secret technique that was locked away due to its immense power and instability in the Rame clan. This was that hidden ability to command these gold and silver flames. This was the Hanu's no Hyjin / the flames of the fire god. So hot that they are able to burn through anything, even metal, and reach temperatures of over 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Sora drew 2 kunai and raced forward, the figure mimicking her movements. Sora aimed a kick at one man. Golden fire enveloped her leg as it struck and killed the man in seconds. Sora and the fire god then jumped, and Sora slashed her kunai while the flaming man behind her used the twin fire blades and sliced 10 of the ninja to pieces and burning their remains. One ninja formed hand signs and used a water dragon at Sora, But Sora called upon the golden flames, and the robe of the fire god shielded her, and the water dragon disappeared without a trace as it came into contact with the robe. The fire god's silhouette then withdrew the cape, and then Sora put away her kunais, making the image sheath his swords. Sora then manipulated the figure behind her. The fire god gave a battle cry and then became a large funnel of fire. The gold and silver flames then surrounded Sora's entire body. More enemy ninja made the mistake of coming in to attack Sora as they sensed the high chakra signature. Sora now wore gauntlets of gold flame and boots of silver ones. Then gold and silver flames formed the armor she now wore, and a sword of silver and gold flame was held in her hand. "What the hell are you?" an Otonin cried. Sora gave no reply, and then in a flash of flame she appeared behind said Otonin and stabbed him through the stomach with her fire sword. The man's body then became ashes as the flames burned him in a matter of seconds. The ninja then mustered their fighting will and charged the dangerous fire girl. Sora turned and charged her enemies. How in the world did she get that power? Sasuke asked himself. Then he remembered what that Otonin said. Flashback. Hey guys, look. A stupid little female genin from Konoha. Let's kill her, and after that we'll kill her boyfriend. An Otonin said. End flashback. No, she doesn't think about me like that, but I remember her kissing Naruto before we fought, which means she misunderstood the threat and now she's doing this to protect the dobe, Sasuke said. The young Uchiha thought as to how she had gained the power to do all that. The something clicked. You gain power by protecting those you care about, Sasuke realized. Has my lust for revenge, to kill Itachi, my brother, has that made me weak? Sasuke asked himself. He then looked back at the fight and saw Sora just kick a man in the face, followed by jumping and doing a split in midair, kicking two men in the face at the same time. Maybe, Sasuke whispered. Sora then drew her sword and then decided to do the finishing blow. She then used her killing intent and forced all of her enemies to run outside as she held the sword high above her head. When they reached outside the hospital and onto the arena field, Sora's eyes glowed with power. She then jumped and her fiery red eyes stared down at the group of Oto and Sunanins that dared to threaten her Naruto-kun. She then focused all of her flames into the blade in her hand. The sword of gold and silver flames grew larger, and then she formed into the image of Hyjin once again. The image of the fire god then held out its fists. The fire god cocked them back and thrust them forward. The fists hit the entire group of 70 ninja in a single blow, and when it made contact, a large explosion of fire emerged, and then just as quickly as it came it left. The fire disappeared as Sora fell to the ground exhausted from her use of such power. What was that? What did I do? She asked herself, and then Sora fell into unconsciousness for the second time that day. Sasuke then picked her up and laid her against the stadium wall to rest. Sugoi, he whispered. Back with Naruto. Naruto was breathing hard as he was slowly healing. The skin on his arms were nearly healed, and Shizuka and Kiyoshi were looking over him with concern evident in their eyes. The two animals turned their heads when they saw Sarutobi and Kushina running towards them. Ah, Kushina-san. Naruto needs help, Kiyoshi said as he looked at the blonde. Kushina and Sarutobi gasped when they saw he skinless Naruto. Kushina quickly formed hand signs and green chakra coated her hands. She held them over Naruto's body and his healing accelerated tenfold. Kushina, you knew healing? The Sandame asked. When Senju Tsunade is your sensu, you tend to pick up a few things, Kushina replied, and then returned her focus back onto healing her one and only son. Jiraiya then appeared and ran towards the group. Kiyoshi and Shizuka growled and bared their teeth when they saw the white-haired old man. It's okay, you two, he's a friend, Kushina told them. The two animals then stopped growling, but still kept an eye on Jiraiya. How is he? Jiraiya asked. He's fine, but it seems that he should never use that form again, or at least learn to control it. His skin peeled off and he suffers extreme bleeding when in that form, but since his skin is constantly being healed by the Kyuubi and being lost by the transformation, his lifespan could be shortened, Kushina explained. Jiraiya nodded, and then after about 3 or 4 minutes of healing, Naruto was completely healed and his breathing calmed. Naruto's eyes then fluttered open and his cerulean blue eyes stared into his mother's. Okasan, he said. Hi. "It's okay, Naruto. You're going to be all right," Kushina said with tears of happiness in her eyes. Naruto slowly got up and looked around. "What happened here? It looks like a million exploding tags destroyed everything," Naruto said. Everyone's eyes widened. "You mean, you don't remember?" Sarutobi asked. Naruto shook his head. "All I remember was Yondaime telling me my heritage. Then he flew away into dust. Then Orochimaru said how he was a fool. Then something went off inside of me. I felt extreme rage and then... It's all a blur," Naruto said, rubbing his head. "Well, Naruto, you used the Kyuubi's chakra and used 4 tails, and you got injured when you killed Orochimaru," Sarutobi said. Naruto's eyes widened. "I killed Orochimaru," Naruto said. The 3 ninja and 2 animals nodded. Naruto stood up, but then everyone felt a rumbling beneath them. Then a giant white snake made entirely of other white snakes emerged from the rubble of the roof. The snake's yellow eyes glared at Naruto. "You stupid boy. I'll kill you for making me lose my body," the snake hissed. Everyone's eyes widened, the familiar voice and those piercing yellow eyes. "Orochimaru, you really have become a monster," Sarutobi said. Orochimaru then struck. Streets of Konoha. A gray-haired man wearing the outfit of the Sound Four was running through the streets of Konoha. "Orochimaru-sama, I must help him," the man said, his cursed seal of earth pulsing to be released. However, the man stopped when a silver-haired man with glasses jumped in front of him. Now, Kimimaro, don't make any rash decisions. You're still not well," Kabuto said. "Demo, Orochimaru-sama is going to die. We must help him, we must." Kimimaro was halted when Kabuto glared at him. "Kimimaro, you baka. Can't you see we're losing this war? Even with you here, there's no way no save Orochimaru-sama, and you're good to Otoge-cure dead," Kabuto said. "I don't care if that means saving Orochimaru-sama. I'll gladly die," Kimimaro said and rushed past Kabuto, but Kabuto quickly pinned him to the ground and knocked him out with a quick chop to the side of the neck. "Baka, like I said, you're no use to Oto dead," Kabuto said, and then picked up the unconscious man and jumped towards the forest back to Oto. Back on the roof. The 4 shinobi and the 2 animals jumped out of the way as Orochimaru's head struck. Shizuka and Kiyoshi blew fire at the white snake, but then Orochimaru weaved through the flames and then a couple of the white snakes on Orochimaru's body came to life and headed towards the fox and dragon. Kiyoshi quickly spread his wings and grabbed Shizuka and flew away to avoid the snakes, but a quick snake had managed to wrap around Kiyoshi's neck. Shizuka growled and then igniting one of her tails with fire, she freed her friend by slamming one of her 6 tails into the snake, causing its grip to loosen. Kiyoshi used that to escape and then burn the snake and fry it like a fish. "You mangy mongrels," Orochimaru said to the animals and then focused on the humans. Orochimaru headed for Naruto, but Sarutobi appeared in front of him and then performed hand signs. "Kuchios no jutsu/summoning jutsu," Sarutobi yelled, and then a monkey with a tiger-striped vest on appeared and punched Orochimaru in the face, sending the snake reeling back. "Hello, Saru. I see Orochimaru is here all because you failed to kill him back then," Enma said. The Monkey King glared at Orochimaru. "Gomen nasai. Now let's do it for real then, Enma, adamantium." Sarutobi yelled, and then Enma became a powerful staff made of adamantium. Ikuzo Jiraiya yelled, and the 6 of them jumped at the Orochimaru. Jiraiya shunshined next to Orochimaru and punched him in the face. Then Sarutobi appeared underneath the white snake and slammed the Enma staff into Orochimaru's jaw, making purple blood ooze from the snakes that were crushed by the blow. Kushina then shunshined above and formed hand signs. "Futon, Furyuenden no Jutsu," she yelled, and then said Wind Dragon reached towards Orochimaru. But the snake managed to dodge, which was all part of the plan as Naruto, and his Ninken appeared right in front of Orochimaru's face. Naruto grinned and then he formed hand signs. "Katan, Kitsunhai," Naruto yelled, and then the sapphire flames of foxfire blew out of his mouth. Shizuka and Kiyoshi followed suit with their flames. The fire blast struck Orochimaru dead center in his face, causing the white snake to hiss in pain. The snake writhed on the ground, trying to smother out the flames. When the flames died out, Orochimaru was out a left eye and most of his snakes on his skin were crushed, burned, smashed and bleeding. I'll kill you all now. Prepare for my strongest jutsu, Ninpu, Hidora Hibi no Jutsu / Ninja Art, Snake Hydra Jutsu, Orochimaru yelled. Then Orochimaru began to bulge and grow, and then in his place was a large amount of white snakes that now formed a gigantic 8-headed snake. You all will now die, the snakes yelled. Naruto and the other quickly began to dodge and strike the snakes. Naruto used his Foxfire blasts to burn one head, but it didn't die. Jiraiya and the others jumped out of the way as Orochimaru's snake attacked. However, Kushina was caught in the mouth of one snake. Okasan. Naruto cried and then he saw his mother's face. Fear etched across it. The snake head then shut its mouth. Naruto and the others were all surprised at the scene, and then they all charged to avenge their fallen. Jiraiya pulled out a scroll and a giant kunai with a giant exploding tag appeared. He threw the kunai and blew off one of the 8 heads. Sarutobi used Enma's Thunderbolt staff to smash a second head into the ground, and then continue an onslaught of swings on that head until it was just a pile of mush. Naruto then went to a third head. He coated his foxtail with foxfire and then he swung the tail and smashed it into the side of the snake's head. Naruto then coated his claws with wind chakra and swung his arm downwards. Ninpu. Some no Jujin / Ninja Art. Claw of the Beast. He yelled, and then a large swipe of wind chakra sliced the head to shreds. Naruto and the others kept hammering away blows until there were only 4 heads left. They were nearly out of chakra and Naruto had enough for one blow. Naruto then held out his right arm and Jiraiya and Sarutobi's eyes widened at what they saw. Wind and chakra swirled into the hand and then in his hand a swirling ball of compressed and spinning chakra was formed. Naruto then jumped high into the air, the ball of chakra held tight in his hand. This is for Okasan and Tousan. Naruto yelled and then thrust his hand forward and then smashed the ball of spinning chakra into the snake head that ate his mother. Rasengan! He yelled and then the snake head was completely obliterated and all that was left was a stump that was the neck. Naruto landed and panted. That was all his chakra and then Naruto saw a figure crawl out of the snake's neck. Oka-san, Naruto said. Kushina looked up and smiled. It's going to take a lot more than getting eaten by that snake to take me down, she said, but was then met with a hug from her son. I thought I lost you, Naruto cried into her shirt. Kushina gave a warm smile and ruffled her son's hair. Come on Naruto, no time to cry. We got a snake to kill, Kushina said. But as they were about to attack, the exhaustion came to them. The 3 white snake heads glared at them. Kukukuku, you bakas, you all are now exhausted and vulnerable with no chakra left. I admit the Rasengan was a surprise and caught me off guard. But not anymore, Orochimaru's head spoke simultaneously. Jiraiya glared and then his eyes widened when he saw Naruto form the ram sign. Naruto Yubaka, you have no more chakra left. You used it up with the Rasengan, Jiraiya cried. Naruto looked at his mother who just nodded. Naruto then stepped up to the front and formed the ram sign again. Kushina, you know he has no more chakra left. Why are you letting him do this? He could die if he tries to force out chakra, Sarutobi said. Because he's my son and I believe in him, Kushina said with a motherly smile, and then red chakra swirled around Naruto. Arigato, Kyubi-sensei, Naruto told his demon. Kyubi chuckled. Just kick the Hibi team's ass, will you? The Fox Lord replied. You got it, Naruto said, and then but his thumb. Boar, dog, monkey, bird and ram. Naruto formed those 5 hand signs and slammed his palm on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto yelled and then there was a humongous plume of smoke. The smoke then swirled as a tornado of black fire came to life. Sasuke, who was looking after Sora, looked up at the black fire tornado and sensed it was Naruto's chakra. He got this strong within a month, Sasuke thought. Even more reason to train, he added, and smiled, his eyes then widened at what he saw. Sarutobi had returned Enma back to the summoning world, but now he was in shock along with Kushina and Jiraiya and what they saw. Meanwhile, Kyoshi bowed and Shizuka bowed, also following Kyoshi's movements. Out of the black fire twister, a large muscular leg stepped out, followed by another leg, then a muscular forearm and another arm. A large tail equipped with spikes at the tip emerged, and then glowing red eyes stared at the snake through the storm of black fire. The head of the monstrous creature emerged, finally showing the head of a dragon. The black fire disappeared, and then there stood a large black dragon. The legs and arms, in fact its entire body, was covered with shadow black scales. Ivory claws contrasted the black scales that were on the dragon's limbs. The dragon showed large teeth the size of a horse, and glowing red eyes with slitted pupils glared at the now three-headed snake. The dragon let out a roar as it breathed a stream of black fire. Meet Gendora, the black dragon and leader of the dragon clan. Gendora felt a presence on its head and sniffed the air. You smell like Uzumaki. Name yourself, Gendora said in a deep voice. Naruto cleared his throat. Gendora-sama, I am Uzumaki Naruto, son of Uzumaki Kushina of Uzumaki and Namizi Minato, the deceased Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, Naruto said. Gendora roared, scaring Naruto, who was atop his head. Well then, Naruto, why have you summoned me? The dragon leader asked. Naruto pointed at Orochimaru's snake form. I have summoned you, Gendora-sama, to help me destroy that stupid snake over there, Naruto said. Gendora nodded and then spread his large black wings. Gendora was about the same size as the hydra that was Orochimaru and was therefore more than a match for the traitorous snake. Very well, let us fight, Hebe, Gendora said and flew up. The snake pointed its head upwards and sprayed a large amount purple liquid at the dragon. Gendora took the attack head-on and Orochimaru grinned. But then his heads all had surprised looks on their faces, and Naruto and the dragon were unharmed. Excreting of liquid diamond, Hebe, Gendora said, and then he took a deep breath and a large stream of black fire blasted off ahead of the three snakes, leaving behind only two. The snakes quickly sprayed a large volume of poison at the dragon lord. You never learn, do you? Gendora asked and then excreted the diamond again, and then Gendora roared to the heavens. The sky turned dark and then a large lightning storm appeared. Gendora held out a clawed hand and then lightning, wind and rain appeared. You know what to do now, Uzumaki, Gendora said. Naruto nodded and concentrated some of the chakra he had regained. Lightning quickly struck Naruto thanks to Gendora's elemental control. Naruto then formed hand signs. Rantun. Ranriwenden no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, and then the storm dragon made itself known. Let me take over from here, Naruto, Gendora said. Naruto nodded. Gendora then held out a large ivory claw, and then he manipulated the storm dragon, and then he spun his claw, causing the dragon to spin rapidly. Then an elemental drill was formed, and then Gendora sent the drill forward. One of the snake heads tried to stop it with a blast of acid, but it proved to be ineffective and the drill plowed through the snake's head. The snake looked like it went through a blender as the neck fell to the ground. The single head hissed at the dragon clan leader before it separated from its body. The snake slithered on the ground and then coiled its body like a spring. You will die, Uzumaki, you'll fucking die. The snake then unwound its body and it sprung up at a fast pace. But Gendora was faster as it took a deep breath and the largest black fire blast exploded out of Gendora's mouth. The snake fell to the ground covered in burns. Now watch the finish, young Naruto, Gendora said. Okay, Naruto replied. Gendora, with Naruto upon his head, flew up. Gendora then held out his left hand. Wind swirled around it. He then extended his right hand, which was then surrounded by water. His left leg then surrounded by lightning. Earth then rose up from the ground below and encased his right leg, and then finally Gendora opened his mouth. A large ball of black flame was formed. The elements then combined in front of Gendora's chest, and then there was a large ball in front of Gendora. 1/5 of the ball was black fire, another fifth was blue water, a third fifth was hard earth, the fourth was shocking lightning, and the final fifth part of the elemental ball was swirling winds. Gendora then swallowed the ball and then regurgitated it in the form of a beam. Ryuten. Godaen Daen / Dragon Style. Elemental Blast. Gendora yelled, and then the elemental laser beam flew at the downed snake, and before he could scream, the last head of Orochimaru was destroyed in an elemental blast followed by a flash of light. The light died down and Gendora let out a roar to the stormy skies. A flash lightning appeared behind Gendora as he roared. Gendora then landed back on the roof and rested Naruto next to Kushina. "Gendora, you are awesome. That Godaen was awesome," Naruto exclaimed. Gendora's deep voice chuckled, and then he spied Kyoshi. "Come here, young dragon," the black dragon said. Kyoshi walked forward and bowed before looking back up into his leader's eyes. "What is your name, young one?" he asked. "Kyoshi, Gendora-sama," the red dragon said. "Well, Kyoshi, Ragnarok told me of your potential, and I think you have what it takes to be a great dragon in our clan. Don't let me down," Gendora told him. Kyoshi nodded. "Hi, Gendora-sama. I won't let you down," the black dragon chuckled and then turned to Naruto. "Take care of him, and if you need me, you know how to call me," Gendora said with a wink. Naruto grinned, and then he and Kushina waved to Gendora as he disappeared in a plume of black flame. Sarutobi and the others then looked as they saw the last of the invasion troops retreat. "Well, looks like rebuilding will take a while," Jiraiya said. Sarutobi scowled. "And I'm going to have a whole set of that Kami-forsaken paperwork," Sarutobi Hiruzen grumbled. The four laughed and the animals barked/growled. A few weeks after the war, Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha. It had been rebuilt due to the efforts of both ninja and civilian alike, and now it was up and running like nothing had ever happened. Then Naruto saw a figure jump in front of him. "Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage-sama wishes to see you," an Umbu said. Naruto nodded and the Umbu turned to leave. "Oh wait, Uzumaki-san," the Umbu called. Naruto looked at the Umbu quizzically. "Arigato for helping to save the village. Without you we might have lost Hokage-sama," the Umbu said, and you could tell he was smiling behind his rabbit mask. Naruto grinned a foxy grin. "I'm a shinobi of Konoha. It's what I do," Naruto said. The Umbu chuckled and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Sarutobi had told the village of his exploits in the war, and although it took them a while to accept, not thinking the demon child could do such a thing as kill Orochimaru, but most came to accept it, and Naruto was looked upon as the hero his father wished him to be. Naruto then jumped to a roof and took off to the Hokage Tower. "Look, it's Naruto. Hey Naruto," a villager said. The people in the streets looked up and smiled at him and waved. Some glared. Naruto waved back with a smile and then shunshined away. Hokage Tower. Naruto entered the Hokage's office and found Sora, Erashur, Shino, and Shikamaru there too. "Oi Mina, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked. Sarutobi grinned and motioned for Naruto stand with his comrades. "Well, I have watched your fights and I believe that you five are ready to be Chunin," the Sandaime said. Naruto, Sora, and Erashur whooped with joy. Shino remained impassive, but he was actually quite thrilled, and Shikamaru yawned. "Great, more troublesome mission to do," he complained and looked up at the sky. "Well, here are your vests, and I hope you will continue to make Konoha proud," Sarutobi said. The five bowed and turned to leave. "Mateo, Sora-chan, Naruto-kun, I wish for you to stay here," he said. The two blondes stayed back while they waved to their friends as they left. "Daijubu desuka, Jiji-san?" Naruto asked. Sarutobi chuckled. "Well, you see, Sora-chan here has unlocked her clan's true bloodline and wished to talk about it," Sarutobi said. "Demo, Jiji-san, her bloodline is to bend fire, that's it," Naruto said. "Oh no, that's just a side effect of her bloodline. Her true and more powerful Kekai Genkai was the ability to call upon the shining flames of the Hyjin. While I was watching you fight Orochimaru, I noticed an explosion," Sarutobi said. Flashback. Sarutobi was watching Naruto go through hand signs, but then he felt a large concentration of chakra close by. Sarutobi looked and gasped at what he saw. He saw the silhouette of Hyjin in gold and silver flames thrust its fist forward, and a large explosion of gold and silver fire was made upon impact. Aye, it can't be," Sarutobi said, and then he saw a figure fall to the ground and his eyes widened. It was Rime Sora. "So she's done it." End flashback. "Oh, you mean those gold and silver flames I used," Sora said, remembering the little bit she remembered from her killing spree as a holy flame user. Sarutobi nodded. "Sugoi. Sora-chan, you're even cooler than ever now, Naruto exclaimed. Naruto, you of all people must know that great power has a price. The price of using such powerful flames is that you lose. Sarutobi paused. You lose what, Hokage-sama? Sora asked. Nothing. You lose something important to you, that's all I'll say, Sarutobi said, and then the topic of Sora's holy flame ability was dropped. Now then, on to more important matter. As you have seen, Naruto, I am too old to be able to protect the village physically, so I want you and Sora to travel with Jiraiya to look for my new successor, Sarutobi said. Who are we looking for? Sora asked. What do you know of Senju Tsunade? The old Sandaime asked with a smile. Chapter 11. Let's find ourselves a Sannin. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin. Now then, on to more important matter. As you have seen, Naruto, I am too old to be able to protect the village physically, so I want you and Sora to travel with Jiraiya to look for my new successor, Sarutobi said. Who are we looking for? Sora asked. What do you know of Senju Tsunade? The old Sandaime asked with a smile. Now, Senju Tsunade? Sora questioned. Sarutobi nodded. Well, Naruto spoke. Okasan told me she was a blonde lady with an unnaturally large chest and even more or equally stubborn as me. She had brown eyes and is the granddaughter and grandniece of the Shodaime and Nidaime Hokages. She loved to gamble and is known around the gambling world as the legendary sucker. She is a wizard when it comes to healing and she possessed super strength, Naruto said. Sarutobi was in awe. He never expected Naruto to learn that much about the slug princess. Naruto, do you secretly pay attention in your classes in the academy? He asked. Nope, he said with a chuckle. Sarutobi took a puff from his tobacco pipe. Well, my old student should be arriving soon to meet you too. So the Sandaime was interrupted by a knock on his door. Ah, that must be him. Come in. The door opened and the white-haired Gamma Sannin entered. Hey, Sarutobi-sensei. What's up? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya, I want you to take these too, he said, gesturing to Naruto and Sora. On a little trip. You want me to look for Tsunade, don't you? He asked. Sarutobi nodded. Okay, Gakis, go home. Inform your parents. We're leaving tomorrow at dawn, Jiraiya said. The two newly ranked Chunin walked out to get ready. Do you really think we can handle this? Sora asked. Naruto flashed her a smile. It is going to be fine, Sora-chan, have a little faith. Sure, Erosenin is weird. Demo, he's really strong, Naruto reassured her. Sora seemed to calm down a bit and then grinned. What do you think the price is of using Hyjin's flames, our Naruto-kun? Sora asked her boyfriend. Naruto thought. I don't know, all Gigi-san said was you will lose something important to you. So I suggest you don't use those flames unless you are in a tough situation. Use them as a last resort, Naruto advised. Sora nodded. How did you get so smart? You were a dunce in the academy, Naruto-kun, Sora said. Naruto chuckled and tapped his head. A ninja's true weapon is deception, Sora-chan, Naruto replied with a foxy grin. The two then went to their homes and packed up for tomorrow. Sora's house. Sora entered her clan's home, which was a medium-sized compound, enough for at least 100 members for the most, which is relatively small compared to other clans. Sora was walking by when she saw her father, Ramei came in. He was wearing the traditional garb of the Ramei clan, a red haori with a blue sash around his waist and an image of the fire god as the clan symbol. Sora shuddered when she saw the fire god's picture. Sora-chan, something looks to be troubling you. Would like to talk about it? Sora's father asked. Sora looked up into her father's azure eyes, which she got from him. Hi, Ota-san, she replied, and then the two walked off to her room. The two walked down the corridors, took a left, then a right, and then took another left and entered the first door on the right, which was Sora's room. The two sat on her bed and there was silence for a while. Now then, my young princess, what seems to be the problem? Kamen asked. Sora gulped and said only one sentence. I can use the Hyjin's fire. Kamen's eyes widened, and then he closed them and rubbed his temples with a sigh. Why did it have to be you? He whispered. Sora looked downcast and then her father looked back up. Sora, Do you know the cost of using the fire god's power? Kamen asked his daughter. Sora shook her head. I talked to the Sandaime after he made me and Naruto-kun Chunin. He said that I would lose something important to me when I use it. Demo, he probably thinks nothing happened this first time because it was my first time using the gold and silver flames, Sora explained. Kamen was silent and then he coughed. Sora, the fire god's power is very hard to control. Can you explain what happened when you first called upon the fire? Kamen asked. Sora thought hard and then something came to her. I remember, during the war, some Otonin and Sunanin threatened to kill Naruto-kun, and then I just got really mad. Then I felt like my body was burning for a while, but then it got back to normal. Then I remember seeing a flash of gold and silver fire, but after that I don't remember anything, Naruto's girlfriend said to her father. Well, Sora-chan, the cost of using this fire is that for every time you use it, you will a piece of your will to fight to the fire god, he said. My will to fight? She asked. Kamen nodded. The Ramei clan was a clan born in an area that was known to be abundant in flames. We prayed to Hyjin to be able to protect ourselves from these flames, and he answered them by giving us the bloodline to manipulate fire. However, I was but a young boy during all this, and our leader, Ramei Akira, wanted more power, and the fire god answered him and gave him the power to use his flames. However, Akira became so corrupt with using the flames that he used them in almost every battle. But after each battle he found that he would feel a bit weak after each fight, and then finally he lost it altogether. Akira's loss to be able to battle was a huge loss to the clan, and then he committed suicide for what is a leader if you cannot fight to protect those who are precious to you, Kamen said. Sora was in shock. She knew a ninja had to fight to protect those he or she cared about. The people in Konoha named it the High no Ishi/Will of Fire. And if she lost that, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Her will to fight, her abilities to protect all she loved and held dear would be gone. I see. Naruto-kun advised to only use the gold and silver flames as a last resort, Sora told her father. Kamen smiled. Then Naruto is a wise man indeed. Who is this Naruto-kun anyway? Are you talking about the one who saved Hokage-sama? Uzumaki Naruto? He asked. Sora nodded. Kamen smiled and then a sly grin spread across his face. Are you too an item? He asked slyly. Sora blushed heavily and nodded. Kamen smiled and ruffled his daughter's hair. It's good to see you finally have Sumio 9ne to love in your life. So, when's the wedding? He asked. Sora blushed again. Oto-san, she screamed while her Oto-san laughed. Naruto's house. Naruto was in his room packing for the trip when he heard a knock on his door. Naruto looked up and saw his mother there, leaning against the door frame. Ohio/hello Oka-san, Naruto greeted his mother and then returned to packing. Are you going somewhere, Naruto? She asked. Naruto nodded and then zipped up his backpack. Hi, Sora-chan. Ero-senin and I are going on a trip to find Tsunade, Naruto said. Kushina's eyes widened and then she suddenly appeared in front of her son, her hands tightly gripping his shoulders. You're going to go look for Tsunade-sensei? She asked, surprise evident in her green eyes, along with a hint of happiness. Yeah, we're going to find your sensei and bring her back to be the Godame Hokage, Naruto said. Kushina then quickly shunshined to her room in a red flash and then back into Naruto's room in less than 10 seconds. She had a backpack on her back and a big grin on her face. Well, come on, let's go, she said eagerly. Oka-san, Naruto said. Yes, my little fox, she said. Naruto's eye twitched ever since he explained the situation about him being a Hanyu. His mother had come up with that stupid nickname for him. Hey, what do you have against foxes? Kyubi said. Nothing at all, just I hate that nickname Oka-san, he replied, and then ended the connection with him and Kyubi. Well, Oka-san, we don't leave until tomorrow at dawn, he said. Kushina then frowned. But that's so far from now, she complained. Naruto's sweat dropped. Wasn't SHE supposed to be the mature one? Not him. Well, we'll just have to wait. Let's go get some ramen now, Naruto said with a foxy grin, his tail swishing behind him like a happy canine's tail should. Shizuka and Kiyoshi quickly appeared. Ramen! The two animals yelled. Oh right, I forgot to mention, Naruto had let Kyuubi take control for a few days in order to teach Shizuka how to talk human, and now she was expert at it. "All right, let's go," Kushina yelled, pumping her fist in the air, and the quadrupio went to Ichiraku's. They all ate ramen for a while, paid Tucci, who was more than happy to accept it, and then Naruto went back home with his family to get ready for tomorrow. The next day dawned. Jiraiya was waiting in front of the gate for his travel companions. He then saw a movement in front of him. He saw two animals, a kitsune Hanyu and a blonde girl, and a red-haired woman running towards him. The five of them skidded to a halt and panted for a while. "Well, we're here, Ero-sennin. Let's go," Naruto said, his ears twitching slightly as he grinned. "Okay, while on the way I'll be training you too," he said, gesturing to Naruto and Sora. Then he saw Kushina. "Why are you here?" he asked. "Can't an old student come along to look for her sensei?" she asked. Jiraiya shook his head, and then the six of them left the gates of Konoha in search of Tsunade. After a few hours of walking, they stopped for a break to eat. "So, Ero-sennin, what will you be teaching Sora-chan and I?" the blonde Hanyu asked. Jiraiya thought, and then he got an idea. "Well, since you've learned of your heritage, I suggest you should learn your father's ultimate technique," Jiraiya said. "You mean the second scroll?" Naruto asked as he removed it from his bag. Jiraiya nodded. "That jutsu is what made your father famous as the Yellow Flash, the Hiraishin no Jutsu / Flying Thunder God Jutsu," Jiraiya said. Sora was puzzled. Naruto's father, Yellow Flash. Sora thought for a while before she put two and two together. She gasped. "Your father's the Yondaime Hokage," Sora yelled, making Naruto and Shizuka flinch due to their sensitive hearing. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and laughed nervously. "Hee. Really, did I forget to tell you that?" "My bad," Naruto said. Sora was still in shock, but continued to eat her lunch. "Well, Naruto, after you eat, I'll give your father's special kunai and the instructions to work the Hiraishin, but you'll be teaching yourself how to do it," Jiraiya said. Kushina gasped. "Jiraiya, how could do that? My poor baby's too young to be learning by himself," Kushina said in protest. Okasan, Naruto whined as he blushed in embarrassment from his mother calling him baby. Sora giggled while Jiraiya just burst out laughing. "Kushina, the boy needs to learn to things himself. When he becomes Hokage, he can't always depend on you to help and to be there all the time," Jiraiya said. Kushina became silent at that and continued eating her lunch. After lunch, the group packed up and was to continue their trek. "Mateo, Naruto, here you go," Jiraiya said, halting their few steps in the direction of the nearest town. Naruto turned and then he saw Jiraiya holding about 30 or so kunai, but they were different from regular kunai. These ones were tri-pronged and had a seal on the handle. "Arigato, Ero-sennin," Naruto said and took the kunai, placing them in his weapons pouch, which was quite large. "I'll need to get a special pouch for these guys," he added. "Naruto, I won't help you in training for the Hiraishin no Jutsu, but listen to me," the Gamma Sannin said, becoming serious. Naruto listened, knowing Jiraiya was always meant business in the tone of voice he used now. "It's never best to force a movement, and like the river it's best to just go with the flow," Jiraiya said with a sage-like quality. Naruto nodded. That made absolutely no sense to me, Naruto thought, and then the group walked. A few hours later, they arrived in Skioku Town, a village known for gambling. Jiraiya and the others entered one of the gambling stalls, which had a game of dice. The rules were simple. You place your bet, the dice roller shakes the dice in a cup and then slams the cup, drinking side down, and then the bettors are to call either odds or evens, and the person who gets it right wins the money. "Oh heyo. Have any of you fine people seen a woman with blonde hair and brown eyes enter here?" Jiraiya asked. The men shook their heads. "She had a huge bust," he added. The gambler's eyes widened in realization, but then didn't say a word. "If you want information, you'll have to gamble for it," a man with a goatee said. "If you win, we'll give you your information on the legendary sucker. But if I win," he said, getting a lustful look in his eyes, "I get to take the little red head there for a joyride," he said, gesturing to Kushina. Killer intent was immediately released from Naruto as he heard what the man said, causing him to sweat and his pants become soiled. "Don't make bets where my Okasan is involved," Naruto threatened. The man quickly changed his stakes, saying he would take their money instead. Jiraiya nodded, and then the dice roller took the dice and slammed the cup onto the table. The two gamblers stared at the cup for a while. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, and the blonde Namikaze mouthed out odds. Jiraiya was like, "What the hell? How do you know?" Naruto shrugged and just told the Gama Sannin to go along with it. Jiraiya shook his head. "Evens," the man said. "Odds," Jiraiya said. The dice shaker lifted the cup, revealing a 2 and a 1. "It's odds," the dice shaker said. Jiraiya couldn't believe it. Naruto got it right. He turned to Naruto and gave him 2 thumbs up. "Now then, where can I find Tsunade?" Jiraiya asked. The man told them they could find the legendary sucker in a nearby gambling town called Tobimara, famous for the Mayaboku castle nearby it. Jiraiya thanked the man for the information, and the group left. "Naruto, you lucky team. Why didn't you tell me you were good at gambling?" Jiraiya said. Naruto shrugged. "I never knew I was good at it, I guess," Naruto said. Jiraiya's jaw dropped at that. "This gaki could make me richer than I already am," the white-haired pervert thought as he fantasized about all the porn and whores he could buy off with that money. Jiraiya was a sad man, but everybody knew that. The Tobimara town. "Alright guys, we'll split up. Naruto, you and your pets, find a hotel for us to stay in case we need to spend the night. I will look for Tsunade and Sora and Kushina. You two will get supplies for us," understood, Jiraiya said. The people and animals nodded, and then they split up. Naruto was walking through town and used a genjutsu to disguise Shizuka's tails. The 3 of them then continued walking until Naruto came across a nice-looking hotel. The Golden Fox. Pets welcomed. "Well guys, what do you think?" Naruto asked his companions. Shizuka and Kyoshi nodded in approval, and Naruto grinned. "Great," Naruto said, and then went to the front desk with his pets. Naruto looked around and saw nobody at the desk, and then spied a bell. Naruto rang it, and then a person appeared from underneath the desk. "Gah! Who are you?" Naruto screamed in surprise. "I'm the hotel receptionist. Would like to get a room?" the hotel receptionist asked. Yes, I would. 2 rooms please, each with 2 beds," Naruto said. The receptionist took out a book and flipped through some pages, and then looked up with a smile. "You're in luck. Rooms 43 and 44 are just what you requested. Here are the keys." The receptionist took 2 keys from the shelf behind him and then handed them to Naruto. "Enjoy your stay here at the Golden Fox," the receptionist said. "Arigato," Naruto replied. The receptionist smiled and then watched Naruto walk off. "What a nice boy," he said. Naruto entered room 43 and looked around. The room had a medium-sized flat-screen television, an air condition, a bathroom, and 2 single beds. Naruto grinned. "Just what the doctor ordered," Naruto said. Shizuka and Kyoshi were in shock. "You know, I think I like hotels now," Shizuka said with a foxy grin. "Ditto," Kyoshi said. The young dragon jumped on a bed and curled up in a ball and quickly fell asleep. Shizuka was looking around the room, and Naruto joined Kyoshi on the bed. Naruto decided that since no one was around to see him, he released the genjutsu over his extra appendages and then fell asleep. Shizuka later curled up next to her Hanyu master and dragon friend, and the 3 of them quickly fell asleep. With Sora and Kushina. Sora and Kushina were walking through town looking for something to eat, and then they finally came across a small dango shop. The 2 sat down and received their order of spicy dango. "So, how are things going with you and Naruto?" Kushina asked, trying to make conversation. "Pretty well, actually. I don't mind he's a Hanyu though. I think it's pretty cool," Sora said, and then took a bite of her food. Kushina took a bite of hers. "So, you're from the Ramei clan, right? Specializes in fire manipulation?" Kushina asked. "Yup," Sora stated. "So can you call upon the secret technique that nobody except the former leader, Ramei Akira, could use?" she asked. Kushina noticed her son's girlfriend freeze at that question, and the blonde Chunin just kept quiet. Kushina decided not to press the matter, and the 2 females ate in silence before they got up, paid the bill, left, and then bought some supplies from a nearby shop. "All right, let's head to the hotel," Kushina said. The two walked a few steps before Sora stopped. "Why did you stop for Sora?" the red-haired Uzumaki asked. We don't know which hotel and where it is," the blonde replied. Kushina slapped her head. "Kyuso, Kyuso, Kyuso," she cursed, and more words that were not meant to be heard by the ears of children flew, that it would make a sailor blush. With Jiraiya. Jiraiya walked along the streets and then he spied a gambling place. He asked the owner she saw a blonde woman, with big breasts and had a blue diamond on her forehead came in. The owner said yes and told the super pervert she went to the gambling place on the other side of town. Jiraiya thanked her and left, but not before receiving a slap after making an attempt to hit on her. Jiraiya then proceeded to walk to the gambling place across town. But then as he was walking, a very attractive woman passed Jiraiya and gave him the look. Jiraiya grinned perversely and followed the woman like a lost puppy. Then out of an alley, two men stepped out. They wore a cloak with the patterns of red clouds and wore straw hats that covered their faces. "Well, what do you know, your plan worked," the taller one said with a wide grin revealing shark-like teeth and blue skin. "Well, of course it did. It's my plan," the shorter one said. "Well then, I did have some doubts, but are you sure the boy's here?" the blue-skinned man said. "Yes, I can feel his chakra signature. It's surprisingly high for someone so young. We are coming for you, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto," the shorter one said, and then looked up to the sky revealing the piercing red eyes of the Sharingan. 1 hour later with Naruto. Naruto yawned and stretched himself, and twisted his back and neck, cracking it. Naruto sighed in relief and then looked at his still snoozing pets. "You guys are so lazy," Naruto stated, and then he got up and took out his father's kunai. He studied the weird tri-pronged kunai, remembering Jiraiya's words. Still doesn't make any sense, Naruto thought before putting the Hiraishin kunai away. Naruto then heard a knock on his door. Well, maybe Ero Sannin, Okasan and Sora-chan arrived, Naruto assumed. He then walked to his bed and woke his sleeping pets. "What's up, Naruto?" Shizuka said with a yawn revealing her extremely sharp teeth. "Did Ero Sannin reach back yet?" Kiyoshi asked, blinking his red eyes as they adjusted to the light. "I think he just arrived," Naruto said as he heard another knock. The two animals and the Hanyu walked to the door. Naruto opened it and then he found himself staring into the eyes of a Sharingan. Naruto quickly jumped back and observed his opponents. Let's see, Sharingan, black hair, Konoha Hitaiate with a kunai slash through it, Uchiha Itachi, and the second one, blue skin, shark-like teeth, huge sword and Kiri Hitaiate with slash through it, probably a member of the Seven Swordsmen. Hashigaki Kisame seems to fit this guy's description, Naruto thought. "Hello, Naruto," Itachi said. "Itachi and Kisame is your name?" Naruto asked about the swordsman beside Itachi. "Yes, correct. I am Hashigaki Kisame," the former Mist Nin said. Naruto, knowing this wouldn't be an easy fight, decided to release the Genjutsu on him and Shizuka in order to gain the element of surprise. After all, who wouldn't be surprised to see a young boy turned Hanyu and a six-tailed kitsune? Naruto quickly released the Genjutsu on both he and Shizuka and got the desired results. "What the hell?" Kisame yelled. Itachi's eyes just widened and then activated his Sharingan. "Okay, Kiyoshi, Shizuka, fire attacks," Naruto ordered. "Hi," they replied, and then blue and orange flames launched towards the two Nuke Nin. Kisame quickly used his sword to shield him, burning the bandages off and revealing the blue scaled sword of Samahata. Itachi just jumped out of the way and landed gracefully on his feet. Naruto quickly called on Kyuubi's chakra and gained the cloak and a tail of chakra while some of the yokai surrounded his blonde tail. Naruto's eyes turned amethyst and then he launched himself at the Kiri Nuke Nin and a punch sent Kisame rocketing out the door and slamming into the nearby wall. Kisame groaned before raising his sword, aimed to slice of the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's arm. Naruto quickly rolled to the side and planted a kick to Kisame's ribs. Kisame felt two of them crack from the blow. Naruto then felt movement behind him and Itachi was about to kick the blonde's face, but Naruto, using his heightened reflexes, grabbed the Uchiha's foot, surprising the Uchiha. Naruto then swung the Uchiha into his partner. "Tell me, why are you here?" What do you want from me? Naruto demanded to know, his amethyst eyes glaring at the two Nuke-nin. We are of the organization, known as Akatsuki. We are here for your bijou, Itachi said in a monotone and then got up and dusted himself off. Kisame got up and wiped his cloak and then pulled out bandages from a pocket in the cloak and using years of experience, wrapped Samahata in seconds. Why do you want Kyuubi? Naruto asked. Why should we tell you anything? Kisame asked. 2 reasons, Kisame. 1, you already told me your objective, but I think there's something more to it, and 2, because if you don't, my 2 friends here are going to burn you like a piece of wood, Naruto said and then pointed to his 2 pets that had snuck up behind them, their blue and orange flames ready to be fired. Itachi, being the smart man he is, sighed and was about to speak. Itachi-san, do you really think it's wise to tell the Gaki our leader's plan? The former member of the 7 swordsmen asked his colleague. Kisame, we are surrounded and we completely underestimated our opponent. I believe we should tell him our leader's objective, the Uchiha said. Itachi then turned towards Naruto and shut down his Sharingan as he felt his eyes start to burn from its use. Our leader's plan is to gather the bijou and use them to create something, which he told us would, quote, bring peace to the shinobi world, Itachi said. That is all he said. That doesn't help me or you at the moment. No, leave before Jiraiya reaches here. I can already sense him coming towards the hotel, since I spiked my chakra, Naruto said. Kisame, the boy is right, we must retreat. I also sense 2 other signatures. One seems to be insignificant at the moment and the other. Itachi's eyes widened. Kisame, we must leave quickly, Itachi said, and then grabbed his partner in crime and shunshined away. Naruto released the Kyuubi cloak, leaving only his single blonde tail and his fox ears. Naruto watched as his girlfriend, mother and father sensei entered the hotel room. Naruto-kun, Daijibu desuka? Sora asked. Hi, I'm fine, Sora-chan. Just had a fight with some Nuke-nin and kicked their asses, Naruto said. Nanny. Naruto, what did these ninja look like? Jiraiya asked. Naruto only said 3 words. Itachi and Kisame, Naruto replied. The room was silent, but the silence when Kushina bonked her son on the head. Naruto, you baka, don't ever fight a Nuke-nin without backup. How do you know they weren't just toying with you? Kushina yelled at her son. Gomen nasai, Okasan, Naruto said and looked down at the floor. Oi, don't beat up on Naruto just because he kicked that Uchiha and the Shark Man, Kyoshi said. Yeah, what he said, Shizuka's female voice said. The 2 animals defending their master. Kushina sighed. Gomen nasai. I just tend to overreact when there's a battle involving Naruto, Kushina said. Motherly habit, she added with a sheepish grin. Anyway, onto the topic of 2 missing nin. Naruto, why did they attack you? Jiraiya asked. Well, they said that the leader of their organization wants to collect all 9 bijou to create the way to bring peace to the shinobi world. But I know there's no way you will use a bijou's power without having destruction in mind, Naruto said. Naruto, does this organization happen to be Akatsuki? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, how did you know, Ero Sanin? The blonde Hanyu asked. Yeah, how did you know? Sora asked. I've been having my spy network do a background check on them. Apparently the entire organization consists on around 10 to 11 missing nin from nearly all of the great shinobi nations and a few minor ones, all labeled S-rank in the bingo book, Jiraiya said. The individuals in the room were stunned at the information given to them. Also, Jiraiya continued, they tend to work in pairs and have a uniform which is a long black cloak with a red cloud pattern on it. The room was silent for a few minutes, so quiet you hear a kunai hit a tree from over 10 feet away. So what do we do now? Sora asked. We get Tsunade, of course, Jiraiya said. Everyone turned towards the perverted Gama Sannin. You found her? They all cried. Jiraiya nodded. Well, where is she? The 6-tailed fox asked. She's in a bar drinking herself to no end on the other side of town, Jiraiya said. Well, let's go, Kushina shouted and the group sped out the door. Some random bar across town. The group entered the drinking establishment and looked around for the slug princess. Kushina finally spotted her and the group walked over to her table. Tsunade was sitting with a young brown-haired woman who had a young pig in her hand and looked at the Sannin with a sheepish smile. Tsunade looked up and saw the face of her old teammate and student. "Jiraiya, you fucking pervert, why are you here?" she yelled. "We are here to bring you back to Konoha," Jiraiya said to his former teammate as he gestured to the rest of the gang. Tsunade looked and spied Kushina. "Kushina, is that really you?" she asked. Kushina smiled and nodded before she received a slap to her face, sending her comically into the floor. "You baka, I thought you were dead," the granddaughter of the show-dame yelled. "Hey, don't call me that, you drunken granny," Kushina cried. "Red-haired banshee," Tsunade replied. "Obachan," Kushina fired back. "Do they usually act like this?" Naruto asked the older man. "Yeah, this is just a way of them showing compassion towards each other," Jiraiya said with a grin. Naruto looked back and saw the two females immediately start to wrestle on the ground. "You're kidding, right?" the blonde Jinchuriki asked. "I'm afraid not," Naruto-kun, Sora said, joining the conversation. The master and student duo quickly stopped fighting due to Tsunade sobering up during the fight. Jiraiya had introduced Naruto, Sora, and the two animals to Tsunade. "Naruto, Jiraiya, I thought you weren't taking on another apprentice after the last one died," Tsunade said. "Well, Naruto is Minato's son," Jiraiya answered. Tsunade's eyes widened at that piece of information. "Interesting," she whispered, and then she saw Sora. "Who are you, my dear?" the slug Sannin asked. "Reme Sora, Naruto-kun's girlfriend," the fire manipulator said. "Ah, way to go, Gaki," Tsunade told Naruto, who showed his infamous foxy grin. Tsunade then noticed the two animals on the ground and her eyes widened. "Sugoi, whose animals are these?" Tsunade asked. "Shizuka and Kiyoshi are my ninken," Tsunade Naruto answered. "You have a fucking pet dragon and a six-tailed fox," she said with wide eyes. Naruto nodded. "Lucky bastard," she muttered, causing the boy to laugh. But then Tsunade's eyes widened even more when she finally noticed Naruto ears and the tail. "Gaki, what the hell did you do to make yourself a Kitsune Hanyu?" the healing Sannin asked. "Kyubi," he stated simply. The subject was dropped instantly. "This is Shizune. She's my apprentice," Tsunade said, gesturing to the brown-haired woman next to her who waved at the group with a smile on her face. After the acquainting of the people, Tsunade finally brought up the big question. "Why do you want me to come back with you to Konoha?" Tsunade, Jiraiya said, getting serious. "Sarutobi-sensei cannot defend the village anymore in his old age. He has decided you to be his successor as the Godame Hokage." "What, you want me to go back to that shithole, just to become the person who ends up dying?" she yelled. "All of the people WHI have become Hokages are fulso, throwing away their entire lives just for the sake of the village," Tsunade said. She then felt extreme killing intent coming from the blonde Hanyu. Naruto's slitted eyes turned red as he stared into Tsunade's brown eyes. The Sannin felt fear for the first time in her life after the loss of her family and everything that was precious to her. "Don't you ever fucking insult the rank that your grandfather, you granduncle Jiji-san, and most importantly, my father held. They worked hard to become the Hokages they wanted to be, and my father was the greatest of them all," Naruto yelled, becoming angrier. "Now listen here, you fucking old bat. Don't you ever fucking mess with my fucking village's status. Now get your whiny bitch ass of the chair, and you're coming back to Konoha with us, you got that?" Naruto said. Tsunade was in complete shock. Kushina and the others were too. Naruto just told off the Sannin who possessed super strength. Naruto panted from talking in a single breath, and then his eyes became their usual blue color. "Hold it right there, Gaki. No one gets off easy when they talk to me like that," the older blonde female said. "Is that a challenge?" Naruto said, mockingly, looking Tsunade in the eye. "You bet. I'll fight you outside, and I bet I could beat you with only one finger. If you win, I'll take back all that I said about being Hokage," she said. "But what if you win?" Naruto asked. "I get all your money," Tsunade said. Naruto's sweat dropped. "It's always about gambling with her," Kushina thought. The two blondes then went outside to fight. Tsunade and Naruto stood a few feet away from each other while the others looked on. "Why do you allow your son to fight, Tsunade-sama?" Shizuna asked Naruto's mother. Kushina grinned. He's my son. What do you expect from somebody who insults their dream? Kushina replied. Okay Gaki, you can back out whenever you want, Tsunade said. Naruto smirked. Yeah right, Oba-chan. Bring it on, the whiskered blonde replied. The two then got into fighting stances. Naruto was the first to move. He fired a swift punch to Tsunade's face. The older blonde just tilted her head to side. Naruto then spun on his heels and did a leg sweep, tripping the Sannin, and Naruto then jumped up to deliver an axe kick. Tsunade rolled away from the blow as it created a crater in the ground. What the hell? What are you wearing, weights? Tsunade cried. Yup, Naruto then shunshined in front of Tsunade, but the slug Sannin used her index finger and jabbed Naruto hard in his forehead. Naruto felt like he had been hit by a punch as he flew backwards. Naruto flipped and skidded along the ground, kicking up dust. Naruto then knew he had to get serious. Naruto then removed the weights around his arms and legs. They were like small arm and leg bands, therefore easy to conceal. Naruto threw them at the Sannin. Tsunade ducked and then she smirked, but then her eyes widened when she heard a boom. The weights created a very nice-sized crater in the ground. Tsunade turned back to face the blonde, but she found that he was gone. Tsunade then felt movement behind her and then ducked under a kick aimed for her head. Tsunade quickly countered with a finger jab, which Naruto dodged. Sugoi. Naruto's holding his own against a Sannin, Sora said with admiration in her eyes. Nah, Tsunade would have already won if she hadn't restricted herself to using only one finger to fight. But that finger is still as strong as a punch to the gut, Jiraiya said. The group then looked back at the fight between the blondes. Naruto was panting as he couldn't land a hit on the older woman. Kyuso, guess I'll just have to use it, Naruto said, and then he concentrated chakra and wind into his right hand. The chakra spun and then compressed into a ball, and the raw chakra ball was held a few centimeters above his hand. Tsunade was in shock at the use of the Yandame's jutsu. Naruto then charged, the Rasengan held, poised to strike. Tsunade quickly used her finger and smashed it into the ground. A large fissure opened up beneath Naruto, causing him to lose his balance and also his focus on the Rasengan, causing it to dissipate. Naruto quickly used chakra to stick to the wall of the fissure and climbed out, but was met with a finger flick to his Hitai 8, knocking it off. Tsunade then prepared to strike him with another finger flick to his bare forehead, but Naruto quickly drew a kunai. Tsunade froze and then jumped back as in Naruto's hand, he held the Hiraition kunai. Tsunade glared at her former teammate. You taught the Gaki, Rasengan, and Hiraition, Tsunade growled. Rasengan, yes, the Hiraition we are going to start after we got you to come back with us, Jiraiya said in defense. Tsunade then glared one more time before she saw the young Namikaze throw the kunai at Tsunade. Tsunade caught the kunai, but then felt an odd humming from it. The seal on the hilt began to glow yellow. Tsunade's eyes widened, and then she saw Naruto disappear in a yellow flash, and Naruto, who was at least 20 feet away from her, had just reappeared, only 5 feet from his original position. Tsunade began to laugh. You baka, you need years of practice to master your father's jutsu. Your father himself took at least 1 year to make the technique and another 2 to perfect it, Tsunade said. Naruto then growled as he got up. A major head rush came as he was not used to traveling at speeds faster than the speed of sound. Naruto then got an idea from the use of the Hiraition no jutsu. Oba-chan, Naruto called to the elderly woman. A vein in Tsunade's forehead pulsed with rage. What you good-for-nothing Gaki? She asked through gritted teeth. I'm gonna hurt that Gaki for calling me grandma. Kushina's an exception, she thought. I'll make a bet with you, he said. Tsunade's ears perked at the word bet. Okay. Name your price, she said with a smirk. Naruto grinned and then he held out one finger. Give me 1 week, and I'll master my Otosan's jutsu, the blonde Namikaze wagered. Tsunade began to laugh loudly at that. What makes you think you can master the Hiraition in a week? Tsunade asked. Because I am the Yandame's son, I never give up and I will master it and become the new Yellow Flash, Naruto said with unwavering determination. Tsunade chuckled. Now then the stakes, if I win, you will come back to Konoha with us and… Naruto looked on at Tsunade's person and then spied a shining necklace around her neck. The charm of the necklace was a small piece of green rock and attached to a black leather cord. "I'll take that necklace too," he added. Shizen gasped when she saw her master smile. "Fine. But if I win I get all your money and also." Tsunade thought, "Oi Gaki, what is your goal in life?" Tsunade asked. Naruto grinned. "To be Hokage, that is my dream. But if I fail as Hokage, I'll just become a Sannin. The Fox Sannin to be specific," Naruto answered. Tsunade was shocked at Naruto, and then her eyes became sad. Those brown orbs became covered with her bangs as the Slug Princess remembered the lives of her deceased brother and husband, both who had died and both with the dream of becoming Hokage. Tsunade quickly rid herself of those thoughts and grinned at the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. "You got yourself a deal, Gaki, 1 week," the older blonde woman said. Naruto grinned and then turned in the direction of the Golden Fox Hotel. Kushina, Sora, and Jiraiya followed as the blonde boy walked in front of them, the dragon and demon fox at his heels. Sora sighed. She and Naruto won't be spending much time together with his mind focused on that bet of his with the shortest of the Sannin. Day 1 of bet. Naruto got up early around 7 a.m. to go train in the art that was the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Naruto took a quick shower and ate some breakfast of cereal and orange juice before heading out the door, quietly so as no 9T to wake up Shizuka, Kiyoshi, and his sleeping perverted white-haired sensei. Naruto walked down the streets of the town and then went out to look for a suitable training area. Later, Naruto came across a small forested area, with a few trees here and there and a small pond. Naruto gave a foxy grin. This was the perfect place to train. Naruto took out about 3 of his tri-pronged kunai and then set them apart from each other and far from him, at least 20 feet. Naruto then focused his chakra and looked at the kunai directly in front of him. The seal on the kunai's hilt glowed golden yellow before Naruto forced himself forward towards the kunai. Naruto was gone in a yellow flash and appeared only a few feet in front of his original position. "Kyuso, this is more difficult than I thought," Naruto mumbled. He then tried again and again and again, but the young Namixi could not get it right. He managed to get at least 10 feet before he felt completely drained of his chakra. "This is strange. I'm a freaking chakra dispenser and yet, I'm out of chara after only 1 move," Naruto said, panting. Naruto took out a soldier pill and replenished his chakra before trying again. However, he always kept running out of chakra after only using the legendary jutsu that wiped out over half of Iwagakure's forces during the Third Great Shinobi War. How did my father manage to do that if this jutsu completely drains me of chakra?" Naruto said to himself. Naruto thought about what he might need to do, as he took a break after a few hours of failed practice of the Hiraishin. It was going to be a long day, and by the end of it, Naruto collapsed from chakra exhaustion. For the past few days, Naruto practiced the Hiraishin for days on end, stopping only from chakra exhaustion, to use the little shinobi's room and to eat. Naruto, however, still couldn't get the Hiraishin right, but by the 6th day an idea dawned upon Naruto. Naruto was in his private training grounds, dressed in a black top with a picture of a blue dragon in flight and short camouflage pants with blue ninja sandals. Naruto then tried to remember something that he might have done wrong, but as he was thinking he remembered the words Jiraiya had told as advice for the Hiraishin. "It's never best to force a movement, and like the river it's best to just go with the flow." Naruto repeated Jiraiya's words to him. Naruto then thought on those words and then his eyes widened in realization and then he snapped his fingers. He then looked up at the sky. The colors of red and yellow signified sunset. "I got it. I know how to master the Hiraishin no Jutsu," Naruto yelled to Kami. Naruto then took out his special kunai. Naruto then threw the kunai as far as he could and then planted another one where he was standing. The one he threw was stuck in a tree a good 50 feet away from him. Naruto then channeled his chakra and focused on the tri-pronged kunai away from him. This time Naruto didn't do anything, he didn't force his movement, and then he felt a pulling sensation in his gut. Naruto then just went with that pull. Naruto closed his eyes and then snapped them open and he disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Naruto then reappeared in front of the kunai he had thrown at least 50 feet away. Naruto then felt his body tremble in excitement. Yatta! I mastered the Hiraishin! The Yandame's legacy yelled to the sky. Naruto then focused back on the kunai he planted in the spot he stood a few seconds ago, and in another flash of yellow he appeared right next to it. Naruto grinned, but then he felt something tingle in his mind. Naruto then realized what it was. Sugoi, I can feel other kunais with the Hiraishin seal on it. Jiraiya has one, Okasen too, and this one is faint, but I can feel one all the way in Konoha, Naruto said, and he skipped off to give the good news to his friends and family. However, in his excitement, he did not notice the two pairs of eyes watching him with shocked expressions. So, my pet, it seems the infamous and legendary Hiraishin no Jutsu has been reborn, the first pair of eyes which were biochromatic, the left one being golden yellow and the right one an emerald green, which was of a female, said to the other pair of eyes. Yes, so it seems, the other pair said. These eyes were a deep purple and slitted and was male, with a gruff tone, and growling was heard after the voice, like that of an animal. In town, Naruto decided to test his theory of using the Hiraishin, and then he tried to pinpoint the location of his mother's kunai. Naruto then felt the familiar pulling sensation, and in a golden flash he was gone. Kushina and the others were walking through town looking for Naruto. Naruto! Jiraiya yelled. Naruto-kun! Sora called to her beloved. Where is that son of mine? Kushina asked herself, but then Kushina saw something glow in her pocket. Kushina reached in and pulled out the kunai Minato had given her when he had now completed the Hiraishin no Jutsu. Kushina gasped. The seal was glowing a much brighter yellow, and then Kushina saw a flash appear in front of her. Kushina looked up with shock in her green eyes, along with everyone else. There, standing in front of them, was Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, you. Shizuka and Kiyoshi couldn't complete their sentence, as they saw their friend and master appear in a flash of yellow. Congratulations, Gaki! You just perfected and mastered the Hiraishin no Jutsu in a matter of 6 days, Jiraiya said. Naruto chuckled and then was entered into his mother's bone-crushing hug. Naruto, my little fox, I thought you were gone. Maybe you starved, or maybe… Kushina was halted when her son rasped some words to her. Oh, Okasan? Choking, not gasp-breathing, Naruto managed to say loud enough for his mother to hear as his face turned blue and several of his ribs creaked from the pressure. Naruto gasped when his mother let go of him. His blue eyes then stared into his girlfriend's azure eyes. Sora then walked up to Naruto and planted a kiss on his cheek. Good job, my love. So tomorrow we bring back Tsunade-sama, Sora said with a smile. Hi, Naruto replied with a foxy grin. The 7th day of the bet. Naruto and the others met Tsunade and Shizen outside the bar where they last met. So Gaki, let's see that Hiraishin no Jutsu, Tsunade said. Naruto nodded and then drew a tri-pronged kunai. Naruto then threw it towards Tsunade and the kunai landed in the dirt in front of her. Naruto then channeled chakra and focused on the kunai, but as he was about to use the legendary Flying Thunder God Jutsu, a chakra spike was felt by all present. Naruto quickly ducked as a foot nearly came in contact with his head. Everyone quickly got into defensive positions and Shizuka and Kiyoshi ran up next to Naruto ready to do battle with their master. The smoke cleared from the impact of the blow. There stood a woman around the ages of 28 to 30. The woman had long black hair around the small of her back and had a face that looked like that of a 19-year-old and biochromatic eyes. One gold, the other green, stared at the shinobi. She wore a blue t-shirt with the kanji for wolf on it, which was underneath a black jacket with plenty of pockets and a gray skirt, and to complete the outfit were some high-heel sandals, and she also wore a Hitai 8 with a slash through the symbol of Kumogakure no Sato, A/N, like Sakura's from Shippuden. Next to the girl was a large wolf around the size of Shizuka, maybe a little bit bigger, and had 3 tails. The wolf and dark brown fur with white striped across its back and had large white teeth ready to slice flesh. The wolf's purple slitted eyes stared into Shizuka's green ones and then at Kiyoshi's red eyes. Who are you? Naruto asked the unknown woman. The woman chuckled. I go by the name of Ukami Dekuro, and this is my Nin Ken. Akai, she said, gesturing to the male 3-tailed wolf. "What is yours, Kitsune Hanyu?" she asked. Everyone's eyes widened. How did she know about Naruto's identity as a Kitsune Hanyu? Then she voiced their answer. I bet you all are probably wondering, how did she know that this blonde here was a Kitsune Hanyu? Well, it's really quite simple, Dakuro said, and then pointed to her nose. With a powerful sniffer like this, it's actually pretty easy to pick up the scent of Hanyos. For Demon Kitsune, regular Kitsune and Kitsune Hanyu tend to have different scents, the biochromatic-eyed woman explained. Naruto chuckled. Guess I can let down the genjutsu then, Naruto said, and then released his genjutsu, revealing his 2 blonde ears and the single blonde tail behind him. He then released the genjutsu on Shizuka, revealing her 6 tails. Well, don't we have a special one here? Your partner's already reached 6 tails, Dakuro said with a tone that showed she was a bit impressed by Shizuka's tail number. You know you could let down your genjutsu too. Ukami Hanyu, Naruto said. Dakuro smirked. Good job, Gaki. Yes, I am a wolf Hanyu, she said, and then she released her genjutsu and 2 brown wolf ears and a single wolf tail swished behind her. Follow me, she said. Dakuro and Akai then jumped away. The group of 2 Sannin, 2 Namikaze Uzumakis, a fire manipulator, and 2 Ninken quickly followed the wolf tamer through the trees. The group then landed in front of the wolf Hanyu in a large clearing with a few rocks here and there. Why are you here? Naruto asked. Ukami Dakuro chuckled, and then Akai answered for her. We are here to kill Naruto there. We were hired by a person with silver hair and glasses to set out and kill Uzumaki Naruto, Akai said in his gruff voice. Naruto growled, and then he transformed into his beast form. Naruto was now a golden yellow furred fox. Naruto's blue slitted eyes stared at Kyoshi. Kyoshi, I want you to sit this one out, he said. Kyoshi was in shock. Demo, why Naruto? I can help you kill this woman easily, he said. Naruto sighed. That is true. Demo, I need you to help protect Sora-chan for me in case she wants to try anything dirty, Naruto said. Kyoshi was still confused. Jiraiya, Kushina, and those 2 other ladies are there already so they can protect her. Please, Naruto, just let me in, Kyoshi pleaded. Naruto glared at his young dragon. Kyoshi, I said no, and that's final now, step aside. Shizuka and I need to settle out rivalry with the pack, Naruto said. Kyoshi nodded, his face in shock at Naruto's outburst. But he knew why Naruto acted like that now. It was a canine thing. When 2 canines battle, it often over pride. A female or over to see who is leader of the pack. In this case, it's the first one. Naruto's pride as a kitsune was hit when he didn't sniff out Dakuro before the chakra spike. After all, a Hanyo's nose is supposed to be 20 times stronger than a regular animal's sense of smell. Shouldn't we help Naruto-kun? Sora asked. No, Sora, Kushina said. Shizune, Tsunade, and Jiraiya were shocked. Nanny, Demo, he's fighting somebody obviously stronger than him. I mean, Naruto didn't even notice her until that chakra spike earlier, Jiraiya said. It is because of that very reason that Naruto wouldn't, or rather doesn't want us to help him, Kushina said. Tsunade and Shizune were confused. What, why would he be refusing back up because of that? The blonde Sannin asked. Animal pride, Jiraiya answered. Tsunade was still confused, but decided to drop it when she felt the chakra come off the 2 Hanyos and their demonic partners. You ready, Ukami? Naruto growled. His razor-sharp teeth bared at his opponents, as he and Shizuka tensed their leg muscles poised to jump at a moment's notice. Dakuro then quickly transformed into her own beast form, a larger version of Akai, with the biochromatic eyes still present. Dakuro and Akai tensed their muscles also. Don't hold back just because I'm a girl, the wolf Hanyu said. I don't plan to, the Kitsune Hanyu replied. The 2 Hanyas and their demonic canine partners stared at each other. Then a strong gust of wind blew and the battle began. Chapter 12. Heijime Ukami vs. Kitsune. Previously on Naruto the Fox Sannin. Don't hold back just because I'm a girl, the wolf Hanyu said. I don't plan to, the Kitsune Hanyu replied. The 2 Hanyas and their demonic canine partners stared at each other. Then a strong gust of wind blew and the battle began. Now, the 2 foxes charged their wolf adversaries. The four clashed in a flurry of claws, fur and teeth. Naruto and Shizuka then jumped away from Dekuro and Akai. Naruto and Shizuka slashed with their claws along with Dekuro and Akai. Yelps of pain were heard and the canine opponents separated. Akai and Dekuro had a small gash on their sides, blood oozing out, but blood also stained their claws as Naruto and Shizuka had scratches on their front thighs and the side of their faces. "Nice shot, Gaki," Dekuro said, her wolf-like grin shone. "Same to you," the blonde fox said. Naruto then turned to Shizuka, who looked back at her master. The two nodded and then charged the two wolves. Dekuro and Akai smirked as the two foxes charged in recklessly. Naruto and Shizuka then jumped and flipped in the air. The two foxes then coated their tails with chakra. Dekuro and Akai jumped out of the way as the iron foxtail technique was avoided, creating a crater in the ground. Dekuro then ran forward and then slashed at Naruto with her claws. Naruto ducked and tried to bite the wolf Hanyu, but said wolf Hanyu jumped back and then spun, and her tail slammed into Naruto's face, sending the blonde Hanyu back. Dekuro then ran forward, teeth bared as she tried to bite Naruto's nose, but the blonde Kitsune Hanyu quickly rolled out of way and then bit Dekuro's back leg, earning a yelp of pain from Dekuro. Naruto then sunk his teeth further into the wolf Hanyu's flesh, but was knocked off as Akai has slammed his tail into Shizuka, who crashed into Naruto, sending the two foxes away from them. "These two are obviously skilled," Akai said, blood dripping from his sides and face. Dekuro panted. "Yeah, Naruto is skilled with his beast form techniques. Well, playtime is over, time to show them what we can really do," Dekuro said, her biochromatic eyes looking at her wolf partner's amethyst ones. Akai nodded and the two charged. Naruto and Shizuka got up and shook the dust off of them. Shizuka winced as her leg had a long slash on it, and a multitude of scratches covered her blood-stained fur. Naruto had a large bruise on his face and scratches over his partly orange-colored fur due to the red blood mixing with his blonde fur. "Shizuka, we might have to start taking this more seriously," Naruto said. "Hi, Naruto, we give it everything we have," the female six-tailed fox replied. The fox's ears then twitched and they jumped apart as the two wolves smashed down where they previously stood. Naruto and Shizuka then rejoined and Naruto changed back into his Hanyu form. The smoke created from the impact of the two wolves cleared and Dekuro stood in her Hanyu form. She was leaning more to one side as Naruto's bite to her leg did its job, and Akai was glaring at the two Kitsune. The two teams stared at each other and then the four canines rushed towards each other. Naruto and Dekuro went off to one side as Akai and Shizuka went off to the other. Dekuro smiled as her leg became fully healed due to her enhanced healing from being a Hanyu. Dekuro then shot a punch at Naruto's face. Naruto ducked under it and then a kick attempted to make its way towards Dekuro's side. But the wolf Hanyu quickly dodged and grabbed the young Namake's leg and swung him into the ground. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain, and then the Kumo-nuke-nin slammed her fist into Naruto's stomach, making him lose all the air that was in his lungs. Naruto was then grabbed by his neck and drop-kicked a good few feet away. Naruto rolled on the ground in pain and then came to a stop, blood seeping from his mouth. Naruto then became still and then looked up at his wolf Hanyu opponent with blue-slitted eyes. The determination and need to win evident in those sapphire orbs. Naruto stood and then with a roar he leapt forward with surprising speed. Kai and Shizuka then rushed each other. Shizuka jumped and spun and slammed an iron-hard foxtail at the wolf's face, but the large wolf ducked and rolled, appearing behind his Kitsune opponent and then kicked with his back legs. He hit Shizuka behind the knee, making her fall due to the change in her balance. Akai then jumped and intended to slam his entire body weight down on Shizuka, but Shizuka turned. Anger shone in her green-slitted eyes. Akai was caught completely off guard as Shizuka released a stream of blue flame from her mouth. The fox fire hit the wolf in his stomach, burning him. Shizuka then rushed forward and then slammed her shoulder into Akai's side. Shizuka then bent low and spun, tripping Akai with her tails, and then she surrounded all of her 6 tails with fox fire and intended to slam them down onto the downed wolf. But Akai knew he had to reveal his secret weapon. Shizuka was about to launch her tails down upon Akai, but then she felt a strong gust of wind, but then a large shockwave of lightning came at her. Shizuka then positioned her tails and swung them at the lightning bolt, creating an explosion. Dust kicked up as Shizuka flew backwards from the blast. She skidded along the ground. She was covered with slight burns and was panting hard. "Kyuso, what just happened? Was that lightning?" she asked herself. The smoke cleared, and then Shizuka's ears perked up when she saw Akai step out of the smoke. Her eyes widened at what she saw. Akai was surrounded by a pack of wolves, around 15 of them, all made from blue lightning. "Uzumaki Shizuka, meet the pack." Akai swished his 3 tails, now having blue streaks across them in the shape of lightning bolts. "Obviously the leader of Lightning Brethren," said, and then with a growl he launched himself forward. Naruto ran forward with unrivaled speed, catching the 28-year-old ex-Kumo Kunoichi off guard as he nailed her with a punch to the gut. Naruto then spun and kicked Takuro in the face, sending her spinning back. She skidded as she stopped her movement, but Naruto shunshined behind her and the back of his face slammed into her neck, paralyzing her. The blonde then spun and tripped Takuro, making her fall, but while in mid-fall, Naruto quickly appeared in front of Takuro and the heel of his sandal slammed into her stomach. Naruto then appeared to her left and spun, punching her in the face, and then appeared behind and kicked her ass, literally sending Takuro forward. Naruto then stalked over to the fallen wolf Hanyu. Takuro was in trouble. She struggled to get up, and with all her willpower, she got over the extreme pain from the Uzuken combo and then stared at Naruto with half-lidded eyes. "I will kill you, Uzumaki Naruto," Takuro growled. Naruto just stared at her and then began to run towards her. Takuro, thinking that he was going to kill her, quickly charged up her chakra. "I didn't want to resort to this demo. I guess I'll have to use it," Takuro said. Then she put her hands into the hand sign for dog and yelled, her chakra surrounding her. Naruto stared at the chakra cloud, but then his eyes widened when the chakra changed from the regular blue to a mixture of gold and green. Takuro's eyes glowed, and then she roared. There was a large cloud of smoke that was kicked up, and when it cleared, Naruto couldn't believe his eyes. Takuro smirked as she stood atop a large golden-green wolf, but it wasn't that the wolf was seemingly powerful or that it was at least 15 feet tall. Well, it was partially that, but what caused most of his surprise was that the wolf was made entirely of chakra. What the hell is that thing?" Naruto exclaimed. Takuro then pointed at Naruto, and the wolf was off like a bullet. Naruto used every ounce of speed and reflexive skill he had to avoid being hit. He then got a chance and threw a few kunai at the wolf. The chakra wolf howled and then created a sound wave which had the kunai clattering on the ground at its paws. But then the exploding notes attached to the kunai went off. Naruto hoped that would have done something, but it proved futile as the wolf was unharmed. "Nice try. Demo, you're going to have to do better than that," Takuro said with a toothy grin. Naruto then threw a hail of shuriken and kunai at Takuro's wolf, but the wolf dodged and then it fired off chakra like a laser beam. The beam kicked up dirt and Naruto barely avoided it. Naruto then rushed the wolf and made his favorite hand sign. "Kagebunshin no Jutsu," he yelled, and then 30 clones poofed into existence. The clones then all charged up Raisengans in their hands and then jumped into the air. Takuro then made hand signs. "Doton, Dorihiki no Jutsu," she yelled, and the earth wall rose up. But the Raisengan barrage made quick work of the earth wall and continued forward. Takuro then made more hand signs and the wolf opened its mouth. "Futon, Kamikaze no Jutsu / wind style, Holy Wind Jutsu," she yelled, then a large gust of wind blew. Then for a millisecond you could see it form the shape of an eagle. Then the wolf huffed as Takuro made more hand signs. "Katan, Gukaku no Jutsu," she yelled, and then a large fireball exhaled from her mouth. The wind made the fire stronger as it burned away all the clones. Takuro looked around and then saw Naruto off to the side. Naruto rushed forward, his hands in preparation for Kagebunshin. The wolf then howled again before rushing at Naruto. It moved too fast for Naruto, but the blonde managed to dodge. Naruto jumped and did a soaring kick to the wolf's head, but the wolf simply stepped back, and when Naruto landed on the ground, the wolf bit down on Naruto. Naruto screamed in pain. Takuro laughed. "And that's the end of the legendary Hiraishin," she said, And then Wolf grabbed Naruto's head and twisted it forcefully, and a snapping sound was heard as the Namake's heir's neck snapped. Naruto! Sora cried as she saw the man she loved just die right before her eyes. Kushina just looked down with sadness, tears dripping from her green eyes, as she had just lost the only family she had left. Then everyone was in shock as they heard an explosion rock the ground. The Naruto in the ground suddenly exploded. A large column of dust and dirt appeared. Then in the air a blonde boy came down and stabbed a kunai in Takuro's arm. Takuro screamed in pain as another kunai was wedged in her other arm. Naruto jumped away and grinned. "You can't kill me that easily. Not until I win that bet with Oba-chan and become Hokage," Naruto said. Tsunade stared at the blonde before her with wide eyes. Tsunade then smiled. "This boy will become a legend one day," she thought. Naruto then jumped, and in a yellow flash he disappeared and appeared in front of Takuro and punched her in the face, knocking her off her chakra wolf. Takuro then growled and ordered the wolf to attack. Naruto smirked before he threw a tri-pronged kunai at the wolf, stabbing it in the eye. The wolf howled in pain, and then Naruto appeared in front of the wolf in a flash of yellow, a Rasengan in hand. Naruto roared and then slammed the orb of wind and chakra into the wolf's face. "Rasengan!" he yelled, and the wolf was shredded to wisps of chakra as the Rasengan demolished Takuro's strongest technique. Takuro then stared at Naruto. "This Gaki, this Kitsune managed to beat my strongest technique in 2 moves," she thought. Takuro then chuckled, and then she looked up as a flash of gold appeared in front of her, and the blonde Kyuubi Jinchuriki was towering above her downed form. Naruto then drew a kunai and held in his hands. He then aimed the pointed blade of the kunai down, positioned towards Takuro's head. Takuro smiled. Going down in the field of battle was always how she wanted to end it. She then closed her eyes and awaited the short pain as Naruto brought down the kunai. Shizuka dodged one wolf and then another. Shizuka was getting very tired as she attempted to dodge all of the lightning-made wolves. Shizuka then jumped high and aimed a stream of foxfire at a group of the wolves. 3 of them got hit, burning them away into nothing, but the others dodged, and when Shizuka landed, Akai appeared in front of her eyes, and before she could react, he large wolf struck her in the jaw with his back feet, sending her airborne. A wolf of lightning appeared next to her and slammed its tail into her side, electrocuting her entire body. Shizuka howled in pain as a wolf appeared beneath her and then head butted her upwards. Shizuka seemed to float in the air as the pack continued their endless onslaught. A wolf then scratched her on the face, then another kicked her in the knee. Another flipped and slammed its tail down on her stomach. Then Akai and the pack appeared above Shizuka's floating form before they all plummeted towards her. Shizuka was too weak from the electrocution as it paralyzed her body. She gazed up in the pack. Akai was then surrounded by the lightning wolves. He focused every single ounce of his power into the act he was about to do. He didn't even take notice when 2 tails sprouted from his 3, making his power stronger. Akai didn't know how he got this feeling of power of just now, but he liked it. The now 5-tailed wolf began to howl, and the lightning then became the form of a giant wolf head. Glowing yellow eyes met her emerald green ones. Shizuka glared. She couldn't die here. She had come too far to die now. Her life flashed before her eyes. Her meeting with Naruto, their battles, the fun times she had with Kiyoshi and Kushina in her free time. Shizuka couldn't go down. Not like this. Not before she achieved her dream, her promise to Kyuubi-sama. Shizuka then channeled all of her energy into one final attack. The wolf head was nearly upon her, and Shizuka then surrounded herself with chakra and foxfire. She didn't even take notice when a 7th tail sprouted out of her others. Newfound power flooded Shizuka, and then foxfire was no longer sapphire blue, but glowing white. Shizuka was then surrounded by the white fire. "I will not lose," she screamed, and then the fire took the form of the head of her master, teacher, and leader, the Kyuubi no Kitsune. The Kyuubi's head then howled. Streams of white fire stretched out behind it, and then its glowing red eyes glared at the lightning wolf's yellow ones before it rocketed towards the wolf of lightning, a large stream of fire stretching out behind it. The 2 canines then yelled out the names of their final attacks. Raiten. Hoaru no Arashi / lightning style. Howling storm, Kai yelled. Katon. Kamihi no Yokai / fire style. Holy fire of the demon! Shizuka yelled. The two attacks then met. Fire and lightning clashed, each one in hopes of dominating the other. But in a few seconds, a large explosion echoed throughout the battlefield and lightning bolts struck the ground and white embers flew down, burning the grass like miniature meteors. A large mushroom cloud appeared, kicking up dust, dirt, and other kinds of debris. The smoke then died down and the two canines stood facing each other. Shizuka and Akai were panting. They were using every ounce of willpower they had left to stand. Their legs were wobbling as they tried to remain upright, but their willpower crumbled and they both fell to the scorched and destroyed crater they had created. Naruto halted his kunai when he saw the large mushroom cloud. Naruto and Dakuro's eyes widened. "Shizuka," he whispered. "Akai," Dakuro whispered with fear in her eyes. Dakuro struggled to stand up to go and see if her one and only friend and partner was alive. Naruto then threw a kunai towards the mushroom cloud, and a yellow flash appeared there in an instant. Naruto grabbed the kunai when he arrived and nearly fell in the large crater made by the two demonic canine enemies had made. Naruto whistled. "Sugoi," he said, and then carefully skated down the slope of the crater and then reached the crater's center. He looked around until he spotted black fur a few feet in front of him. "Shizuka!" he cried. Naruto then ran towards the downed fox and placed his fingers by her neck. Naruto sighed in relief when he felt a pulse. She was just unconscious. Naruto then picked up his partner and then turned to leave when out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a tuft of brown and white fur. Naruto then looked at Akai. The wolf was breathing hard. Naruto looked at his enemy, but he wasn't heartless, so he walked towards the five-tailed wolf. Naruto's eyes widened when he saw this and chuckled. Naruto then rested Shizuka on the ground, but then his eyes bugged out even further. He noticed 7 black, white-tipped tails, but Shizuka was only around his upper thigh in height. Why is she so high leveled in the tail number? Naruto shook his head and made a cage bunshin to take Akai. He would talk with Kyubi later about the matter that is Shizuka's tail number. Naruto and his clone then picked up the two unconscious canines and they both threw a Hiraishin kunai into the air. "Go with the flow, Naruto," though, as he and his clone disappeared in a yellow flash. Naruto and his clone appeared in the air and then landed gently and silently on the ground. Naruto grinned. Those stealth lessons with Kyubi were really paying off. Naruto then became serious and walked towards Tsunade and the others. Naruto and his clone rested Shizuka and Akai at Tsunade's feet. Naruto looked at the slug Sannin and stared into her eyes. "Heal them please, Tsunade-sama," Naruto said. Tsunade was not one who wanted to be ordered around, but she knew the risks when it came to the injured. "Shizune, get to work," Tsunade ordered. "Hi, Tsunade-sama," Shizuka replied, and then green chakra surrounded the two healers' hands as they began to heal Akai and Shizuka. Naruto then went off to where Dakuro was, disappearing in a yellow flash. Jiraiya and Kushina chuckled. Just like his father, Jiraiya said, and turned to Kushina. "You must be proud," he added. Kushina smiled and nodded. "My little Naruto-kun's growing up," she said and wiped the tears that threatened to fall from her face. "Always wanting to help people, even the enemy when they're unable to fight." Naruto was in front of Dakuro, her paralyzed form on the ground. Naruto walked towards her and then removed the kunai from her arms. Dakuro looked in surprise as Naruto wrapped her wounded arms and helped her to her feet. "Why, you helping me?" she asked, in a tired voice. Naruto looked straight ahead, walking at a slow pace so as not to strain the young wolf Hanyo's body. "You're from Kumogakure no Sato, right?" he asked. Dakuro sighed. "Hi," she replied. "You must have lived a tough life. I can see it in your eyes, the pain, the rejection, the want to be recognized by those around you and acknowledged for something you hold or just because you're different," Naruto said. Dakuro looked at the blonde Kitsune Hanyu with surprise etched all over her face. "You have lived a life like mine?" she asked. Naruto looked down with sad eyes. "Hi, you see, I was always looked down upon by my village's people because of something I had no control of. 13 years ago, my village was attacked by the Kyubi no Kitsune, the most powerful of the Bijou Naruto started. Takuro stared in surprise at that. The village was quickly being destroyed, but then the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, the greatest Hokage to ever live, sacrificed himself to seal the fox into the body of a young baby boy, that boy being me. I wanted to know why the Yondaime chose me to be the Jinchuriki out of every single person in the village, turns out. Naruto paused. I am the Yondaime's son, Naruto said. The beatings, the insults, the glares, I endured them all. There were times when I wanted to just kill everybody in that damn village of Konohagakure, Naruto said. Takuro looked on, waiting for Naruto to continue. Demo, why didn't you leave your village like I did, if you lived such a hard life? The black-haired wolf Hanyu asked. Naruto looked at her and showed his infamous foxy grin that threatened to split his face. Because I found people who cared for me, people who like me for who I am. I gained friends and finally met the last piece of family left in my life, after 13 years of abuse, but I never ran because I never give up. I don't go back on my word. That is my Nindo, and I will achieve my dream of becoming Hokage or being known throughout the world as the Fox Sannin, Naruto said, the determination visible in his tone. Takuro was in shock at Naruto's story. And you could find people who care about you too, Naruto said. Takuro looked up with shock on her face. Nanny, what are you trying to say? She asked. Come back with us to Konoha, he said. Takuro's shock never left her face as she heard Naruto's proposal. She looked down with thought, before she finally looked up with a wolfish grin. To Konoha, she stated. Naruto showed his infamous foxy grin. To Konoha, the blonde Jinchuriki replied. The two Hanyas then reached in front of Tsunade, who had now just finished healing Akai and Shizuka. Tsunade looked up and spied Naruto and Takuro. Well, I won the bet, Oba-chan. Now you're coming back to the village with us and I get that shiny piece of rock around your neck, Naruto said. Tsunade's vein bulged. She breathed heavily as she attempted to ignore the Oba-chan comment. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Gaki. Now all right, I'll go back to the village with you in here, she said, and then reached behind her neck, undoing the link that held her necklace to her neck before putting it around Naruto's. Tsunade then kissed Naruto's forehead. Become a great Hokage and keep good care of that necklace. It's the only reminder of my grandfather, Tsunade said with a smile. Naruto returned the smile. Hi, he said, and then he gestured to Takuro. She's coming to Konoha with us? So, Hokage-sama, will she be a kunoichi of Konoha? He asked. Tsunade laughed at the respect Naruto was showing her. To think a hard-headed Uzumaki like you shows respect? I like you, Gaki, Tsunade said, and then ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto smiled and shrugged. Then the Tsunade proceeded to heal a now unconscious Takuro. Glad to see you haven't lost that healing touch of yours, Oba-chan, Kushina said. Kushina, just shut up, will you, Tsunade said. Kushina huffed. Fine, be that way. Kushina gave an evil grin. Oba-chan, Tsunade then snapped. That's it, you're dead. At least the Gaki has respect for me, the large-breasted Godame said, and then chased after her student. Kushina laughed as the slug Sannin chased her. Just like old times, the redhead thought, before she was spear-tackled to the ground by her former sensei. 2 days later, the group then decided to leave back to Konoha, but before they left, Shizen thought that Tsunade and her should get a pet. Tsunade then saw a little piglet that was too cute to leave alone, so she picked it and Tonton joined the trip. The group continued walking along the road, and before you knew it, nightfall had arrived. The people then made camp and sat on log chairs that Sora had made from the chopped-down trees she happened to find. While they were eating, they began to talk. So how long before we reach the village? Takuro asked, as she petted Akai's fur. The young wolf was getting acquainted with his new friends, Kiyoshi and Tonton. Well, at this rate, around 2 more days, and we'll arrive back in Konoha, Jiraiya replied. I still can't believe Sarutobi-sensei picked me to be Hokage. Why me? She asked her former white-haired teammate. Probably because you're probably the best one out of the two of us, Jiraiya replied. I mean, I have too much going on with my life as an author, and besides I have a spy network to manage, Jiraiya replied. Also probably because it's in your blood to be a Hokage, the Gama Sannin added. Tsunade sighed before looking up at the starlit sky. The blackness of the sky really brought out the brightness of the stars as Tsunade pointed out the constellations to herself in her mind. Naruto was sitting down staring at the fire, before his eyes shifted to his now seven-tailed fox. Naruto had later taken note of Shizuka's growth in height, being around a little above his waist. Her body mass increased too. She looked to be around Karamaru, Inazukatsu's husky dog, size. Naruto then sighed and then got up. Something wrong, Naruto-kun? Sora asked her Hanyu boyfriend. Naruto swished his tail and then nodded. Yeah, I just have something on my mind. I'm gonna meditate, Naruto said, and then sat against the trunk of a nearby tree and then focused, and in the darkness of his closed eyes there was a flash of white light and Naruto appeared in his mindscape, also known as his Bijuu's den. Oi, Kyuubi! I need to talk to you, Naruto yelled. Naruto then turned when he heard the padding of paws. The great Kyuubi no Kitsune walked towards his Jinchuriki and sat down, his blood-red eyes staring into Naruto's blue one. You called Kit, Kyuubi said. Yeah, what's going on with Shizuka? I mean, before she was just a little fox Kit, but now she's a seven-tailed one with the ability to use some of your techniques, Naruto said. Kyuubi sighed. Kit, remember in the Forest of Death, how that when you fought those Oto Nin that you called upon my chakra? Yeah, why? Naruto asked. What does that have to do with Shizuka becoming a demonic kitsune? Well, Kit, I had nothing to do with it. Shizuka was a demon kitsune from the start, the great Kyuubi replied. Naruto was in shock all that time. Even when she was a Kit, she was a demon. I see, but how is her tail numbers increasing so quickly? I mean, in a matter days she grew from 2 to 4 and in a month 4 to 6 and now she grew a 7th, Naruto said. Kit, when we were in the Forest of Death, my chakra was used by you to defeat those Oto Nins that went to kill the Uchiha. Demo Shizuka happened to be near you and my chakra was absorbed into her body, changing her into a 2 tails, and in the fight against the Inuzuka, Shizuka's tails changed to 4 because, well, there was probably extra yukai in her system, and depending on the amount of yukai you have, the number of tails increases. Kyuubi explained. So that time, when I went berserk at the Chunin exams and went into what Jiraiya told me was a four-tailed state, the chakra radiation changed her into a 6 tails? Naruto asked. Kyuubi nodded. But what about now? How did she grow a 7th? Naruto asked. Naruto, animal-based demons, have different rates at which they grow a certain number of tails. Sasuke was only a 3-tailed wolf, yet he managed to hold his own against Shizuka, who was at 6. Wolves are based on strength and are therefore very powerful even at birth. We kitsune are of an all-rounded species, so our power is equalized as almost every aspect. Speed and stealth is where most of our power goes into. Now you see kitsunes grow tails when their power is increased, so during that battle with Akai, Shizuka gained a power boost, but she's a different one. How is she different? Naruto asked. Kyuubi held out a hand like paw and a ball of blue fire appeared. You and Shizuka are powerful kitsunes in your own right. I am the most powerful demon out there, yet for centuries I have attempted to create a more powerful version to the Kitsunhai. Kyuubi said. So you're saying that there's a more powerful attack that these blue flames, but the only flame hotter than blue is… Naruto was interrupted when Kyuubi spoke. White fire. This is why Shizuka is different from others. She has the ability to wield the power of white fire, fire that can be on par with the black flames of Amaterasu. Kyuubi said. Amaterasu? Naruto questioned. Amaterasu is a technique used by the Uchiha clan when they receive the Mangekyo Sharingan, a higher level of the fully mature Sharingan. This dojutsu has 3 abilities that I know of. In the left eye is the most powerful Genjutsu, Tsukoyami, which traps the victim in a Genjutsu that lasts a second, but seems to last for 3 days. In the right eye is Amaterasu, a powerful fire that is said to be from the fires of hell. These flames are as black as a raven and can burn through anything and remain burning even in rain and atop water. Kyuubi explained. Sugoi. Demo, what's the third eye technique of the Mangekyo? Naruto asked. Kyuubi shrugged. I don't know, but I heard it was said to be very powerful, Kyuubi said. The den was then quiet for a while. So why is Shizuka growing at a rapid rate? Surely you find it abnormal for even one of your kin to grow at a rate this rapidly, Naruto said. True, Shizuka's growth is unnaturally fast. Demo, while she was still a 6 tails. While I was teaching her the English language, I asked her to promise me something. Kyuubi said. Naruto stared, wanting to know what the promise was. She is to be my heir to the Kitsune throne. She will be the new Kyuubi no Kitsune when I die. You did what? Naruto yelled. Kyuubi. She's too young to take on that big of a responsibility. Besides, I thought you demons were all like immortal, living for over tens of thousands of generations, Naruto said. Kyuubi chuckled. Naruto, not everyone can escape death. Why do you think there's a Shinigami for? Kyuubi said. Demo. Naruto was interrupted. Naruto, Shizuka has sworn to be my new successor. You can't undo it. She will be the new Kyuubi no Kitsune. I have lived for over 100,000 years, Naruto. Not even a bijou is immortal. Shizuka took the oath and swore with blood and fire. Kyuubi yelled. Fire surrounded his paws uncontrollably. Kyuubi then calmed down when he saw Naruto's face. Sadness all over it. Gomen nasai, Naruto, but she will have to leave you eventually and go to the Fox realm and take my place. Once she reaches her 8-tail, I will have to take over your body and teach her the political ways of the Kitsune, our way of life. And Naruto, you may be strong-willed, but if you try and stop me, I will have to sow this with force if I have to. Kyuubi said in a gentle tone. Naruto sighed. I understand, Kyuubi-sensei. Demo, when Shizuka becomes the new Kyuubi, could she visit? Naruto asked. Kyuubi nodded and grinned. How do you think I got here in the first place? We demon kitsunes, in fact all demons, have the ability to travel between realms. Arigato, Kyuubi, Naruto said, and then he imagined a large rabbit for Kyuubi to catch and kill. Have fun, Naruto said, and Kyuubi took off after the giant rabbit. That is just so sad. To see the most powerful demon lord in the world chasing a rabbit, Naruto chuckled and then left in a flash of light. Outside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto noticed everyone was asleep when he opened his eyes, and then he saw Kyoshi, who had grown during the one-day trip, being around the size of an adolescent wyvern, which is big, and Shizuka. His two Nin-ken were snuggled up against wither side of his body, and Naruto sighed as he felt the fire that held in their stomachs. Naruto scratched behind Shizuka's ears and petted Kyoshi's steel-hard scales. Naruto sighed again before going off to sleep. The next day, Naruto woke up with a yawn to find everyone already up and the camp packed up. Konnichiwa, Mina, Naruto said as he stretched out his tight muscles, earning some cracks from his back and neck and shoulder joints. Oi, welcome back, sleepyhead, Jiraiya said as he finished eating breakfast. Hurry up, we have around a 2-day trek back to Konoha, let's go. You can eat breakfast along the way, Kushina said, and gave Naruto his breakfast of a few onigiri with soy sauce. Naruto ate while they walked, passing through various towns because they needed supplies and because Tsunade wanted to gamble. Again. Okay, Tsunade-sama, time to go, Shizune said. Tsunade gripped the slot machine with her super strength. No, Shizune, I was about to win the jackpot. Yes, a 7, yes, another 7. No, I lost, Tsunade said when she failed to get the jackpot. She then kicked the machine to a bunch of gears and walked out. When Tsunade exited, she found Naruto with a large grin in his face. Sora latched onto his arm, and in Naruto's hand was a very fat frog wallet. Gaki, how'd you get so much money? Tsunade asked. I gambled and won. I never knew I was so good at it, Naruto said. Yeah, Narukuin is the best gambler ever, Sora said. Tsunade thought to herself, the blonde Gaki could help pay off her debts in a matter of weeks. Days even. They continued to pass through towns. Naruto gambled along the way as they used some of it to get suppies, while Tsunade managed to bribe Naruto into giving her the gambling money to pay off her debts, and by the time the day was done, Tsunade had paid off at least 7/8 of her payments. How'd you manage to bribe him? Kushina asked, wondered how Tsunade got her son to give her his fortunes. Tsunade grinned and said one word. Ramen, she said. Kushina sighed. The Uzumaki weakness, ramen, delectable soup with succulent noodle with whatever topping you wanted. /N. I feel hungry now, anybody want to send me some ramen? Curse you, Kami, for that stupid weakness, Kushina said. Then what seemed like only a few hours was actually a day as the group finally reached Konoha and Tsunade's debts paid off thanks to Naruto. I love you, Gaki, Tsunade said, putting the blonde in a bone-crushing hug. Gasp, Obasi-chan. Choking. Not gasp, BBB breathing, Naruto managed to say as the super-strong bust lady let him go. The group then entered the village gates. People stopped their daily routines when they saw the new Godame step through the gates. "Hey guys, look, Tsunade-sama's back," some random villager yelled. The crowd immediately began to cheer. Tsunade waved and then the group headed towards the Hokage tower. However, one man made the mistake of wanting to see if Tsunade's breasts were real, and when he touched said supersized bust, he was met with a super powerful punch to the face, sending him soaring into the air before landing on the ground in a crater. "I'm okay," he said, and then fell down again. The group of Kushina, Jiraiya, Naruto, Sora, Dekuro, Akai, Shizuka, Kiyoshi, Tsunade, Shizune and Tantan walked to the Hokage's office. They entered without knocking to find Sarutobi grumbling to himself as he was doing some paperwork. "Stupid paperwork. I wish I could just finish you quicker. But knew you won't be endless. I swear as long as I breathe and will find a way to stop you," Sarutobi yelled to the ceiling. Tsunade cleared her throat, catching Sarutobi's attention. Hiruzen looked at his former student and grinned sheepishly. "Did you hear that?" he asked. The group nodded, wide grins across their faces as they attempted not to laugh. "Hee. Whoops. You guys wouldn't happen to know how to get rid of paperwork, would you?" he asked. "I do," Naruto said. Sarutobi looked at the blonde Namikaze like he were Kami. "Naruto, tell me. I'll do anything, just tell me how to get rid of this demon," Sarutobi said, getting down on his knees gripping Naruto's new fox-themed jacket. "No need, Gigi. I'll tell you if you let Dekuro and Akai here be instated as Konoha Shinobi," Naruto said, gesturing to the new recruits. Sarutobi got up and took a puff of his pipe. "Dekuro and Akai?" he asked. The young woman and wolf stepped forward. "Do you have a reason for being here, wanting to be Konoha ninja?" he asked. "Hi Hokage-sama. We are yours to command and we are here to start over," the wolf Hanyu said. "Well, since I can see you're a wolf Hanyu, I could put you in the tracking squad. Where do your strengths lie?" the shriveled Sandame asked. "Well, Akai and I are more of a powerhouse team. We use our team attacks to take down our opponents, but we are both very good, probably around Jonin level when on our own," Dekuro said. Sarutobi Hiruzen took another puff of his pipe. The Hokage then went to his drawer and took out a Konoha Hitai-8 with a blue cloth and one with black. He threw then to the two wolves and they caught them. "Welcome to Konoha," he said. The two whooped for joy before dancing around the room. "You will be in the tracking team, registered as a Jonin, from the next day," Sarutobi said with a serious face. "Hi Hokage-sama," the two replied. Sarutobi chuckled. "Oh, I'm not Hokage anymore. She is," he said, pointing at Tsunade. Tsunade smirked and then took a seat in the Hokage's chair. "Well, Hokage-sama, what do you think?" Sarutobi said jokingly. Tsunade snorted in laughter. "Well, I saw the fight between her and Naruto and apparently, she is good, very good. The rank you gave her would suit her and Akai just fine. You two are free to go," Tsunade said. "You two will receive your pay for this A-ranked mission after Tsunade's coronation," Sarutobi said to Sora and Naruto. The two blondes grinned. "Gigi, will you be revealing my heritage anytime soon?" Naruto asked. "When the time is right, Naruto, when the time is right," he replied with a puff of his pipe. "Arigato Gigi/Hokage-sama," they replied and then walked out, Kiyoshi and Shizuka trailing behind. Later that day, a large crowd was gathered outside the Hokage tower. All of them were murmuring as to why they were all gathered here. "The entire village was called together, so it must be important," one woman said. The crowd got quiet as Sarutobi walked to the balcony. "Citizens of Konohagakure no Sato, I thank you for making the time to come and appear at this meeting. Now you see, due to my inability to protect the village, for I am an old man," Sarutobi said, earning a few chuckles here and there, "I have decided to step down as Sandame Hokage," he said. The crowd was in shock and began to wonder who will be the new Hokage then. Sarutobi then released a piercing gaze at them, silencing the entire crowd. "Don't fret, due to the efforts of 3 of our finest shinobi, Rame Sora, Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto, they have brought back your new Hokage, Senju Tsunade," he said. The crowd clapped and hooped when Tsunade stepped forward. "Well, I guess I'm Hokage now. I always despised the people who were Hokage because I used to think that it was just a job where you just end up throwing your life away for nothing. but because one person I have seen the light and I now recognize this title as Hokage is a way to help those young ones to help strive to be the best, and act as a way to help protect the village. I promise I won't let you down, Tsunade said. The crowd roared with cheers and claps. Naruto, Shizuka, and Kyoshi were sitting in a high tree observing the scene. Naruto clapped a few times before stopping. Well, Shizuka, Kyoshi, what should we do now? He asked. We train, of course, Shizuka said. Yeah, I want fight with you as duo next time though, Naruto, Kyoshi said. Naruto looked at his now waist-high pets. Kyoshi's scales were now a ruby red and still hard enough to deflect a kunai. His fire attacks were very powerful now and he could nearly perform the meteor strike attack. His fire tornado defense was nearly perfect, but it tended to stop after a half a minute. His glowing red eyes were a deeper red and his teeth and claws could now slice straight through the bark of an oak tree, which is extremely thick. His fire was now a blue color and can make it go up to 5,800 degrees Celsius, making his fire a blue color now. Shizuka, now Seven Tails, was training in the use of her white fire and making up new techniques with Naruto and Kyoshi, and Kyubi takes over to teach her different demonic fire attacks that were very destructive and some defensive. A few weeks later, after Tsunade had become Hokage, Naruto and Sora were walking hand in hand down the road to the Hokage monument. The people waved to Naruto as he passed by. Hey Naruto, how's it going? A villager asked. It's good, Naruto said with a grin and walked past. Then as Naruto was walking, a girl around his and Sora's age ran up to him with an envelope in her hand. Hi, my friend thinks you're cute and wants to give you this, the girl said, as she pointed to her friend who was right by the fruit stand with a smirk on her face. Naruto opened the envelope. Inside was a folded-up piece of paper. Naruto unfolded it and read it. Hey Naruto-kun, I admire your skills and think you're cute. Thanks for saving Hokage-sama during the war, and I was wondering if you would like to go out sometime, Naruto read. Then he looked inside the envelope to put the note back, and then he spied another piece of paper. He took it out and it turned out to be a photo. Naruto pulled it out and then his eyes bugged out of his head and blood trickled from his nose. Sora looked at Naruto and then took the picture. She gasped. The girl was stark naked in the picture. That hussy. I'll show her a piece of my mind, Sora said and stomped over to the girl. Fire surrounded her fists as she stomped over. Screams were heard and then a large amount of pows, smacks, smashes and slams were heard before they finally died down. A few scenes later, Sora walked back with a confident smirk on her face. Sora-chan, what did you do to the girl? He asked. Oh, nothing. Just gave her a piece of my mind, she replied, and the two continued to the Hokage monument. The two were sitting atop Naruto's father's head. Naruto chuckled to himself. A son always goes to his father for help, he thought, and then stroked Sora's long blonde hair as she laid her head against the Hanyo's shoulder. Then the moment was ruined when a young woman with black and biochromatic eyes, one green the other gold, and next to her a wolf wearing a Hittite like a dog collar with purple eyes landed in front of them. Takuro Akai, what's up? He asked. Nothing at all, Naruto. Demo Tsunade-sama asked to see you, she said. Naruto and Sora stood up and dusted themselves off. Well, Ikuzo, he said, and then he and Takuro and Akai shunshined away. Sora gritted her teeth and then jumped off to the direction of the Hokage building. I really need Naruto-kun to teach me that Shunshin no Jutsu, she said, and then sped off. Hokage Tower. Naruto and Takuro appeared in Tsunade's office and then sat down to wait for Sora. A few minutes passed, and then the blonde fire user entered. Dear Kami-sama, pant Naruto-kun, you could have shunshined me with you, she complained. Naruto got up and chuckled nervously. Gomen nasai Sora-chan. I forgot you don't know Shunshin, he said, and then walked over to Sora. Tsunade then looked at the two Chunin and cleared her throat. The two immediately stood at attention. Okay, are you two ready for this? She asked. Hi, they replied. Okay, I have a mission for you too. You are going to the Takigakure with Jiraiya in order to help act as protectors for our ambassador and aid in the peace treaty between the Taki and Konoha, Tsunade ordered. Tsunade-sama, why is it called Takigakure? Sora asked. Well, Sora, This village is actually hidden in a waterfall, hence its name. Now get going, you have to get there by nightfall tonight, she ordered. You will meet Jiraiya at the main gate in 1 hour. Naruto then grabbed Sora and the two disappeared in a swirl of fire. Tsunade sighed, but then realized something. Naruto never told me how to get rid of paperwork. No, she screamed loudly, causing the birds in the forest of death to fly away. 1 hour later, Sora and Naruto met Jiraiya, who was standing next to a young woman in her 50s and wearing robes of the daimyo of fire, at the north gate. Sora was wearing a green short pants for girls, a dark blue t-shirt over a vest with the image of the fire god in white, and wore sandals with a slight high heel, and had her trusty weapons pouch on her right thigh and 2 short swords on her in sheaths, one black, the other white, and in the sword in the black sheath had a golden hilt. The one in the white sheath had a silver hilt. Naruto wore a long pair of black pants, a dark red t-shirt over a vest with the kanji for Uzumaki on the front and fox on the back, both in black, and on his right thigh, he wore a weapons pouch, and Shizuka and Kyoshi were by his side ready for battle, both wearing Konoha Hitaites on a black cloth around their necks tightly, but loose enough to be able to breath and take off easily. Ohio, Jiraiya-sama. Sora greeted with a bow. Jiraiya waved hello. Ohio, Ero Sanin, Naruto greeted. Jiraiya ignored Naruto's comment and began to explain the situation. Okay guys, this woman here is the daimyo of fire and also our ambassador. We are to escort her about 5 miles from the entrance of Takigakure. Luckily, I know the way since I've been there a few times. Now the hidden waterfall is about a 19-hour walk without trouble, but since we might encounter trouble, it would probably take at least a day or 2 to reach there, so we'll be making shifts during the night to protect the daimyo every 3 hours. Got it, Jiraiya explained. The group nodded. Alright, second, when we arrive at least 5 miles from the village's entrance, an escort will arrive to take us to the entrance. They are very trustworthy, so no need to worry about trying to get assassinated. There we will enter the village and talk about the peace treaty, and then once the treaty has been signed we will leave and head back to Konoha, Jiraiya said. And finally, Naruto, I need to talk to you in private for this one, he said. Jiraiya then draped his arm around the blonde Namake's shoulder and walked off a few feet, so that he was out of earshot of both Shizuka and Kyoshi. Now then, Naruto, the leader of Takigakure, is a friend of mine and he has told me they have a Jinchuriki there, so I just want you to try and socialize with the person. They probably need someone to talk to since you know how all Jinchurikis are treated, Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded. Hi, I understand. Demo, which bijou is it? He asked. The Nanabai no Kabutamushi / 7-tailed horned beetle, he replied. Okay. I'll try, Naruto said, and then the two returned to the group. Okay, we're off, Jiraiya said, and the group exited the village to Takigakure.